強く強く輝いて消えた流れ星ほら命が燃える何かに怯え走り続けたその虚しさのしじなに何を見て何を探してきた自分の声がただ響く幾千万の星の中で惹かれて出会った守り手たちよ回る回る時の輪の中で自分の弱さ強さの先に同じ空誰かが見上げてそう信じて消されない虹の奇跡が届けと冷たい指で涙拭ったあの日にはもう帰れない水平線目指して飛び立つ自分の願いを抱いて幾千万の星に呼ばれ交わりすれ違う守り手たちよ回る回る時に抗って未来を願ってもいいですか儚さから目をそらしたぐり寄せる道の兆しの向こうかける希望あなたの光あなたの命いたずらに知らさないようにそっとくれた記憶胸に熱く灯し
Hello there, everybody. Welcome to another week of BOL Premiere. Our show on this splendid Saturday will feature the undefeated Team Solo Invade versus High Alert, who just picked up their first win last week. After that, to close out the first half of our round robin, we will have the Literal Monkeys hunting for their first win against the formidable Omega Gaming. First off, I have to say, very disappointing that nobody wanted to join me for Otter Talk this week. I'm a little bit sad. I don't bite, guys. I promise. Please come on the show next week. Would be very, very much appreciated. Also, a little bit disappointing is the fact that our dear Gopherino is unfortunately a bit under the weather today. But thankfully, I am joined by the terrific Turk to help take us through today's action. Turk, how you feeling?
I'm feeling great, man. Your intros are like unbelievable. They're always good. So kudos to you on that one, man. And it's good because you and I have a long history. So it's fun to be able to cast together here again, and a little bit of spur of the moment for me, but I guess right place, right time. So we'll talk about that later on. Right now, we've got our first game. Already see some picks coming through here. Corky being really high prio for a lot of the season. Seems like it's kind of fallen off as of late, but by no means a bad champion. It's nice to see that picked up, and it looks like that Seraphine is going to be hovered in response and locked.
Yeah. The Corki, in terms of meta priorities, definitely a little bit surprising to see it so early, but it is, of course, RJ's, with the TSI 80 carry, is a pick that he's performed extremely well on multiple times already this season. So not too surprised to see that come in. For High Alert, the Seraphine and the Syndra get locked away.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of AP out of the gate there. I don't think it's necessarily bad. I if anything, I actually mean, I think it kind of screws over this Corky a little bit because he's gonna have a hard time laning versus either of those opponents there, and you could probably assume that Seraphine's gonna be going bot lane, but they're definitely gonna lack some consistent AD damage right now. So I'm curious to see how they're gonna round this out right now because this R1 R2 is not a very traditional opener.
Yeah, definitely not traditional. You'd expect an AD carry to be locked in to match the Corki, right? Presumably, but not what High Alert decided to go for.
Mhm.
We are seeing the Maokai come through for the side of TSI. This sort of plays into what kind of composition they want to go for. You know, Team Solo Invade. They have just been the premier team fighting team so far this season of BOL Premier. So getting that front line in there. The Zerath going to get locked in for
Mhm.
NBK as well. Another big carry threat.
This phase one's gone pretty interesting. We talked about the R1, R2 there, but for that Maokai and that Zerath lock-in, that Zerath is basically at this point assuming that that's going to be a Cinder mid, and then with that Maokai pick, to me, I like that. That's a bit of a flex, but I think that they're calling that it's going to be going bot lane, because Leona or Rel, either of those champions that we saw being hovered there, were just really good into that Maokai. So I think High Alert has the idea that this Maokai is going to be going in that support role, but does always have that opportunity, can go in that jungle, can go in that top, and kind of the one things you're wondering about.
Yeah, definitely. We will have to see where the Maokai goes, but with the Leona lock-in, Turk, it does seem like that Seraphine is
Yeah,
probably
for
going
sure.
into that AP carry position. Not going to be a support
Mhm.
Seraphine or anything like that. We did see a Seraphine AP carry last week. I don't believe it was High Alert that played it. It was, in
No, I don't think
fact,
so.
Omega Gaming that played the Seraphine Sona bot lane. Madge had a great game on it last week. So we'll see
Ser-
if
Seraphine
the
Sauna.
yeah, they played Seraphine
Oh
Sona, and
man.
it worked. It worked actually quite well for him
Oh my
for
goodness.
Omega last week. Yeah,
I would hate to see that. I would.
it was a sight. It was a sight. I was on that game as well. I was
Oh,
casting that game, and
oh, it'd be great. Just if you're going against it, like it's like you almost have to pick Blitzcrank. I feel like at that point, because like I don't know, it's just that's just so painful. It's so painful. It feels like, but
yeah,
it
yeah.
is one of those funny little lanes.
They were playing against Mordekaiser, Kane, Victor, Ashrel in that game, the Seraphine Sona. So there's nobody to really separate them. You know, it definitely
Yeah, yeah,
ended up
yeah.
working out. But turning our attention back towards this game, Turk. We are through our second ban phase already. Graves and VA going to get banned away by Team Solo Invade. The Skarner and the Pantheon going to be removed by High Alert. They're going to go for the Wukong. Pretty meta jungler there on the R4.
Yeah, it seems like it. Wukong's received a nerf or two since really the beginning of this season, but nevertheless, it really seems like he hasn't gone down in priority. And if anything, the only thing that you ever really see being nerfed on Wukong is his camp clear. So that'll get delayed a little bit with that most recent nerf, but still, nevertheless, once you hit like that one item spike, that's when you start to become strong. But really, the two items is when you're online, and Wukong can fit and pretty much be slotted into any kind of team comp. So I like the
Mhm.
Wukong there. The Ornn in response is interesting here. Both the mobile carries there, that Seraphine and that Syndra can really struggle into that pick, but of course, that does leave you open to getting R5 tier, and kind of wondering what that counter pick's going to be into that Ornn.
Yeah, I do feel like the R5 was always going to go towards the top laner of High
Mhm.
Alert there, although it actually looks like
Okay.
they don't have their starting top laner today. I believe High Alert's starting top laner is Bear. I don't see Bear in the lobby right now. They've actually got, normally their starting AD carry, we'll show them all, is actually looks like is going to be playing top lane this game, so that's an interesting thing to note.
Okay. Yeah, I'm glad you caught that. I'm really glad, because that definitely changes up the dynamic here. So we'll see how that ends up playing into effect here for the series, but for now, too early to tell, as we do see that R5 Volibear being hovered there, and if that is locked in, which it looks like it's going to be here, going into the Ornn itself, so early on that Volibear has a lot of threat, but as this game progresses, that Ornn's obviously going to have that much more of an impact, so both of these team comps to me look pretty well rounded. I am a little concerned, honestly, about High Alert's team comp a little bit just because of the siege. It's just really not there. They can't really pressure or like have any real threat on those turrets, I feel, but when they group up and they fight around neutral objectives or find skirmishes and chokes or the jungle, I think that's where their team comp comes online. So even
Mhm.
though they lack in siege, I think they definitely make up for it in team fight.
Yeah, High Alert, they definitely do have some good tools to work with here. Some powerful engage with the Leona and the Wukong, right? They are, I think, a little bit lacking in physical damage, as you were briefly
Yeah.
pointing out earlier on, Turk. It's really only the Wukong there that's going to be offering that. So, you know, expecting this really beefy front line on the side of Team Solo Invade to just buy up a lot of magic resist and make High Alert's life pretty difficult in that way.
There's no doubt. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. When you're looking at how many tanks we see right now with that Maokai, that Ornn, and that Rel, That's going to be really hard to punch through. There really is no tank shredder. I mean, Wukong at 2 items Black Cleaver, like maybe you can kind of make an argument for it, but at that point it feels like you're kind of reaching for the fence, it seems. So they don't really have that tank shred. I agree with you, even though you can itemize a little bit into Leandries. Eventually that MR when it comes through, Merc Treads, etc. Like I think it could be really tricky for High Alert to be able to capitalize on that.
Yeah, it definitely will be. And yeah, I'm just a little bit concerned, to be honest with you, Turk. I do think that coming into this one, High Alert they have to be the clear underdogs. Right, Team Solo Invade have just looked so formidable so far this season. They've just been so on point in the team fight setups, the objective control, and they just really play to scale in towards those team fights, in the mid game. And they've been doing it by far better than anyone else in the league. Last week, Team Solo Invade was going up against the other team that was previously undefeated, was the Spire. And those games, Turk, they looked really, really one-sided in favor of TSI. Both of those games ended in less than 30 minutes. And the Spire only managed to get 8 kills total across both of those games. It was extremely one-sided. And I feel like Team Solo Invade here with this composition, it's their bread and butter. It's exactly what they want to be playing. RJ has pulled out the Corki multiple times already this season. We've seen NBK Xerath already earlier this season as well. And they like to play with these 3 frontliners for top jungle and support. And it's just the fact that High Alert doesn't even have their starting top laner tonight either. Bear's been arguably the best performer so far this season for High Alert. I'm just really kind of nervous about this one, Turk.
Yeah, you raise up really good points there. Really, really good points. And at the end of the day, you'll have to see, like, this is, as you mentioned, this is Team Solo Invade. Like, this is their team comp. If you get SK on one of these weak side top laners, which he has plenty of options to be able to play, it seems like that's exactly what this team wants. Leave our top lane in that island. That's perfect. He'll farm up. Eventually, he'll be able to get that level 6. Once he gets that, then he can start to group, force fights. That's awesome, but the rest of the time you can spend on your mid lane, on your bot lane, and try to facilitate those roles. And as you mentioned, yeah, they've got exactly what they wanted here for this game 1, and you'll have to wonder how High Alert is going to respond with all of the changes in the lineup that we've seen, and of course this draft that you and I were sort of kind of questioning.
Yeah. I mean, like we did also say, the draft, it is a little bit unorthodox in the sense that they're a little bit light on AD, but like we also said, it definitely has some strong elements.
Oh, for sure.
The one game that Team Solo Invade have lost so far this season was against Elysium in week number 2. Team Solo Invade was playing against Blitzcrank and Skarner in that game. The Sofa had a phenomenal game on the Blitzcrank, and where Elysium were really managed to come out ahead is by using the Blitzcrank and the Skarner to kind of separate Team Solo Invade, right? And kind of pick them apart, not allow them to go for that straight up 5v5 that they're so incredibly strong in. And so that kind of leads me to wonder, like, do we think that High Alert have the tools with this draft to do specifically that, to sort of divide up the fights and try and pick Team Solo Invade apart a little bit in that way?
I think they do. I'm looking at the Leona, I'm looking at the Syndra, the single target burst and CC that those 2 champions have, let alone on top of a Volibear and a Seraphine. I think it's there. I think they have a good, healthy pick comp. I think that Wukong can be slotted in and kind of give more of that team fight presence that you're definitely going to want to have. But yeah, single target damage is 100% there. There's no question about it. So can they execute on that? That really is the main question now.
Yeah. And even the Wukong ultimate, if you are playing for picks, you can utilize it for that as well. Obviously, its greatest strength is team fights, but Wukong can just go in and cause some chaos, right? If he just goes in and knocks up a few people, he can get out with the W. And while he's doing that, if he's distracting most of the TSI members, then maybe the rest of the squad on the side of High Alert are going to be able to pick somebody off. If maybe somebody's slightly mispositioned, right, while Wukong is causing all that chaos, maybe there's a bit of an angle there. I don't know.
You see damage. You see damage on the red side. Sorry to cut you off. You see damage on the red side. You see tankiness on the blue side. So really, it's going to be that. Who's going to be able to outlast, or who's going to get bursted? That's pretty much what I see right now.
I do feel like there might be a little bit of a range advantage for the side of Team Solo Invade as well, though. Particularly
it's definitely
when you
there
look
for
at
sure.
Seraph.
Yeah, 100% it is. That siege potential's there for sure. There's no question. I mean, both of these team comps do what they're designed to do. It's just, again, how well can you execute them? If you're high alert right now, you do not want to be losing priority on objectives. You want to be there first. You always want to be there first with the team comp that you have, because a single target, all that CC that you have is really good when the enemy has to face check you, when they have to walk in. In 5v5 flip fights, it makes it a little bit more tricky because people can space around the CC, but if you can layer it on top of somebody who's unsuspecting, it's almost guaranteed all day long. So if you sack that prio on a neutral objective, if you're not at least cross-mapping, then this is where this team comp's really going to falter.
Yeah, particularly against TSI, right? I really feel like for high alert, they're going to have to be so on top of the objective game this time around to really be able to put up a good showing tonight. But overall, Turk, if we turn the nameplates off for this one, which draft are you leaning towards? Which side would you rather be on?
It's a good question. I'm kind of looking at both. Honestly, I'd probably have to give it to Red. I think High Alert's team comp, I like it a lot. I think that if things can go well for you, they're going to go really well. So I really like the team comp. I don't like the Seraphine as much, but in isolation versus that Corki, it's really good, especially with that Leona. That Leona can roam and impact this game so much with that weak-sided Seraphine. Seraphine's just going to take TP anyways. So I think there's a lot of agency in this team comp. I think they can make a lot of things happen. They just have to be able to play it properly. That's my answer. Both are good, though.
All right, so it was a Seraphine very early on in the draft. See if that pick in particular is going to pay off. And then, of course, the R5 Volibear as well, for we'll show them all playing top lane this time around. See how he's going to do up against SK. Going to a short break, guys. Game 1 on the other side.
See you soon.
星に瞬きを伝えて守るものがあるからきっと強くなれる語るべき言葉なくした星の守りでは時の果て夢の果て闇に立ちすくんだ風を呼んでみたんだ空に向けて誰かを呼んでみたんだ光求めたソリチュードかすかなレゾナンス確かに届くロマンスそんな流れ星たちを抱き留めた明日が見えなくだって乗り越えなくちゃって奇跡の奇跡描き未来へつなぐ Roll we high 心のフォトンが銀河にこぼれて道を強く照らす Burning Bright それぞれの思い秘めた星の守り手は空からの呼ぶ声に導かれた重ねる手と手には言葉なんかより伝わることがある熱い心通じ合った確かなレゾナンス見つけるのはエッセンス目指した意識の先がディスティネーション答えが見えなくてくじけそうになって支え合い誓い合う絆でつなぐシャイニースマイル心のフォトンが銀河に溢れて道を開く鍵は My Starlight Heart
Alrighty, sports fans, welcome onto the Rift for our first game of the day. Team Solo Invade, the undefeated squad on the blue side. High Alert, the scrappy underdogs in this one, coming at us from the red.
That's exactly it. As we just see, both teams really just posturing around doing this 5-point, pretty stock standard stuff, especially in a game 1 in a best of 3 series. A lot of the times if you just do this 5-point, you're covering all your bases, although we do like to see little stuff like this, especially with that first strike.
Absolutely. And NBK also with the first strike, you know, not getting any value because he wasn't forced at first.
That's right. First strike versus first strike. That'll be a fun little dynamic too, actually, in this lane. We'll see if we can keep track of that. Maybe individually we can highlight those runes at some point and actually see the goal difference in it.
That would definitely be interesting to revisit later. I do feel like, in general, it's probably going to be a little bit easier for the Xerath to proc it.
If you're starting W, I would think so for sure. Or
Yeah,
playing
because
around W, I should say.
for the Syndra to get it, you really kind of have to get a scatter, right? I feel like that's the only one of her abilities that really is going to actually be able to outrange what the Victor is doing.
Yeah, it just
Or
has
the
to be real.
Xerath, rather, sorry.
Yeah, it's really just going to be spacing, excuse me, but I agree with what you're saying. I think at the end of the day, the Xerath is going to have an easier time proccing that, so we'll pay attention to that. A lot of the times you'll see like that Airy being picked up on that Syndra, so we'll see how well it ends up panning out here. As we do take a look at both jungles, while there is quite a bit of trading in mid, we do see that both junglers are mirroring each other, excuse me, on the opposite side of the map here, so that Wukong going to be prioritizing top side, while of course Maokai can be prioritizing bot.
Absolutely. We do also see, level 2 in the bot lane for RJ and Hax, but version Ruka? Probably, what do we think?
Ruka?
Ruka? Let's go with Ruka.
We'll go with Ruka for now, and then he'll
yeah,
flame
please,
us if not.
Please correct us in the chat if we are wrong.
Don't take it easy on us.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. We can handle it. But yeah, Verja and Ruka respecting there. Not going to get engaged on by the level 2 Rel. Very nice. We do also see Turk. The lethal tempo on the Volibear indicates, more of that hybrid build that we do see relatively often for We'll Show him up there.
Yeah, it's going to really have that scaling effect with that too. Traditionally, you'd see something like that PTA, which is much stronger for that lane phase. You could proc it earlier on, much easier. So there's more flat damage on that rune. But of course, if you do go that lethal tempo, as you mentioned, yeah, it's going to scale 100% in this game and really give that Volibear probably that extra like 5-10 minutes of actually scaling, to be honest with you, because Volibear does tend to fall off a bit as time progresses, so that rune can kind of help to offset that a bit.
Yeah, it does kind of make me wonder, Turk, if We'll Show Them is actually just going to be playing for the side lane, right? We were talking a lot about how Team Solo Invade is such a formidable team-fighting squad, and, that might be one way that Hyler tried to go after this opponent, is just by attacking him in the side lane, but easier said than done, as we see the Bear taking a couple of bad trades here. We'll show him in a little bit of danger as the potion, and a jungler nearby.
Things were scary there for a minute, weren't they?
They were very scary.
At the end of the day,
killed by the Ornn, not where you want to be.
Yeah, definitely not. That's not a feels good man at all, because at that point it really just delays that spike that you have on that Ornn. So yeah, in that instance right there, we're just going to see the TPs exchange from both of these top laners as they just carry on. And that question that you brought up a little bit ago is a very important question. That's something that High Alert needs to decide themselves. We do see that Q just missing. Surely the crash down would have came through. But this is exactly what High Alert wants to and needs to figure out. Because if you want to keep that Ornn in that side lane, that's much better for your team comp. Your 4v4 is arguably stronger than theirs is. So keeping that Ornn in that side lane is exactly what you want. And how well can We'll Show Them all on this Volibear play around that? I don't know.
Let's see. So we did see the junglers also trading the crabs. That's going to be very even so far. First dragon coming up soon. It looks like that is going to be a... what do we have first? An ocean dragon first to start us off.
Okay. This really does become the time here now when both junglers start to look for these neutrals. So at this point, the game actually favors, in this state right now, it definitely favors our Wukong. So Wukong being able to scale up, get that level 6 uncontested while nothing happens for the first 2.5 like clears of the jungle, that's really good for him. So do see more trading up top side.
Yeah.
At lethal tempo, a little bit of dividends coming in.
Yeah, saw a little bit of the value there for sure. And we do see now Unleashed on the Maokai moving into the South River. Dragon is alive right now, still 30 seconds out on the Grubs, and immediately Team Solo Invade is going to go directly onto that objective. I called it out earlier, this is how they like to play, just focus the objectives, play for team fights. That is how they have gotten all of their wins, of which they have so very many.
They don't really waste any time at all, do they? Basically start this dragon about 30-35 seconds after it spawns itself, so it actually puts them in a decent spot to consider contesting top. The only issue would be, of course, a little bit of the HP disadvantage you have and any of the gold that you haven't spent. We do see that Sheen being completed for the Wukong there. So This right now is going to come through. We'll see how well Ethereal Ice
Oh,
can
the
handle
flash
it.
twisted advance, but the flash away. Good reaction from Ethereal Ice, but now the rights of the Arcane come out.
Oh, come
Got
on.
one more blast from the Xerath. Oh, the
the
sapling
patience.
slow coming in. Steals
So
Ethereal
nice.
Ice's fate.
So-
Really nice there.
Oh, the
Oh.
patience, dude. He just waits for the sapling to do what it needs to do, gets the slow, and that's a guaranteed last ultimate there for you. And honestly, nice. Really well played.
Yep. Now on to the Grubs. They're going to get both of these early neutrals for Team Solo Invade. This is pretty much the perfect start for them.
When you start the dragon as early as what you do before the grubs are up and you're able to contest and take the drugs on top of the drugs, I see drugs. That's awesome. When you take the grubs on top of getting that first blood, like, I don't know, this feels really hard for you already if you're the side of high alert. And how you handle this at this point right now, scale up, get your items. You really want those first items completed, especially on that Wukong. That's where things can start to come together for you, but that early game sequence is not what you want. Traditionally, you'll see something like that cross map come in where one team will just take the dragon while the other takes the grubs, and you call it a day, shake hands, and get ready for the next set. But in this instance, we now see two neutrals and first blood coming through for them, and they're off to a great start.
I believe we do have Wukong towards this bottom side right now. At least CH was able to get a little bit of counter jungling done and does now have the Cyclone available. This wave still a little bit ways out until it crashes into this bot tier 1. See if CH wants to stick around that whole time. So actually, they've got the setup onto RJ. Tries to bounce back towards the turret. Is going to have to use the flash as well. The Corki does also have level 6, getting out a good amount of return damage there. It is both summoners now off of RJ, so a good gank from CH, but they're not able to get the kill.
RJ will survive for now, is chopped down to below half HP in that process there, but he's more than able to get that wave there, and crucially that's great for the side of Team Solo Invade. As we see once again more trading in this top side, the all-in.
Yeah, we'll show them wanting to go in with the Stormbringer, but SK counterattacking with the Call of the Forge God. Maybe a just retreat underneath the turret was what was called for there for the Ornn. SK deciding to stand and fight, and we'll show him. Showed him, indeed.
Okay, now we've got a bit of a win con here. Is Volibear in trouble? You're still very strong at this point.
Yeah, we'll show him doesn't have ult, but does have the flash. Should be fine
backup
here. The Bramble Smash is going to push the Volibear further away from the turret, but he's going to
way.
get another W off cooldown here in a second. There's another kill for the side of High Alert. Is CH there to reinforce. Picks up the last hit on the enemy jungler. Right of the Arcane. Does come out now. There is the flash going to be forced.
Okay.
One more blast from the Xerath. Not quite able to find it. We'll show him gets out on a sliver of health.
I could think Bear's got small tails. He's able to live off that one. Nice dodge at the end there. You wonder if you're going to go down with that shield. Of course, you're going to wait to try to get that last arcane barrage in there, but good little sidestep prevents that, and that's a really well done sequence there for We'll Show Them All in this Volibear, who, again, of course, is that sub coming in here. He's showing exactly what this R5 can do.
Yeah. Well, just to clarify, We'll Show Them is a starting member of High Alert, just normally plays AD carry. So technically a top lane sub, I guess.
Okay. Very good. I have casted him before in the AD role, but this is good to know if he's right then and there. Okay.
But absolutely a great start for the, in a manner of speaking, the sub top laner. Definitely, we could be seeing a Whippo impersonation coming in.
I wouldn't say no. A little swing top would be all right too. Whippo loves that.
Could be. Yeah.
Maokai just hovering around mid here. Unleashed, fishing once again there. They won't catch Ethereal Ice though. Of course, we do see them both backing off on that mini-map. This wave is going to be pushed in mid here. And now we, again, have this next dragon coming up here, crewman. And we didn't see any contest for the side of High Alert in the first set of neutrals. And I'm wondering what's going to happen here for the second.
Yeah, I was going to mention earlier, I do believe that CH and Ruka were actually towards the top side of the map when the grub spawned, but they weren't able to commit for it because Ethereal Ice just been taken down in the mid lane. So we need to see a little bit of a more cohesive setup, I think, from High Alert to really challenge for this objective, as Hax will be able to sidestep the scatter.
Yeah, there's no question. And you could see, like, Team Solo Invade, the record's starting to show here, because you can even see their war coverage here on this objective that they're setting up for. It's completely prepped up for them as they flank behind.
Ooh, the flash engage from Hax, but the flash away from the Seraphine will stay alive for now. The Encore connects only onto Unleash. Maokai pretty tanky. He's going to be able to twist and advance back towards the Leona. CH now trying to get in there for the Cyclone. Good damage onto the Maokai. Unleash going down pretty low. Will be taken down.
Wow.
There's the feat of warfare for High Alert. RJ now trying to get out the damage, but CH has more. The Wukong claims another, and now it's going to be NBK arriving to the bot lane. A lot of low health bars. The Seraphine Lane skills has to teleport in for SK as well. The Call of Forge God connects onto Verja, but the Searing Charge doesn't get the knock-up. The Arcano pulls from NBK. Finally, the Xerath able to get one back, but the turret shot takes down the Xerath. Meanwhile, Ethereal is just getting plates in mid.
Criminal. Absolutely criminal that High Alert gets away with that. As soon as that TP from SK comes in on that Ornn, I immediately assumed all 3 members were dead. Immediately assumed.
I feel
The
like
fact
they
that
should have been, yeah.
I think so too. Like, they did a really good job of spacing away from it. I'll give it to them. There's no doubt. 2 of the members actually able to sidestep that second charge coming in with that Ornn, but that is a huge tempo swing here. Of course, that dragon wasn't even taken there, and seemed like a bit of an overextension there from Team Solo Invade. I like the idea, but the response was just so well done from High Alert. They were definitely ready. Ruka though.
I'm not quite sure if... Oh yeah, Ruka might be in a little bit of trouble here. Does have level 6. Pretty tanky on the Leona. Will be able to get back underneath of the mid tier 1. I'm not quite sure. Do you know if the Wukong had Trinity Force done for that last fight in the bottom lane? I didn't quite catch it.
I actually don't know. I don't know. That's a great question. Whether or not he actually, because if he didn't have that, of course I just gave it to him right now, and I'd probably make that argument myself. I would guess that he probably didn't have it before the fight itself, and now that he does, like, this is where this game starts to kind of come into question here, because High Alert, they're starting to get their item spikes on their carries. That's exactly what they need. That Seraphine, something we didn't talk about as well, is a really good facilitator champion. So oftentimes you see something like an Olaf paired with that Seraphine, or a hard carry jungle. And in this instance, it's going to be that Wukong, and that Seraphine 100% gives that scaling. 100% gives it to RC. There's no question about it. So it's there.
For sure. Yeah, we definitely saw Verja and CH playing off of each other really, really well in that last fight. So hoping to see more of that. And High Alert could be in a decent spot, but they are down 2 dragons now. And we do have a Mountain Soul that we're going to be taking a look at this game. And that is something that I don't think they can afford to give to Team Solo Invade with all of this front line. Got a little bit of play towards the top side. We'll show them all in a 1v2, but he might be okay with those odds. Let's see how it plays out. It's called the Forge God for the knockout. Volibear does go down relatively low. The right of the Arcane from the Xerath even as well for the little bit of extra damage, but the Volibear is healing up. The flash Q from Unleashed completely whiffs. Maybe predicting a flash from the Volibear there that didn't end up coming through. And the knockup underneath the turret, the Brittle Auto, but SK, he flashes. No, it's an absolute tragedy, a comedy of errors for Team Solo Invade, and we'll show him just laughs all the way to the bank.
The fact that he lived there is absolutely absurd. The 2v1 initially, I'm like, okay, you're probably dead, and then of course you see the Arcane Barrage coming in there from NBK, and the fact that he survives that and gets a kill is just, that's a freaking nature style. Like, I love it.
Can we stop ganking the Volibear, please?
If we haven't learned our lesson, if we haven't learned our lesson by now, I'm not sure what to say.
He's just making them look silly.
He's doing exactly what he needs to do. Like, that was one of their big ticket picks. Of course, with that R5, it's so prized on red side for this fact right here. You can warp a game, pretty much any game, with a good R5 pick, and the Volibear came in. I was wondering how it would end up panning out here, but so far it's been great for them. So hopefully they can continue to carry this on, because as time progresses, you wonder who does have the scaling here with this big beefy front line that Team Solo Invade has drafted. But the past few sequences, it really seems like they've faltered off what they've done initially from what I've been able to see in this game one. It's get really good vision control, get the setup, play around the objectives, secure the objectives, and then move forwards. And they still have 3 of these neutrals here. That's great. Yeah. They didn't get the second set of grubs, but they still have 3 of 4. They're still in a good spot. They're really not down that much gold, but a couple of those misplays, they can really start to add up.
Absolutely. And just, you know, I feel like ganking the Volibear is just not necessary, right? It's a little bit of Hex Splash play for Hax, not quite able to find the Shattering Strike, as Verja had enough distance there to stay safe. But like your top laner is an Ornn. Like, you're not gonna get anything by getting Ornn ahead. And it's pretty impossible to set Volibear behind. So I don't really see the idea there. But we are even in terms of the feats. It's all going to come down to the first turret in terms of who's going to get the upgraded shoes. Currently, we see onto the Rift Herald for the side of High Alert. We've got 3 members up there. Verja alone underneath this bot tier 1. See if maybe TSI want to go for some kind of dive. Right of the Arcane in the mid lane, as Etherealize is going to have to burn the flash to survive. The Rift Herald will go over, and Verja is going to back all the way off that turret. Does mean that the feats go over, but at least the Seraphine doesn't give over a kill or anything like that.
We see that bot side, strong side, come in for Team Solo Invade as they send 3 members in there to take that first brick, and that's a really good heads-up decision from them. Of course, on cross map, that Rift Herald is going to be traded, which of course does open up that map here, especially now for this next neutral. So in 55 seconds, we're going to see that dragon. I wonder if they're going to use that Rift Herald around that timing to try to get some sort of priority. Even trading at this point right now, it's not ideal to give up soul point. It's still not the end of the game. So you have a lot of tempo right now if you're inside a High Alert with that Rift Herald, if used properly.
Well, how would you like to see them use it, Turk?
If I was them, I'd probably just barrel right down mid, and then I drop it mid 20 seconds before the dragon's up, 15, something like that. Just so you force the enemy team to make decisions. No matter what, you're going to get that first turret with that Rift Herald charge. And if the enemy responds, you now have access to that river. So by being able to get something like that set up, a lot of these neutral objectives, not even a lot, all of them are all based around mid priority. So who can push this mid wave first and who responds to that mid wave, giving the enemy team an advantage. And we see a lot of posturing here, but nothing
River
just
control.
yet.
Currently for TSI, side of Hyler trying to force their way in. The Volibear has based. We'll show them with the TP. In comes the bear. He's a pretty conservative teleport angle into his own jungle. We can join up the rest of the team. SK also the teleport, but the Ornn still is not channeling it. Finally, the teleport from the Ornn comes through. They're looking to possibly turn onto the Volibear, but you're not going to be able to burst them down. The Encore is massive. Value onto 2CH is pretty low, but he finds the Cyclone onto RJ. The Corki gets taken down. The Wukong does get traded back. We'll show up still looking to charge forward. The Call of Forge God comes out. The Volibear going down low. The knockup comes through. The shutdown goes over to Unleashed, and Ruka flashes over the wall to stay alive. Etherealize trying to hold it down. The Banana Brush finds a nice scatter, but High Alert have lost their jungler, and the Smite still available for TSI means this should be their dragon.
No jungler and no top means very little damage. NBK fishing.
Stepping up, the Unleashed power comes out onto the Rel, who does survive it. The scatter also connecting. I was a little bit nervous there with NBK and Hax walking up. They did a good job of running interference while Maokai slowly burns down this dragon. The mountain dragons are so tanky. It takes so long to take this objective. Another scatter onto Hax. Finally, Ethereal Light secures that kill. They're just desperately trying to get the damage down onto the dragon. At least he has the smite. He does secure it. Mountain Soul point for Team Solo Invade. And now a little bit of an engage onto the Seraphine. Verja potentially in trouble. Ruka goes in with the Xenoblade trying to peel for the APC, but the Leona now is going to get taken down. Look at those health bars for the solo laners of TSI in the pit. Finally, CH has returned to the play with a flash out the back of the pit for NBK. The Wukong not going to be able to clean up the Xerath, and now CH gets taken down as well. It's another kill for RJ, his second of the game, and it's a huge win for TSI. We'll show him. Oh, now it's the Volibear's turn to not quite get the kill underneath the turret. What a crazy sequence.
I don't even know how to go over that sequence, man.
I don't know where you're going to start yet.
I'll say this. We'll show them all died in that fight and had enough time to walk down mid and continue fighting. I mean, to give a little perspective on that. I mean, at the end of the day, that neutral, the third dragon, crucially, is going to go to the side of Team Solo Invade, so that puts them in a prime spot to control the rest of the pace of this game, and they're actually, at this point, they're sitting at about a 1k gold lead. Nothing really too crazy at this point, but it's a big gold swing when you consider it's about 3.5k in the last 5 minutes, give or take, so they've done a really good job of being able to claw back here, and High Alert, things look good, they didn't, they were great, they were bad, it's just a really tricky sequence, and at the end of the day, you can really see the issues in this team comp when your Wukong dies and your Volibear dies, because then any sort of damage that you have is just completely negated, it feels like, and it's so difficult to punch through any of the frontline members. At one point, Ornn is like 45% HP, 0 mana at all, and it doesn't matter. Because they can't kill him. He can just walk up and zone them off permanently. So, you can see the cracks in the team comp, but if they execute properly, they're still in a great spot. In this game, honestly, crewman, it's dead even as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, I mean, really, it's just those dragons are the only thing separating these two squads right now. But again, the fact that it is Mountain Soul, I feel like is so unfortunate for the side of High Alert. They really just, I don't think they can afford to give that over. If that Mountain Soul does end up getting secured, then I feel like it is unfortunately going to be pretty doomed from that point.
They have to be ready. If they're ready for that Mountain Soul, they can contest that and they can win that fight. They can hold this game off. But crucially, you're right. If that Mountain Soul goes over, I don't think there's any way you win with the lack of damage that your team comp has. I don't see it. It's possible, but I don't see it.
Well, Shelly going to get summoned up now. Is going to be able to take down that mid-tier 1. Would have liked to see that earlier, as you were highlighting for us, Turk. Maybe for some additional control around when that dragon was up. But I don't think the Herald timer was going to last long enough for the next dragon to spawn. So just getting that mid-tier 1 down, still valuable for the side of High Alert. And honestly, I just want to say props to them for making that last dragon fight as scrappy as it was. Because, you know, I've said multiple times, TSI, they have been hands down the best team fighting team in the league so far this season. And High Alert really made them work for it in that one.
Yeah, they did. It was a great fight to watch. And I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to get a lot more fights like that too here.
Ooh.
We do see a little bit of fishing.
Not quite yet. 90 seconds already on that next dragon. Feels like it's coming up so quickly.
CH on the Wukong's been playing very well. I'll hand it to him. He's been doing exactly what he needs to do, but crucially, he's not sitting at that second item spike right now, and that's really what he needs, and he's close. I think he's resetting. He's got it
He
right
might
here.
have it now, yeah. He should have it.
If he has that 2 items, like, there we go. We see the Black Cleaver and the
okay.
Triforce. They're online. They can fight. They are very strong. This is the strongest they're going to be for a long time right now. So this is their timer for sure. Of course, we still have about a minute and 5 seconds here on this dragon. So mid priority is going to be the most important thing.
Look at all this control that TSI are setting up in the jungle. They're going to find Ruka face checking into the line brush. Oh, they don't have all members here, though. Seraphine Ultimate is pretty good value. Once again, CH trying to dive towards that back line with the Wukong Cyclone. Finding another knockup onto RJ. The Corki surviving for a while, and CH is going to be the one who gets taken down. The Corki does end up getting traded back, and now we'll show them into the thick of things. The Volibear, level 15, pretty powerful, but the CC from Hacks, another crash down, finding amazing value. We'll show them, gets the shield from the Sky Splitter. There's going to be NVK taken down on the other side of the team fight. We'll show them buying so much time. Gets more healing from the Frenzied Maul. And now the Volibear is just too tanky. They can't take him down as both the Corki and the Xerath got defeated by High Alert, and we'll show them was just unkillable.
Come on, man. What are you doing to him? That's just a 1v3 for like 20 seconds. No problem. The amount of healing you see, it's so deceptive on that Volibear. Look at that. That was like 450 healing. That's crazy. Absolutely insane. And yeah, 100% kudos to him. That was a really scrappy fight. Unfortunately, they were able to get the kill on the Corki. Sure, they had to work for it, but without that flash, it's coming up now. Makes the biggest of differences here, and this dragon is now secured for the side of High Alert. Now, of course, they are going to give up tempo in towards this top side. We see that TP coming in from Volibear just to clear this, prevent that tier 1 from going down, but they're going to need to get the resets, get back on the map as soon as they can, because they do not want to give up any tempo top side.
Absolutely. We'll show them able to get up there with the TP, like you said. Prevents that top tier 1 from going down. Be able to secure some vision of the Otacon as well. Yeah, that's the one really big weakness of team compositions like this, but like what Team Solo Invade are playing, is the fact that if you do lose both of your carries, then you have no damage at all, right?
Peanuts.
You need to keep at least one of them alive until the end of the fight to actually make this composition function the way it's meant to. And that time, they were not able to do so.
Yeah, I'm glad you highlighted it, because I've almost been picking on like High Alert's lack of DPS this game, but there's no question both teams really do lack DPS when 2 of their core members are dead. So I'm glad you brought that up, because that really does highlight how important it is on this target control and target selection, as we see a bit of trading coming in here, but nothing really amounting to much at that point.
Definitely. High Alert actually finding themselves with a little bit of a gold lead, very marginal at this point in the game, but they're in a pretty reasonably good spot here as long as they're going to be able to continue contesting these dragons. High Alert, definitely, we could see the lines, we could see the angles.
Definitely can. We see them setting up with a formation of like a 1-3-1 at this point right now. This is what I like to see though. We'll show them all on this Volibear. As he just pushes out this top wave, he just moves and he roams. This is exactly what you need to continue to do. That Volibear is not going to do that much damage for the rest of this game, so they really want to
player in the mid lane. RJ tries to back away, but the Seraphine ultimate connects. The Cyclone committed as well, and RJ is going to get completely obliterated. Verge on a rampage, but now Ruka may have gone a little bit too deep. The Leona is going to get traded back. NBK picking up the last hit from long range, finds another with consecutive shots of the right to the Arcane. Ethereal also roaming into the mid lane here, but gets knocked up by the Call of Forge. Got it unleashed with a Bramble Smash, knocks the Syndra back, and Ethereal gonna get taken down. Xerath, NBK still safe towards the back of the fight here, but the Volibear diving forward. Are they gonna be able to take down the Xerath? We'll show him actually flashing on top of the Maokai. Can't quite finish off Unleashed, and NBK has to be the one to do the damage. Will show him gets in there for another stun. He takes down the Xerath. The Volibear is absolutely insane. He gets another shield. He finally dies. Verza now the only survivor. The Seraphine has not died at all this game, and it looks like this might be the first one, but it's just SK and Hax trying to make it happen. He mistimes the charge. It's not going to matter. Hax with a Shattering Strike picks up the shutdown, and we're all tied up, Turk, 13 apiece.
Oh my god. What are we watching with this Volibear?
It's crazy. It's crazy.
Absurd. They just
it's wide, we'll show him.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. Like, for the record, too, he just completed his third item there, the Spirit Visage. He didn't even have that. He only had 2 items before that fight happened, so... He's a scary bear to deal with right now. I don't know how you managed to kill him if there's a Seraphine in the backline continuing to just bolster him up with all these shields and all these heals, let alone the ones that he has himself there. And if they're not able to get rid of that Seraphine, they can have a lot of issues on their hands. A lot, because that Volibear is 100% online now. 5 or 10 minutes from now, maybe not as much, but this is the strongest he's going to be in this game right now, and he's poised to carry.
Yeah, Volibear, not usually a champion that we think of when we think about, like, carries that benefit from being buffed up by enchanters. But he absolutely is with this build with a lethal tempo. I would not be surprised at all if Will Show Them has the most damage on his team in this game. Probably by a lot.
Yeah, I don't even think it'd be close, honestly. We'll have to take a look at that if we can remember here at the end, because I'm very curious myself as well. As we do see Ethereal Ice, he is kind of being forced off here in isolation. Both members should just be able to clear their respective ways, but you can see NBK slowly but surely chipping away at Ethereal Ice on this Syndra with that range advantage, as we do see We'll Show Them all net up a tier 1 down in that bot lane. Needs to be a little careful though. I think wisely so is moving back.
Doesn't have too much vision down there. And the Dragon is coming up soon. 25 seconds on this next mountain. NBK towards the top side does have the teleport. Ethereal does as well. Gareth now going to go back to base. This time it is the side of High Alert that actually currently have control in the river.
Very shallow wards, but nevertheless they do control. And both teams right here, this is something I'd like to see from Team Solo Invade. They've done this quite well throughout this series. Well, game, I should say. Not quite a full series yet, but they've controlled mid-prow very, very well here. You can see once again these members are hovering. And of course we do see High Alert forced back here a little bit, so they now don't have access to mid. They need to make a move here soon.
Yeah, 5-man squad. Here comes the TP from Ethereal towards that bot tier 1 turret. So the Syndra, against pretty conservative angle for the side of the High Alert solo laner. Gonna be able to join up with the back line now, and the team's just facing off. Gonna be a nice honest 5v5. We'll show him starting things off. Goes in with the Q, and then Ruka dives forward as well with the Zenith Blade. Call the Forge God doesn't really get a whole lot done, and they're trying to get on top of these carries, but RJ is staying alive. The Corki's still free hitting. He picks up the double kill, and this time around, Will Show Him just wasn't quite able to show us what he needed to win out in the team fight. It's going to be an absolutely massive win for Team Solo Invade. They will secure the Mountain Soul. Oh, Ethereal Ice, the Unleashed Power gets one back. Hax looking to finish off the Syndra, not actually going to be able to, so Ethereal Ice, a little bit of a silver lining there, but still a massive win for TSI.
You see a high alert, they feel forced to make a decision, they start up the dragon, they look for the fight, and they full commit, try to dive into the backline to kill RJ, but he's nowhere to be seen. He's already Valkyried out, he's gained so much distance on them, and the amount of damage in that counter engage was absurd. 3-4 members just completely evaporated 2-3 seconds, and at that point the fight's already done, and the game, while so close for so long, it felt like it really does seem like it started to blow wide open here, and I think wisely so they choose to back off here and just take the resets. I don't think they need to play for this Baron and try to take 2 wins at once when they could just take 1 guaranteed one. So wisely so, I think they choose to back off here, but securing that Mountain Soul puts them in a fantastic spot, Grumman.
It absolutely does. And that last fight is exactly what we've been used to seeing from TSI this whole season so far. You know, they got into the river together as 5. They got their battle line set up, and the positioning of the carries was perfect. RJ, like you said, being able to Valk back pretty comfortably at the start of that fight, just kites out the attempted engage from the Volibear and the Wukong, and then the fact that the Corki had 3 items done, including that LDR, just able to shred through those frontline members, and ended up being a big win for TSI. See what they're going to be able to get done next. You know, now that they have the Mountain Soul, a Baron setup, I feel like should be relatively comfortable. A nice scatter onto NBK. The Unleashed Power going to get that down extremely low. The Shocking Orb was crazy there from NBK to keep himself alive.
Yeah, that's some Sixth Sense stuff for sure coming in there. He knows exactly where that Wukong is going to be before he does. Just a good stun. Don't know if he goes down there. He probably does, honestly, with the Cyclones. So
I think so.
Yeah. So just absorbs any of that pressure. Crucially doesn't die, but does not have the TP. So he's going to want to get his reset in here somewhat soon. NBK just in a bit of an unfavorable position in those current conditions.
Oh. A little bit of a dangerous time to reset with both of these big objectives up on the map, but, you know, does have the TP like you said, so can rejoin quickly if necessary.
Hax has just done such a good job in this game, because there's as you mentioned, it's not a good time to reset. You're absolutely right, but as long as you have the right information, you can get away with it. That ward on that Atacon's huge. The ward that he just got on the Raptors pit is huge, and he's done a really good job of controlling the tempo of this game. Like, such a fantastic job, almost like the unsung hero type of stuff. So we do see, we'll show them all fishing.
Let's see what happens here with the tank battle. SK, I'm feeling like is probably going to be able to walk this one off. Does have to walk a long ways. And Wheel Shalom is doing a little bit of work on the health bar here with the lethal tempo. The charge for SK to get a little bit more space, but the orange, the health bar is too big. The Volibear is not going to be able to take him down before he can get back underneath the turret. We've got an Otacon start on the other side of the map for TSI. Can be a little bit dangerous, right? All 4 members of High Alert are here. The resistance is getting shredded for the front line, but the engage onto Ethereal Ice comes through. The Shocking Orb connects. The Syndra in danger of getting taken down. She does get off the Unleashed Power, but RJ will not go down that easily. He bounced away from the Encore, but the flash forward for Will Show the Molly takes down the Corki, and BK has been taken down as well. On the side of TSI, they're all out of damage, and the Bear steals away the Otacon. And this is surely going to be a teamfight win now for High Alert. There's no damage at all for the side of TSI. Will Shalom is just going to be able to keep healing, keep sustaining through everything that they can dish at him. A shutdown goes over to Berja, and a massive win there for the side of High Alert.
Oh, he's a mad lad. The fact that he steals that off of that play, it seems so botched at one point. We saw CH on this Wukong so chunked, like down to like 30% HP. You definitely think you can't win that fight, but the Bear says otherwise. They're going to start up the Baron here off the back of this. Crucially, they don't have a jungler at this point, so they're going to need to make sure that Unleashed isn't able to get into this pit. They have damage, but it's not much, and you can see that the Baron is going down. It just takes a lot of time, and the response here from Team Solo Invade is most certainly coming.
Let's see, Hax again got that ward in the pit, so full information for TSI. They know the health bar on the Baron. Unleashed about to get the Nature's Grasp back up off cooldown as well, but it is the Voracious Otacon, so there are GAs on everybody, but there's the first one going to get picked up already, and now the Rite of the Arcane comes out from the Xerath. Ethereal Ice flashed away to try to stay alive. The last blast from the Xerath is going to be enough to get the withdraw. Ruka locked down as well by the Maokai, and that's going to be the W of NBK taking that last hit as well. So all of those Otacon buffs going to get wiped off, and now a Baron consideration for Team Solo Invade. CH is alive, has ult, flash, and smite. Could look for a contest here. There's a ward into the pit placed by Wheel Show 'em. Getting that information for the team. Baron down to about 50%. Wukong and Volibear on opposite sides. This one looking to set up some kind of pincer play, as now we'll show them looking to charge forward. They could try to turn onto the Volibear, but it's an amazing flank position for the Wukong. Can they take down the carries once again? And BK in the thick of things is trying to stay alive, but we'll show them is going to be able to finish off the Zereth with one more maul. RJ trying to escape, but CH chases down the Quirky. And again, the team fighting from High Alert coming alive. They take down the carries once again, and it's our third consecutive Baron start.
These sequences are so long, crewman. I mean, this starts after a fight on the Atacon is secured, and then instead of just taking the reset, which is an unwritten rule at this point in League, like 30 plus minutes, probably 25 plus minutes, it's much better just to take one objective and then reset. They decide to stay, force the Baron. They end up losing their Atacons, but of course with that timer they can still get back onto the map. So they're able to do that while of course Team Solo Invade tries to secure the Baron on their end. And things go from flip-flop to another flip-flop. It's really difficult to try to keep up with here, but of course while that happens, the next real objective is of course going to be this Elder, and securing Elder almost certainly secures you the game at this point, you've got to feel. So both teams have a very, very high priority on this, but crucially we see the three members right now from Team Solo Invade. They're not here, they're not able to contest it. A very decisive call from High Alert is very smart here.
Yeah, the respawning's just coming through, but it looks like TSI are going to be able to get to the river in time to try to contest this. Can they get the Maokai into the pit is the question. The Seraphine ultimate is great value once again, but it's only onto the front line. Watch RJ as the Wukong does get the Elder Dragon, and now the Stormbringer over the wall. We'll show him wants to put the dagger in. It's going to be the blast going over the wall, but NBK is not going to be able to survive. We'll show him. Look at that menacing bear just charging forward. They're going to be able to take down SK here. At least RJ does manage to get out this time. But the Elder and the Baron for High Alert, they might be able to try and push to end.
It's crazy that this game kind of comes down to a flip. I feel like at the end of the day, whoever gets that Elder is probably going to win the game. And we saw CH with a really clutch smite there secured. I think it was like 900 HP, so it could have gone either way, but it might have been an early smite from but it went down anyways to the side of High Alert here, and you gotta wonder if this is the dagger right now or they're going to take the resets here. We'll show them all does still have this TP, so they can continue to force if they want.
Tier 3 and Bot is going to get taken down. CH briefly locked up in the Nature's Grasp, but the side of TSI know that they can't commit for that. That you can't fight into the Elder Dragon. They just have to desperately try and clear these waves. Baron is still on for High Alert for another full minute. They have to work with as two inhibitors now been taken down.
SK is up now, but no Ornn ultimate available just yet. We do see all priority being put on these waves, trying to clear, but those cannon minions in the back are just shredding these Nexus turrets down half HP alone.
The damage on Verja. Be ready, the Arcane is going to come out now, but NBK not quite able to line up very many of these blasts. Ooh. More minion waves coming in. Still about 30 seconds on the Baron. This is going to be the last wave of Baron minions for the side of High Alert. They're getting cleared out now. Looks like they might not be able to end. We'll show them gets hooked in. The Seraphine ultimate is massive onto 3. We'll show them still surviving for now. Eventually they take down the Volibear. NBK tries to get back onto the fountain, but the Elder Dragon Laser takes down the Zereth. Now RJ on the other side of the fight. Is the Corki going to be able to carry Maokai and the rest of the squad? They take down CH, and now it's a 4v3 actually in favor of TSI. With one Nexus turret remaining and one inhibitor. Oh, the Nexus turret, the minions are going to take it down. Just that one inhibitor remaining for TSI. They're barely hanging on.
Oof. You wondered if that was going to be it there, but at the end of the day, they just weren't able to secure the game. And crucially, they get 2 inhibitors down, both Nexus turrets, so they have this timer right now. They can get back onto the map. Baron's up in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. That's a full minute before the next Elders. So all this priority can be put on this top side if they so choose, but we'll see what they decide to do right now. Taking that third inhib, though, you almost gotta feel is probably the end for this game, right? Right?
I would think so. We've seen some pretty insane games this season of Premier League already. Dorado in particular having some really wild ones, but I feel like this should be a pretty easy closeout for High Alert from this position. And like you said, I feel like just playing for top lane at this point is the obvious call. We do see some pings towards there now. We see some movement from High Alert towards that top lane. Try and pressure that last remaining inhibitor.
We'll show them all just moving down towards the spot side here. Hasn't been spotted on vision, should be able to take that red, of course. He doesn't have the TP right now, so high alert needs to be careful. They need to wait, that's right. That's exactly what he's doing right now. Oh, he is going to show. He's not going to go for the end.
The wave, okay.
He's going to focus on the wave itself. That's a great point. You almost wonder if he could have went for that.
Yeah,
you probably don't get it, but the enemy
responds.
responds.
Of TSI top lane, then yeah, you could have gone for that for sure, I think.
And it might not even be the fact that you actually get, because you probably don't have enough damage to secure it, but you most certainly force the enemy off, and it looks like he's done that anyways here, as we do see this siege on this tier 2 coming through.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no way to defend this tier 2 for TSI. They're just going to have to give that one up and make their stand here at the inhibitor turret. But now we'll show them this is great movement from High Alert. Yeah, that he's pressuring the Nexus now as the wave crashes into the tier 3 turret. And the full collapse from TSI towards the Volibear. They're going to have to sack their last inhibitor, and he just ults away. Very easy for the Volibear. Actually, the wave did get cleared out towards the top lane, so the last inhibitor will still stand for now.
Interesting. So we're actually going to see High Alert rotate to their Volibear there. I think they could have pressured that top turret right now. I think they could have had themselves a third inhib at this point. Feels like maybe a bit of a misstep there. We'll show them all that Volibear was more than safe.
For sure.
We are going to see them move back up towards this top side here, but I feel like that timer's kind of been missed now. I mean, you've got the dragon up in 15 seconds, so you need to make the decision of what you're going to do. Of course, we'll show them all on this very Volibear.
Oh, the Forge got committed to try to take down Will Stowe. He doesn't even get the reactivation. The Volibear might die, but the Baron is going to go over for sure. He's living for so long. He flashes away. The flash twisted advance to follow. They will finally take down We'll Show him, but this Baron is completely gone. I mean, they used all their ultimates to kill a Volibear, and Hax is here, but there's nothing that Hax can do.
Yeah, that flash actually ends up being the difference there. We'll show them all burns it, buys another 4 or 5 seconds, and the enemy just can't respond. There's no chance there, and he's just done such a good job on this Volibear right from the beginning of the game to now. And at 42.5 minutes, yeah, you're well past your curve. You're well past how strong you are in this game. At this point, your bell curve is peaked probably 10-15 minutes ago. So the amount of pressure that he continues to apply on this map is nothing short of phenomenal. So kudos to him. Hopefully the rest of the team can play around this a bit better. Like we talked about, that third inhib could probably be down right now, but they've done a good enough job so far. And at 43 minutes, you wonder who closes this game out now, because if it's not first Elder, it's most certainly second that seals it.
I don't think they know about... Oh, I think they do know about second Elders. They engage on his CH. The Wukong waiting a while to get off the W. Finally, he goes into Warrior Treachery. He goes for the knockup on RJ, but CH just gets shredded. Jungler down for High Alert. Now the Volibear teleporting back into the play, freshly respawned.
This is so smart.
We'll show him, he's just running straight down the mid lane. Yes, they don't have their jungler. They can't contest the objective, but you can prevent TSI from going for the objective as well by pressuring the Nexus.
This is so smart from We'll Show them all. And I love this observer highlight here, as we can see how long this game has become now for the side of Team Solo Invade. Imagine getting a pick and being in this position right now. And We'll Show them all, he's probably going to go down in this process, I think. But he can buy so much time, still has the ultimate available. So he's forcing, once again, so much pressure here from Team Solo Invade to react. He's buying time. He is going to go down. That's a bit unfortunate for sure, but I like what he did there. 60-second death timer. I'm not sure I like that one.
Ooh, he used the teleport as well. Elder is up. CH in 10. I think TSI have to go for the Elder here, right? I mean, your base is in tatters.
For sure.
You have to secure this Elder before High Alert are going to be able to regain map control.
Yeah, if We'll Show them all dies on that sequence, which he does, there's no way you don't force it right here. He's one of the strongest members on the team, if not the strongest. And, I mean, this is basically a free second Elder for you here, so you've got to wonder, Proven. You've got to wonder if this is the game
man. Oh, man.
Second Elder,
I mean...
it's so scary, though, isn't it? Because, like, your base is basically exposed right now.
Baron is not going to last for that much longer, actually, for the side of High Alert. They've got it for only about 30 more seconds. Elder obviously is going to last significantly past that. But it's going to be tough to siege. I mean, it's not amazing wave clear for High Alert, but I think it's definitely good enough against a team that doesn't have Baron, right?
Definitely, yeah. It'll definitely be good enough here for them. There's no way they can't stifle this. Now, they can't fight, but they can most certainly clear the waves. So if they're able to do that, especially with their range advantage, yeah, they might nullify a lot of this Elder Dragon. So that's one thing to take note of. But crucially right now, Team Solo Invade is looking to force those fights, but there's no neutral available right now. So this is where you want to try to find timers to make plays on the map. If you head towards top, you have camps to play for. You can fight the enemy if they try to contest those. You can play for that tier 1, that tier 2. There's lots of options that you have, but you want to be the one who's pushing the agenda right now. And you can see them on the back foot here, and High Alert's done such a good job around the second Elder.
Absolutely, just preemptively clearing out those waves in mid. Now, finally, TSI have fully grouped up. They're going to try to pressure this mid tier 2. Their Elder buff is already half gone. There's only about maybe like 90 more seconds that High Alert have to stall for till that Elder buff falls off. And then we're going to have another Baron to play for.
And maybe another Elder after too.
Maybe. Maybe. This is a wild first game, man. We might be in for a much longer day than I was expecting.
If all the games are like this, it'll be a pretty fun day too.
Absolutely.
Good sidestepping there. Still crucially, your Seraphine is chunked to half HP. Does have some sustain, of course, with that empowered W, so should be able to heal up just fine. But Team Solo Invade starting to now pressure. This is what I like to see from them. Instead of all 5 members grouping up around this wave, you send 1 member top, and it's your Ornn SK. He's going to secure that tier 1. It's nothing too crazy, but it also allows you to net this tier 2 mid here. So this Elder, while not game defining, has most certainly been impactful for Team Solo Invade.
Certainly has. We're able to get a little bit of the standing gold. We'll show them on a flank angle right now. Look at the Volibear's position. And remember, they need to catch the carries. The Nature's Grasp actually going to be used aggressively here by Unleash. Does catch out. I think that's the just the Wukong clone over there on the side. The flash engage for Unleash, but Volibear is into the back line. They're going to be able to take down NBK immediately. RJ tries to Valk away. RJ flashes, trying to stay alive, but they take down the Corki as well. And now it's just the tank slap for TSI. They're not going to be able to get it done. A beautiful flank from Will Show Them All. Not the starting top laner for High Alert, but he's the top laner that they needed. They're gonna take game 1.
It's done, Truman. It's finally done. 48-minute game. That's how long this is gonna end up playing out to be. I think you and I both didn't have this one on our bingo cards, man. Like this is a long game 1 for both teams. You'd be tired after this one, and if your Team Solo Invade, you might even be a little tilted right now. We'll have to see how well they can adapt. Of course, this is going to be their second loss of the season. Nothing too crucial by any means, but you can see how well High Alert can play when they're playing their game here. And a little bit of a spectator bug there, it seemed like, but we are going to close this game right now on 48 minutes. So, crewman, how are you feeling?
Oh man, I'm already getting tired. It's only the first game.
Yeah, me too.
That was crazy. And I mean, such massive props to High Alert. They actually took the team fights to Team Solo Invade. Like that's
yeah, they did.
The first time all season I think that I've actually seen TSI get out team fought. And it was We'll Show 'em on this bear. I mean, they were just able to consistently find the carries. It felt like it was always the Volibear. And CH had a pretty great game on the Wukong as well. But they just did such a great job of finding the carries consistently in those fights.
They did, and a couple fights went awry. One fight that comes to mind is trying to chase RJ when we all got basically one-shotted, 3 or 4 members of us there towards that banana bush. But all in all, it turned out to just be such a well executed game from them, and the early game didn't go like how they were hoping. Most certainly 3 or 4 of those objectives were secured for the opposite side, so that can make a bit of a difference for you. But as the game progressed, you could really see off the back of Volibear and that Wukong how much pressure they were able to exert, and getting a win like that is massive here in this game 1 here. Puts you in a really good spot, and I think you're ready to rock. And to answer our question before, we were wondering who would have the most damage, whether it be Volibear, whether or not We'll Show Them All, and he most certainly did. So 51.5k, kudos to him, but not the most damage in the game, crewman.
That is true. NBK is going to take that title at almost 57k in a 48-minute game. Both of those guys over 1,000 damage per minute. They're really impressive stuff. And yeah, it's really interesting as well. I like that you highlighted the fact that the start of that game seemed like it was going exactly Team Solo Invade's way, right? They were getting all those early neutrals that felt like they were controlling the map really nicely, but it just was the side of High Alert able to pull them apart in those critical moments to actually pick up the victory. I think I know who my front runner is for POG, Turk. Are you thinking the same thing I am?
Just, yeah, spill the beans. Let her out.
Yeah, it's got to be the Bear, I think, for this
100%.
one. No doubt about it. We'll show them all. Again, swapping up to top lane for tonight, and had the R5 counter pick, pulled out the Volibear, and made it look really, really good. So, good stuff there. And High Alert now, one game away from handing Team Solo Invade their first match loss of the season. We'll see if they can do it, guys, after the short break.
See you soon.
All right, everybody, welcome back to BOL Premier. We are jumping directly into our Game 2 Champion Select. High Alert able to pick up the win in game number 1. What was a very back and forth affair. What are we expecting here in game number 2, Turk?
That is the question, isn't it, Crewman? Exactly what happens for this game number 2, and I'm very curious myself to see exactly how this ends up piloting out. Of course, we do see high alert on that blue side, as mentioned previous. Curiosity does become the cat. You wonder what first pick comes through. Now, is it going to be something like the Jinx? Jinx seem to have risen in prio a little bit lately from what I've noticed in my castings here, so could be an option for them. Although, honestly, I'm not... Okay. Done.
Good call, Turk.
Done.
That's why we pay you the big bucks.
That's right. Yeah. Somebody. That's great.
Yeah,
Red
the
side
band's
here.
pretty interesting. Looks like we do have a couple of change-ups from game number 1. Deluxe getting banned out by TSI. They're going to leave the Nocturne open this time around. For the side of High Alert, they do have the same bans before. Skarner looks like it's going to be the option here for Team Solo Invade this time around. This is another champion that is definitely in Unleashed's wheelhouse. You know, despite that game 1 loss, I don't expect TSI to really be changing up their style too much. I'm expecting a lot of frontline again and a couple of carries for mid and AD.
This immediately puts a lot of high priority on something like a Lulu pick. So you wonder if B2, B3, if we're going to see High Alert pick that up. Of course, there are count. Oh, there we go, right there. Okay.
Oh,
That makes a lot of sense because if you're going to index into the Twitch, then yes, you might as well pivot and make sure you can get the Lulu with that too. So looks like the Melio is going to be the answer. I don't mind the Melio one bit. I feel like a noob for asking this, but I'm 90% sure I know. But you should be able to just Melio alt the Skarner abduct, right? That feels like a dumb question. Yeah, okay, that felt like a dumb question. I figured you could. That makes the most sense. So, I mean, in that essence, it's quite good into the Skarner, into the Lulu itself, and we are going to see a Nocturne being picked up here. So, more of a dive style champion into something like a Lulu can be a little tricky for you, but we'll see how well you can pilot it as we do see this Twitch now being locked in here. And that's a good phase 1 from both teams, but I really do like Team Solo Invade's phase 1 right now myself.
Yeah, it's their bread and butter once again. You know, it definitely is maybe a little bit different for Hacks, is normally more of an engaged player. They're going to be playing an Enchanter this time around, but I feel like that should be totally fine. You know, it does have a few games on the Lulu that we can see on the op.gg there, so not a stranger to the champion by any means. And taking a look at the second ban phase here, it looks like Team Solo Invade, they're going to be looking towards the mid lane, trying to ban out a couple of options away from Ethereal Ice. Thin out that champ pool a bit for High Alert. I wonder if they're going to be doing the same. Yeah, the Victor are going to be taken away from NBK.
A lot of mid priority being put on here. These second phase bans. That Victor, that one makes sense. Just a really safe control mage. It's done quite well in the meta, and Faker was really the one who brought that out. It seemed like other pros just weren't picking it. They were picking Orianna, Syndra, etc. But no, he said Victor's the way to go, and it seems like he's risen in a lot of priority. And not to just be a Faker fanboy about that, but something about Faker playing champions makes people kind of want to play those champions too. So it's nice to see that Victor's getting the love that he deserves. We do see that Camille ban and that Ziggs ban coming through here. So this R4, you wonder what it's going to be. You can almost certainly guarantee it's going to be a mid, though.
One would think, yes, but at the same time, you know, NBK, one of the main carries for this squad, for TSI specifically, I think they might want to give him the counter pick. We'll see. I mean, it definitely, you know, the fact that We'll Show Them had the counter pick in the previous game definitely worked out really well for High Alert, so there is that side of it as well.
Good call. I'm glad you called that out because it makes total sense. If you're gonna just weak side top lane anyways, that's the style of your team. You might as well just draft that R4 pick, and the Gragas is a perfect disengage option for you. Really hard to be able to dive or really kill that champion with all the sustain that he has too. So Orianna's gonna get locked in. Orianna Nocturne is a combo that I don't think you or I have seen in probably a while. If I had to guess, I haven't seen it in a while, but it's still very strong. So the interaction with those two champions themselves almost guarantees that the shockwave is going to land on multiple members with that Nocturne, because you could just press that shockwave before he lands, and then for whatever reason in the coding, it won't go off until Nocturne's made connection with the target he's ulted. So that'll be nice. And if you want to layer another global on top of that, you could do that too.
This is kind of a Nocturne comp, basically, is what High Alert have put together with that Shen lock-in. I mean, that's very cohesive. That's a very synergistic composition. But At the same time, I appreciate what you were pointing out earlier about how it can be difficult to pilot the Nocturne into a champion like Lulu specifically that has that sort of single target to, peel and support capabilities. So I do think the Nocturne's going to have to choose his targets pretty carefully. But, I mean, maybe when you factor the Shockwave in there as well, Wild Growth only hits one person. Shockwave can hit multiple, so maybe it's fine.
There's lots of threats, excuse me, from the side of High Alert. I mean, that Jinx is going to be absolutely there with Emilio being able to buff up, with a Shen to be able to protect Orianna and Nocturne as well. So Jinx is going to be really strong. Nocturne's going to be strong, as you mentioned, as you highlighted. Orianna's going to be able to scale and continue to be that impact in that mid to late game. Level 9 is when that champion really starts to come online, and then equally so on the opposite side, Team Solo Invade. I've liked the comp that they've drafted too. The Phase 1 I was a big fan of, that Skarner, all that guaranteed CC, that lockdown, and you also have more CC to layer on top of that now, so that champion's strength is just increased momentously off of that. So the Twitch Lulu, that's a great combination. In isolation does well into the Jinx, so we'll see how well that ends up going through the Gragas. It's perfect for them because that's just a nice weak side champion that they can draft nice and safe. And of course you're going to get that Viger, your R5 counter pick, which could be the deal breaker or maker for this team right here.
Yeah, that Veigar R5 is extremely interesting. That's, I think, going to have to be our main point of focus for the rest of our draft conversation. I do think it pairs really well specifically with the front line that Team Solo Invade have drafted, right? The fact that Skarner and Gragas both have that displacement. They can force people into the event horizon. That can work out really nicely. But how do you feel, Turk, about the matchup into the Orianna specifically for the Tiny Master of Evil?
I think it'll be fine. I think you'll be able to farm for free because Orianna, as I mentioned previous, really isn't that strong until about level 9, and at that point Viger also has a lot of kill threat too, so in that matchup, I would actually favor the Viger when it comes to that. I think he's quite strong in this situation here too, especially with the Nocturne having to dive in. Now, in isolation, I think you'll have the advantage on the Orianna for a while. Eventually, the Ori can start to outtrade you and whatnot, but the Viger pick makes a lot of sense to me. I quite like it here. We'll just see how well it does into Emilio and a Jinx and Ori who can keep their distance. So do you catch those members off guard, right? Are we able to burn that Emilio all before the cage lands? These are the questions that you kind of wonder here. And both teams, honestly, Crewman, I think they've drafted pretty nice comps. Like, both of them make sense to me.
I agree. I really enjoy both of these drafts as well. Yeah, there's like the question also of like, if Veigar can burst down the Nocturne before the Shen ultimate can finish channeling, then that could be a really one-sided way for TSI to win the fight. But, the Nocturne also can be really powerful into the Veigar. The Spell Shield can get a ton of value. Obviously, if you can time it with the ultimate, that's ideal. But being able to use the Spell Shield to get out of the event horizon can be really, really effective as well. So it's going to come down to gameplay for sure. I think both of these compositions have some really clear win conditions. It's going to be really fun to see who can exert their will on the game more this time around. Turk, if we do have like a really scrappy back and forth affair like we had last game, like a really kind of chaotic, game state for most of the time, do you feel like that would favor one of these compositions over the other?
Yeah, Team Solo Invade for sure. They're not as alt-centric to me. Like, you really want a Shockwave, you really want Nocturne Paranoia. I think you don't necessarily need the Shen ult, but it really makes the biggest of differences, and of course Melio a little bit too with that ult. So I think in like scrappy fights, things where cooldowns might not matter as much, or they extend for longer durations, or just catch people off guard, basic abilities are going to be way more impactful for the side of Team Solo Invade. So those skirmishy, scrappy fights when those ultimates are down are going to be crucial for them, and they can find those timers too. Like, Twitch is one of those really sneaky little champions. You can just get behind and absolutely shred people, and a lot of the times what you'll see into the Twitch is something like a Braum, because Braum tends to counter that champion really, really well. You just throw up your shield and he can't penetrate, so what do? You're kind of just screwed. So you look for those flank angles, and in this instance, nobody can really stop that. I guess Shen kind of can. So I don't know how much impact or if we're really going to be looking out for that, but I mean, if you pay attention, you could definitely prevent team fights from happening. But Twitch is going to be an X factor here too. So both carries for the side of Team Solo Invade are the ones that I'm watching. And while I'm looking at high alert, I'm really watching that Nocturne. I'm watching whether or not CH can actually manage to take this game into his own hands, because I feel like he's kind of left out on an island a lot of the time. Like if you're not getting a stand united, you're going to be going in solo, it feels like. So how well can Nocturne play into a Lulu, into a Gragas, into a Vigar, into a Skarner? That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, I 100% agree. It's really, it feels like for the side of high alert, it's going to come down to them choosing their moments, right? Because like you were talking about as well, the fact that TSI in general, in like the average skirmish, their basic abilities have more value, have a little bit more threat. The side of high alert are more ult dependent with this composition. So it's really going to come down to, I think, that Nocturne Orianna combo. As you know, when you draft these two champions together, that's what it's all about, right? You've got to make that combo work. You've got to find a lot of value with those paranoid shockwaves. So we're going to see if that is going to come through. You know, if the other side, like your highlights as well, the fact that RJ could be a really big difference maker on this Twitch. We'll see if he's going to be as sneaky as that bear was last game. It was a very sneaky bear that we saw before. But Rats can be pretty sneaky as well. Overall, Turk, how are you feeling about these compositions? Are you leaning one way or the other this time around?
I like them both, as we mentioned previous. In the drafts themselves, the way that the champions were picked made a lot of sense. That's where we talked about the Lulu priority going up.
Yeah.
Now, of course, the Lulu was snatched up in that R2 spot right there. The Twitch being that counter into the Jinx. A lot of the picks that were drafted, all of the picks, frankly, as far as I'm concerned, make a lot of sense here. But if I had to take a pick, I'd probably give it to Team Solo Invade. I really like the Orianna Shockwave with the Nocturne all combo, but you can't always execute that. And even if you do execute it, it's going to be on a longer cooldown. So in those extended trades, if you don't get that upfront damage, that kill, one or two of them, then you're going to have a lot of trouble. And Lulu tends to counter any sort of dive champion. So I find it hard to believe that Nocturne's going to be able to get away with it scot-free every single time.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is a composition as well where if you fall behind on the side of high alert, you can run out of tools, run out of avenues pretty quickly. But they're up 1-0 in the series, looking for a 2-0 potentially tonight, which would be a result that I don't think anybody was predicting heading into this one. It was a hard-fought loss in game number 1 for the side of Team Solo Invade. We'll see if they're going to be able to rally and bounce back to bring us to that game number 3. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be on to the Rift right after this. All right, everybody, back on the Rift we go for our second game of the day. Really crazy first one. If anybody is just joining us, that was a very hard-fought win for High Alert in game number 1. Very back-and-forth game. They managed to win against Mountain Soul when Team Solo Invade had triple frontline. It was really crazy game. Just some big plays and some key moments is what allowed High Alert to secure the victory. See if they're going to be able to find that again here in game number 2.
Yeah, game 1 was definitely pay-per-view. No doubt about it. Like a 48-minute absolute slugfest banger. Throws left, right, and center. Great plays. Same deal. Left, right, and center. Game 1 was very entertaining. So if you missed it, I definitely recommend going back to catch that one when you can. But make sure you give yourself some time. You're going to need at least an hour for that one. It was good. But as we do see here, both teams once again just doing that 5-point, that stock standard. We are going to see that ward coming down on Nocturne's topside quadrant, so he is going to be spotted. Of course, that Nocturne is just looking to do that full clear, get to that level 6 as fast as you can. Right around that 5.5, 6 minute mark is when he starts to come online. And of course, with that Skarner unleashed, we want to see him ganking as much as possible.
Yeah, definitely. Both junglers going to be starting on the top side of the map. And, you know, Skarner does also obviously have a big spike at level 6, but certainly, you're quite right, Turk, has much stronger early ganking capabilities than something like the Nocturne, so I wouldn't mind one bit. See Unleashed go for something early. The fact that they are mirroring each other's paths towards the bottom side does lead me to believe that, you know, we'll get maybe a fight for the Scuttle Crab, if anything. So we'll show them to find a nice early trade here. It's a level 2 over SK's Gragas.
It's a lot of damage that a Shen actually brings. You land that taunt on top of the blade, like things really start to change for you. That's like 2 or 3 empowered autos, and they're all chunking SK there. Of course, that Gragas will be able to sustain, but you definitely have to be careful.
Definitely do, especially after Will Showlem's performance in the previous game.
Yes.
SK is really going to need to, you know, and I'm remembering as well in the earlier minutes of the previous game, you know, the ill-fated attempts from TSI to gank We'll Show Them All, just really not working out whatsoever. And on Shen again here, I feel like, absolutely, yeah. I feel like he's not going to be a very gankable target this game either. We'll have to see.
Oh, once again, we see another one. Yeah, I mean, taking one of those crewmen, that's not lane ending, but tanking 2 or 3 of them, that most certainly is. And SK needs to be super careful here. You can see he's already forced to get that reset in here, so he's going to have to TP, and his conditions aren't going to be very good at all. He only has 13 CS at this point right now, so hardly any gold, just enough to grab himself a tier, so that's somewhat of a saver. The tier's okay, you can start to stack a little bit sooner, but that's not an opportune reset timer at all.
The junglers are going to meet here in the South River, as we predicted, but it's bot prio for High Alert. So CH is going to move on to that Scuttle Crab, Unleashed, wrapping around into the Banana Brush, but in the end, not going to be able to contest for the Shellfish. And it's looking like a double Scuttle probably going to come through here for CH. Fantastic start for the Nocturne, but Unleashed, a potential wraparound. An early gank angle, perhaps, as the Melio just says no.
Nice soccer ball there. Very nice, just disengaging that there, and crucially, you're right, this is going to be a double Scuttle. That's really going to give a lot of tempo going towards this Nocturne here, and that's exactly what we want to see on the side of High Alert here. So netting that up, that's going to allow him to clear his topside quadrant. You see his Gromp coming up, and he has not stopped farming. Perma farm. So he's done a really good job of being able to min-max that, so he's definitely ahead of the curve right now. That feels really good there, and while this Twitch and this Lulu pick, they do well into the Jinx and Melio, that takes time. At least till level 6. Anything before then, Jinx is going to have a lot of this priority, and that's exactly why we see that double Scuttle coming through.
Absolutely. And it's phenomenal for CH's Nocturne as well, for the reasons you were highlighting earlier, how he spikes so massively at level 6. That's really just what you want to play for as the Nocturne, is get to that level 6 as quickly as possible, and that is exactly what CH is doing. Junglers are going to be mirroring each other once again, but yeah, CH 3-camp lead right now over Unleashed Skarner at the moment.
He's sitting on a lot of gold right now too, so as soon as he gets his Raptors in, I'd like to see him get his reset. He's going to be about halfway through that level 5, if I'm not mistaken, after that Raptor camp, so he's going to put himself in a good spot here for sure off that double Scuttle. Looks like he is going to path them. No, this makes sense. You might as well take your Krug, get your reset, and then he has that option to play for those grubs, which is what he should be doing right now. If anybody recognizes some side of high alert and they try to contest this dragon, they're going to be so down in tempo.
Yeah. So I do like this call from Team Solo Invade as well, right?
Me too, yeah.
Kind of being able to identify that Nocturne can't be level 6 quite yet. So this should be a pretty easy take on this first dragon. As well timed as well with the push out for the bottom lane. So we can see Verja and Rucha just getting that push back out now. First dragon will go over. And yeah, CH, I believe, just one camp away on this Nocturne at the moment from level 6 is very, very close. So we'll have to see as well what that first Paranoia is going to be able to get done.
He should get it off the first grub, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe so.
So he should get his ultimate right then and there, which puts him at about 6.5 minutes here, which is really good timing here for this ult. So he's going to have that. That's going to put him in a good spot, of course, and I think wisely so. High Alert just recognizes that, yeah, that dragon's going to be gone. That's okay, let's concede it. Instead, we now have the tempo to get out on this map and play topside. And look at that buy, too. Right, we see that buy that comes through on Nocturne. That is crazy right now. He's sitting on about 1,700 gold all said and done there. So picking that up right now makes him extremely strong and very deadly at this level 6 power spike.
Yeah, I imagine it's probably going to be the Stride Breaker first with that team I picked up for CH. It's always interesting. Nocturne can sometimes go for like the full lethality build where you're actually just looking to one-shot the squishies. But when you're playing against double front line as well as the Lulu, I think more of the Bruisery Nocturne build makes sense. You know, obviously CH running the Conqueror this game as well, so getting a little bit of health in the builds going to help out quite a lot.
This is a bit of a lull state right now. We'll show them all. Starting to lose to a bit of this poke here from SK. As you can see, him starting to zone out. CS very even towards that top side. CS very even towards the bot and mid as well. So no real discrepancies other than in the jungle so far from either team here. As we do see a contest
Unleashed
on
is going to find the level 6 Nocturne, who does get the smite on the red buff as well. He has the fear off onto Unleashed, but CH might be in a little bit of trouble here. Both mid laners rotating over. The Paranoia utilized to escape, and the taunt comes through as well onto SK. The Gragas, a really nice explosive cast there from SK to disengage. Nobody going to go down. Trade of a couple of ultimates as now NBK looking for some damage. Best watch out for the shockwave. Unleash is not going to find, and he ends up on the other side of the wall. Now NBK going down so low. The Veigar will be able to walk that one off as the shockwave had already been used by Ethereal. Oh, this might be a little bit too much from CH. Looking for the Raptor take, but that's 2 levels up now on the Skarner. Unleash going down quite low. The Raptor is going to reset. Skarner flashes away. Will be able to stay alive.
CH is doing such a good job in this game number 2. He just forces off, takes the red, and at the end, usually when you burn your first Paranoia as a Nocturne, you want to find a kill, because that's how you really start to accelerate. But that Paranoia makes sense to me too, because you deny the red, you get out in the process. You don't get the flash from Gragas, but you chunk him down. You're able to walk in, you secure those Raptors as well, which puts you at level 7, as you mentioned, and Unleashed still not level 6 here at 8:45, close to 9 minutes, and still not level 6.
Yeah, Skarner, as you can see here, is about 30 CS down in that jungle matchup. It's a massive lead right now for CH on the Nocturne.
Yeah, and he also now has the perfect, most free full clear too. He can just start right at his top side, path all the way down, secure his red in the process, and by that point his ultimate should be up. So he's in just such a good spot right now. And kudos to CH here, because this whole early game from him, really just honestly immaculate. He's done such a good job with it.
Absolutely. While we have the time, Turk, there is actually one more fun fact, one more stat that I really wanted to share. And I do think, a pretty nice explosive cast there, but we'll show him with the dash, just barely able to not get knocked into the turret. But yes, my fun fact for us is leading into tonight, at the end of week number 3, according to the stats that we had recorded, the 5 starting members of Team Solo Invade had the top 5 highest KDAs in the entire league. So that just puts into perspective, I think, a little bit more how favored they were heading into this matchup. And just makes it all the more impressive, the fact that High Alert are putting themselves into such fantastic positions.
Yeah, it's always nice to get stats. You always get a nice perspective on things. Being top 5 in KDA, that should tell you exactly how all the other series have gone for them. And yeah, they definitely had their hat handed to them in this one. Game 1, it was close. They had a lot of opportunities to be able to close that one out here. And unfortunately, they weren't able to do that in the game 1, but in game 2 right here, themselves, yeah, you can see they're sitting at about 2k gold deficit. Nothing too crazy by any means, but as you mentioned, yeah, High Alert's just done such a good job of controlling the pace of these games, it feels like.
Paranoia gonna be utilized again,
Uh-oh.
but that might be a little bit deep. The Shockwave does catch the Skarner, but Unleashed now is relatively tanky. The Fear does come through, and they're not able to burst down the Nocturne. Unleashed is the one losing out most of the health bar, but not going to go down. Another
Seems
Paranoia.
a little overforced. Seems a little overforced to me, crewman. I'm not sure if I like the target being unleashed on that Skarner. I can understand it, but of course now you don't have those ultimates here, and SK is around. Looks like we might not see a contest here from Team Solo Invade, but Lulu is coming. Hax is very close, but that's going to be 6 grubs going down, mister.
It sure is. It sure is. And, you know, I on the whole, agree with you. You know, the target selection being the Skarner is not necessarily optimal, but it kind of worked out really nicely for him, right? The fact that they chunked out Unleashed meant that the Skarner couldn't easily get into the river to try to contest the grubs, and that just meant a free objective over to High Alert.
Yeah, mid to long term, that sequence 100% works out for them. So if they had that mindset going into it, then 100% it makes sense. There's no question about it. Results don't lie, and 6 Void Grubs is nothing to scoff at here. As you get out on the map too, you can also now set up for this dragon. So it feels like all these neutrals can be yours if you want them. Just look at the permanent prio that we see Vergia and Rucha. We got corrected for that, which is great.
And I have been corrected on Vergia's pronunciation in previous weeks as well.
Oh,
It's
no.
Vergia, not Vergia. It's
Vergia?
You don't pronounce the I, right? Yeah,
Oh,
it's Vergia.
Why do they do this to us, man?
Yeah.
We'll play the blame game.
That's true. It is all their fault for not having more pronounceable names. We can put this on the
Gaslight
players.
them.
Fine with me.
Oh god. But excuse me, they've just done such a good job of just having so much prio in this bot lane. Like that Twitch is a counter pick into the Jinx, but you won't have the counter pick early on. You get pushed in permanent. Unleashed fishing.
Vergia possibly going to get impaled. Flash away for the Jinx. Very nice. Stays alive. The event horizon is pretty good, but NBK not really able to get a lot of damage down there. In goes the Paranoia once again. Unleashed down to about 50% on the Skarner, but now the Nocturne may have gone a little bit too far. The Stand United does come out. He flashes away. He stays alive. And the Shen, actually got interrupted there. The first blood finally is going to get picked up. It's the Twitch that gets it. And now Vergia and Rucha have to retreat underneath their tier 1 turret. Ethereal is here, does find 2 with the Shockwave, and Tornado picked up by Hax as well. The Lulu has to flash away, will survive. Just that 1 kill going over, which is pretty crazy 13 minutes into this game.
I'm surprised once again to see that Paranoia come through when it does. We just didn't have Ethereal Ice on the Orianna there to be able to actually play for that fight. It just felt like taking that 3v4 was so risky, and it turned out to be. I mean, Team Solo Invade, it feels like they basically just got a free objective off of that play right there, and of course, once again, your Paranoia is down, so you need to buy some more time before that ultimate comes up, and that's now the first Paranoia for sure that hasn't been that beneficial at all. It's actually done the opposite. So first blood going down in the process. Of course, that goes to RJ as well on his Twitch, and he needed that.
Yeah, that's exactly where you want the gold if you are a TSI fan. But I think you're absolutely right, Turkey. We'll show him. Are you okay up here? The Shen? Maybe we keep looking at the Shen for right now. He's going to be able to dash over the wall. Did also have to use the flash. We'll show them to get away. And SK also using the flash, though, to try to secure the kill. So a trade of flashes for the top laners. We'll show them will survive. But I think you hit the nail on the head with your analysis of that last fight. Just the fact that Ethereal Ice wasn't there to put the ball on the Nocturne when he went in was the critical thing. And that's, you know, something we talked about a lot, even in the draft, right? The fact that the Orianna Nocturne combo is how this composition for High Alert is going to live or die.
And you just see the issue, too, when CH is the only member going into 3 or 4 of them. You can just get kited so easily, and that's what happened in that fight, for sure. I mean, at one point, it looks like you can collapse on RJ, but the Wild Growth comes in from Lulu, buys so much more space and time, too, and you really can't. So at that point, yeah, we get that kill. That's first item here completed for RJ as well, so he's now on the same power spike as this Jinx, and that's exactly where you want to be, because now you can start to really threaten. Especially once you get your 2 items, you're so much stronger, but now you have those windows to find those cheeky kills on this Jinx.
Absolutely. We did have those 6 grubs go over, of course, earlier, which is great for High Alert. But the fact that 2 dragons now for Team Solo Invade, gonna feel pretty good for them as well. It's gonna be an Ocean Soul this game, Turk. So, you know, not quite as much frontline for TSI as they had in the previous game, but still the Skarner And the Grog is going to be really happy to see that Ocean Soul on the table.
Yeah, more sustain is not always a bad thing at all. Being able to net that up is going to be nice. If you can survive the initial burst, then 100%. When it comes to that Ocean Souls can be very clutch for you. So we do see Unleashed fishing around. And SK's just done such a good job in this lane too, hasn't he? I mean, look at the damage of that turret. Early on, it seemed a little shaky. A couple of those taunts landing and all the extra damage that came through from Shen seemed a little scary. But the amount of sustain that SK has on this Gragas is coming through, and what's that, 3.5? That might have been 4 plates that he netted up himself there, so he's done a really good job in isolation here. Sitting at 4.5k, so they've actually, funny enough, we do see Shen having a little bit more gold, but...
The spell shield's gonna fall off, the Nocturne's in trouble, he's gonna get impaled, and the Event Horizon locks him down as well. Beautifully set up by Unleashed. The rest of the team was there to follow through, and that's 2 kills now for TSI.
As I try to carry on my ramble, it goes for too long. Really good decision there from Unleashed. He's able to net that up, and as you mentioned, that spell shield, just a little bit mistimed there, and that's a big play coming in from the side of Team Solo Invade. He's gonna net from this Rift Herald on top of that too.
It sure is, and that is the 3rd neutral objective. That's gonna be the feat of monster slaying for TSI. They're also 1 kill away from the feat of warfare. We'll show them all getting dangerously low. Race for the first turret happening right now. Looks like Versha is going to be able to pick that one up. Now excited is the Jinx, looking to kite forward, but can't auto-attack an invisible target. There's the Rift Herald going over. SK going to be able to secure that top lane tier 1 as well. Now it all comes down to the kills. Who is going to get to 3 kills first and get their fancy shoes?
First brick taken down from the side of High Alert, and that's great. Being able to net that extra gold on Jinx, probably sitting on a lot if I had to guess at this point right now. Well on her way to her 2nd item, so Phantom Dancer tier 2 is being completed, is going to get back on the map and be that much more strong at this point right now. But SK is able to equalize, get that turret himself, just of course not being that first brick. So as you mentioned, the feat's really now the ones in question here, and we'll have to see exactly how that goes.
Yeah. The gold is still a slight advantage for High Alert. Looks like that is mostly in the jungle still. You know, CH, despite dying a couple of times, still has a pretty hefty gold lead over the Skarner, about 700 gold. That is most of the lead for High Alert.
Yeah, sitting on a lot of gold too, 1,700 right now in his inventory. He's going to want to get that reset in, I would think, before this dragon to be as strong as possible, but
RJ, sneaky. There's the Stand United is going to get forced out. As we'll show them looking to defend the AD carry. RJ slowed up now, has to flash away from the taunt. Now we'll show him might be in trouble. It's Polymorph looking to kite this one out. A lot of damage coming out from that Heartsteel Skarner. Dragon coming up very soon, imminently, Turk. We have our first Ocean Dragon.
Stand United was burned in the process.
The catch on the side, NBK looking for just a little bit more. The explosive cask as well, but it can't break through the shield. We'll show them will barely survive. It does have teleport as well. Meanwhile, the Impale comes through. That's onto the Nocturne again. The Shockwave does come out to try to save the jungle. The Paranoia utilized as well, but he just can't quite get out that last little bit of damage. Unleashed will survive. CH will not. All 3 kills for Team Solo Invade on the enemy jungler. That is going to get them the feats, and that should secure them the dragon as well. RJ looking for something. The Event Horizon. Yeah, Rucha is going to be able to get back underneath the turret.
No,
and really, I mean, true.
Ooh. Yeah, that 100%, that could have been a kill right then and there, but I mean, good for them. Team Solo Invade has done such a good job around these neutrals, being able to set up around these waves to play for those neutrals, and they've done exactly what they've needed to do here in this team comp, crewman. Oh, Jinx.
Good attempt there from Berja, but not going to get the steal. And all of TSI kind of peeling off this one. There's his guy Skarner doesn't do the dragon quickly, but it looks like it's not going to be contested.
No, I'm a little surprised to see, but nevertheless, they are going to be able to pick this up. They definitely need to get the resets in here as soon as they can to spend the gold that they just got from that team fight. Now securing that dragon, that puts you at soul point at 20 minutes into the game, which is exactly what you want. Now you have the option to play for that soul when that Baron comes up, so you now have a lot of those options if your team solo invade, and we'll see how well they can play around that as we move into that later stage.
Absolutely. You know, I think you're quite right in your assertion that TSI have been doing a great job this game. in getting that control and setting up for these objectives, right? Getting prio in the lanes that they need, and just kind of executing based on that and not overstepping, right? But kind of by the same token, I feel like High Alert, they need to do a better job of finding these angles, right? It feels like they're kind of just like opting into these face-offs in the mid lane or in the river, when their composition really should be more utilized in trying to find isolated targets and splitting apart these fights, right? It feels like they're kind of opting in to what TSI want to be doing.
Yeah, it's really off the back of that paranoia and the shockwave combo, and we just haven't seen that. We saw it once towards mid on Unleashed, chunking the Skarner, netting themselves those 6 Void Grubs. That's great, but since then it's been nothing, and RJ fishing again.
Oh yeah, the spray and pray is going to force out the Stand United again. The paranoia does come out, but again, the Nocturne doesn't have the shockwave. Doing a Death Rocket is going to get out a bunch of damage. RJ, though, just has the heal. He's totally fine, and now here's the Skarner, the flash away for CH necessary to get away from that Impale. Would have been another death on the Nocturne. So those are, I mean, that's ult and flash off of CH. Doesn't really get anything for it. It's Shen down as well.
You can constantly see RJ fishes for these, and he burns globals consistently.
Yeah.
When he pops his R, so does Shen, so does Nocturne. So Team Solo, they can play around this fact too. They can trade that Twitch R for multiple globals, and if they're willing to make that trade, it puts them in a really good spot on the rest of the map here. So RJ's done a good job on this Twitch. While early game things didn't go as planned, maybe like what they were hoping for, with that first brick going down against them, but he's been able to recoup really well off the fact that he got that 1 kill in that bot lane. So kudos to him, man. He's looking very strong at this point right now, and he's probably sitting on a lot of gold himself, and he might even be able to get this mid-tier 1.
Very close,
here,
not
good
quite
wave
able to get it just yet. Yeah, the rockets from Berja clear out that wave very quickly. Yeah, the Rat has been extremely sneaky, and you don't pick Twitch Lulu for lane anyways, right? I'm sure they're not really too bothered by the fact that the early laning phase didn't go their way, because RJ has absolutely been able to find a ton of value once he set up shop here in the mid lane. Has to be a little bit careful, as the Jinx does have a lot of range. The rocket blocked very nicely by Hacks, but still, Berja able to get RJ chunked down pretty low. NBK, though, thankfully is here to cover the mid lane, while RJ gets off a little bit of a reset.
Things get easier for the Twitch, too. Now, you need to be careful of instances like that. Bad timings can most certainly get you killed, but this game only gets better for you now. Of course, you have your second item completed. You're on pace with Berja on this Jinx.
Okay, there is the paranoia shockwave combo, but Lulu is going to be able to survive. She flashes away to get back underneath the turret, and it's just a little bit too over-forced for High Alert there. I mean, I appreciate what they tried to go for. The Twitch spray and pray, so much damage. The flash and the heal from Rucha to barely stay alive. The Event Horizon connects, and that's going to be the flash off of Berja as well. And again, it's the side of TSI. They just end up walking away with a little bit more.
It's a front-loaded burst from High Alert. If they aren't able to get those kills off that initial engage, then it seems like they can't clean things up. You need that Nocturne Orianna ball to connect on key members, and you almost got Hacks, but he managed to flash away. And crucially, I think it was NBK there, he flashed it as well, and he was able to just get out of range of that. And once that happens, it becomes very hard for you to be able to win these fights, because consistently the damage just isn't as much there for you. You have your Jinx, sure, but you're so ultimate-centric on this team.
Yeah, I mean, I think that play could have still maybe worked out for High Alert if they weren't going for it when their opponents were underneath the tier 1 turret, right? If High Alert just had a little bit more space, you know, Nocturne gets the movement speed from the Q, right? He can spell shield the Event Horizon, but you can't chase underneath the turret. So that being there just meant that Team Solo Invade were easily able to, like you said, they were able to flash away from the Orianna damage. They stayed alive, and they were able to push back really nicely. They didn't get any kills in the counterpunch, but the fact that High Alert didn't get anything is really the main takeaway. Dragon is spawning now. River control for High Alert at the moment. As we can see, TSI looking to force their way in.
Both top laners just trying to make the move to be able to choke each other out of this team fight themselves, but as you can see, mid-wave not being prioritized. Beautiful cage.
And Horizon, they just obliterate Rucha before the fight even starts. The Wild Growth comes out now to keep the jungler alive as into the backline goes Unleashed. They're able to take down the Jinx, and it's an absolute wipe in the fight. Team Solo Invade wipe the floor with them. The clean ace comes through. The quadra kill for RJ. Ocean Soul on top, and just like that, Turk I think this game is pretty much done.
You gotta feel like it is, don't you? It's so tricky for you. When you're playing against a Viger, anytime that you funnel into a choke is almost certain death with that cage being available, and that's exactly what it was there for Rucha. He just ended up getting blown up. Didn't even have enough time to burn his ultimate or anything, and you know that's going to happen. And NBK, 2-0-6, done a really good job of being able to just pace himself, get into this later stage of the game, sitting at level 15, close to that 16. Once he has those 3 points in that ultimate, I don't think anybody's going to survive. He just gets it himself here. So now they have this Baron, give their resets, get back onto the map, and TSI definitely in firm control of this one.
Absolutely. They do now have a pretty comfortable gold lead for themselves, about 3.5k. For TSI, they have the Soul, they have the Baron. And now once a team gets themselves into this kind of position, Turk, of course, I always like to see how cleanly they can close things out.
Well, that's exactly what we need to see from them right now. You don't want to give up too many. You don't want to give up too many kills at all. I mean, one time RJ going down, that's 800 gold. That's an objective in and of itself. These are things that you don't want to give away to the enemy team. And as much as we praise CH for his early game and being able to get all those CS advantages that he still has about 30-35 CS at this point right now, but it hasn't amounted to a single thing on the map. 0 kills for your team right now, and while yes, you definitely outpace the enemy jungle, we've just seen too much impact from the rest of the team here. And being in this position that you're in right now, there are windows to get back in it, but the problem is something like RJ right here.
Here he goes. Verja is just going to get shredded by the crossbow bolts. RJ is dominating as 3-item Twitch.
Dude.
There was a Jinx there, and then there wasn't. It's NBK on a spree as well. Baron's still on for over 90 seconds. This might be the final push right here.
Yeah, this could be the game. We got 24 seconds on Melio, the shortest death timer here. Of course, we got 2 members. Ethereal Ice with that Shockwave does have it available to try to clear the wave, but you gotta feel like it's probably done right here. I don't know. They have a little bit of a wave trying to force. We'll show them all off here.
Yeah, they're zoning the Shen away from being involved.
Maybe
yeah,
not.
the wave does get thinned out. And RJ doesn't have the most range on this Twitch to actually auto down those Nexus turrets. So looks like they're going to be playing for the bot inhibitor next. Full rotation for TSI down towards this bot lane. They get the tier 2. And they still got Baron on for about a minute. But it looks like they're not going to press their luck any further.
Yeah, unable to slow the bleeding, but still not flatlining. High alert's still in the game. They need to be careful fate checking here, though.
Oh, dear. Oh, the Event Horizon's going to find 3 in the health bars. Look at him go. In goes the Nocturne. They find a little bit with the... Oh, the Shockwave didn't even get cast there until just now, and it's just far too little. It's far too late. It's another cage comes down from NBK, and it's RJ just filling them all with crossbow bolts. Indeed, Turk, that is going to be the goodest of games as Team Solo Invade tie us up 1 win apiece as we move into the deciding game number 3.
From 48 minutes to 28 minutes. Game so decisive there
And
from them.
this one, yeah.
Oh, Team Solo Invade, right? Game 1, we were wondering, like, coming into it as strong as what they were. We saw multiple times where they threw their leads, they gave things up, but in this game 2, it most certainly felt like they didn't. Sure, topside they conceded 6 Void Grubs, but there was no siege on the turrets really at all from the enemy team. And at the end of the day, man, like, they just played so well. And the fact that it's a clean game too, right? That's got to be a big mental edge for you, don't you think? Like, that's 15-0.
Yep. I mean, it goes back to the stats that I was bringing up, right? The fact that Team Solo Invade only gave over 8 kills to their opponents across 2 games in the previous week. The fact that all 5 of these players are at the top of the KDA leaderboards, I think this game you really got to see why.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. 0 deaths at all, 28k damage coming in from RJ on the Twitch. The man absolutely popped off, so it was really nice to see how they indexed to grab that Lulu, secure that, and then really facilitate RJ on that champion there. And SK did exactly what he needed to do, constantly had that threat on the Shen too, making sure that We'll Show Them All couldn't have the same impact that he did in game 1, and they did a really good job of that instance. Unleashed, part of 11 of those kills, that's quite nice to see. 11 out of 15, that's a good percentage that you're sitting at. NBK did exactly what he needed to do. Continuously wave clear, find those cages to net those kills, and the rest of the team just showed up, and that's exactly what we needed them to do here. Game 1, a little dicey at times. Game 2, most certainly not.
All that being said, Turk, obviously a full court press from Team Solo Invade in this one. But if you were going to hand out a POG award, Who would you look towards in this one?
I think you'd have to give it to RJ.
Mhm.
Like, I think
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of the members played well, but I think RJ did exactly what he needed to do, right? Ended
Mhm.
up sacking a bit of that early game, conceding that first brick. You and I both talked about it. Not a big deal. It's not about Twitch laning. It's what you do after lane. And consistently, he was finding angles to force a fight on Verja with the Jinx, where he's getting consistent double global ultimates burned at the
Yeah.
same time. It's like it's
Yeah.
worth it all day. On top of being able to find that double kill to end the game, basically at that point, take that inhibitor and everything else. Like, I give it to him.
I 100% agree. Just the fact that RJ was setting up those plays himself as well. It's kind of
Yeah, that's
something that
right.
Twitch is an AD carry that's uniquely able to do that. And RJ just was so sneaky. You called that out a little bit during the draft discussion as well. The fact that, RJ is going to have that option. Once the Twitch gets a couple of items, he can be a real nuisance. He can come up with some really big plays by getting into positions that his opponents aren't expecting him to be in. And RJ definitely made it happen in this one. That's going to do it
Yeah.
for game number 2, guys. We'll see. I mean, that was a demoralizing loss, I have to imagine, for the side of High Alert, and now it's going to be their turn to see if they can bounce back in this upcoming third game. We'll be right back.
See you soon.
Okay, guys, we are back for our Game 3 draft between Team Solo Invade and High Alert Series. All tied up now, my friend, 1-1. Team Solo Invade back on the blue side. Let's see what this final game of the series has in store for us.
Yeah, that's exactly it right now, crewman. At this point, it's just the best of one. One game, no matter what, winner takes all. That's exactly how, hopefully, all these players are feeling and thinking right now, because whatever's happened in games previous is completely irrelevant, as we do see a couple bans already coming through. Mordekaiser being targeted, Vi, and that Jarvan.
Well, it was the Lux ban was the last option for Team Solo Invade in the previous game for the side of High Alert. These bans looking like they're going to stay the same. Nami would be the third ban for them if we are going to keep things consistent, and it looks like that might not be the option.
I like that. I think Varus is a good ban here. Jinx being that stock standard B1 that we're seeing a lot more of. The close second, or some teams will interchange that with that Varus. So Varus can be 1-2, or Jinx can be 1-2. That's kind of what I've noticed myself here. So I like that a lot. You get rid of that Varus. That Varus also has a lot of flexibility where you can run that lethal tempo. You can go that on hit, or of course you can go that lethality build too. So that B1 might be stifled a little bit from that Varus pick. I'm curious to see what happens now. What is that priority pick here for the side of Team Solo Invade?
Yeah, it's been discussed quite a lot. You know, the fact that, with fearless drafting becoming more popular, AD carry is the role with just, numerically, there's the fewest champions that can be played in the AD carry role, right? So that role in particular is a little bit susceptible to being pinched in these longer series, but the Ezreal getting locked in here for TSI, I think is still going to be relatively comfortable for the side of RJ.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that at all. I mean, it does open up to like angles where you can. Interesting. Smolder wouldn't have been one of my thoughts. Something like a Kai'Sa does come to mind, where you can pick some more of like that dive style. Kai'Sa tends to do quite well into Ezreal outside of that lane. But if we are going to get that Smolder, that of course is going to be a flex crewman. So we don't quite know where that's going yet. Can go mid, can go top. More than likely going bot, but again, we just don't know yet. So it gives them that flexibility in that R1.
Yeah, it is. It is definitely flexible in the sense that that you can send the Smolder to some different lanes, as you say. The Nami is something that High Alert were banning away. They're going to
Yes.
pick it up now for themselves to presumably pair up alongside that Smolder. The only thing that really bothers me about the Smolder Turk is, that previous game, game number 2, it felt like it was kind of over before a Smolder would
For
really come
sure.
online, right? So the question for High Alert is, are they going to be able to last a little bit longer this time around to really give that champ time to scale? As TSI are saying, we're not going to let that happen. We're going to draft an early game jungler, and we're going to take this one nice and early.
That's what it seems like right now, and I love this. I was going to mention it at some point there that the Karma is an option for you. Ezreal Karma being like that stock standard bot lane. It's been like meta for, oh god, probably 10 years now, however long I've been playing this game, it feels like at this point. So being able to pick that champion up, I think that's a really good duo for you bot side. And of course, as you mentioned, that Zin's perfect here too, because it indicates how they want to play this game. They want to be aggressive early on. And to me, I like that because as you mentioned, game 2 only lasted 28 minutes. I don't think Smolder would have his stacks by then, and if he does, he would have just become online. So it's going to take time for them for sure. So R3, crucially, we'll see what they elect to grab here for themselves. Looks like we might have a little bit of a graphical bug here, if I'm not mistaken. So what?
Looks like it's
a Nico.
On the
Okay.
R3, yeah.
Interesting. It's gonna be a Nico. Okay. So
Nico's
the Nico.
Also a flex.
Yeah, Nico's a flex, I suppose. I would think that Nico's probably going mid. That would be my guess. And Nico tends to do really well into dive comps, so should do well into the Zin, but into the Ezreal Karma, I wonder how that's going to end up playing out. The Nico to me seems a little out of pocket right now.
Yeah,
I'll be
definitely
honest.
a bit surprising. It's a champion that we don't really see too often. I think it's maybe popped up in Pro a couple of times this season. I don't have any recollection of who may have played it or where or when. But it's something that I don't think is too popular these days. We'll have to see. Maybe we have some games on the Nico. Let me take a quick look here. Ethereal. Yeah, we got a couple games on the Nico. Nothing too crazy there in terms of the OP.GG stats. But it does mean that they're going to be able to ban away a couple of mid laners for the side of High Alert. They already have their own mid laner locked in, so try and remove some of those potentially bad matchups for the Nico. I think a good call with the Victor and the Ziggs bands there, both options that would outrange the Nico, right, and make her lane really difficult.
That's exactly what it seems like to me too. That's definitely their mindset going into this here. Looks like the Zac is going to be picked up here. So Zac will do well into that Karma for sure. Into the Ezreal could struggle a little bit trying to lock him down, but of course the Ezreal is going to have a difficult time punching through that Zac. So I can see where that pick comes through here. We'll see exactly how the response comes through, because you could always opt in for something like the Poppy if you really want to index to try to take that out. Not saying you need to, but there are angles to be able to play around the Zac. So I'm curious to see what their phase 2 is going to be like here. So TSI looks like they're hovering and not hovering, locking a soul, and that's scaling. So you have Smolder on one side, you have a soul on another.
Yeah, the A soul gonna get locked in here. The dragon battle, something we're gonna be treated to in this game.
Cho'Gath's the dragon too,
alert.
kinda, right?
Is he?
I don't know. He looks like. What is Cho'Gath actually?
He's some kind of void monster. I don't know if he has any descriptor that would be more specific than monster, to be honest. His epithet, his title, I think, is like the hunger of the void or something. Here, I got the client open. I can check.
Okay, we'll need some info on that. I like the Cho'Gath pick though. That to me makes a lot of sense here. The Gwen, equally so, makes a lot of sense. Now I see a couple issues if that is locked in here. Looks like the Scion's being hovered instead. I might like that one a bit more. Get a bit more scaling, but the Garen, they're just kind of toying with my emotions right now. I'm not gonna. Okay, we got it. It's gonna be a Garen. So.
Very interesting.
Oh, I don't know. So Garen in isolation, I like it into the Cho'Gath. It makes sense because I think there's gonna be angles to get the kill, but I don't know where the Garen's gonna slot into this team comp right now, because I'm looking at like the 4v4 right now for High Alert and for Team Solo Invade, and like I just don't see it on High Alert's side. Like I don't think a Smolder, a Nico, a Nami, and a Zac can set things up the way that they need to, and I could be wrong, man, but I don't see it.
Nah, I'm with you, Turk. It does feel like all of the damage for the side of High Alert pretty much is going to have to come from Smolder and Garen, right? And if Garen isn't there for the fight and all of that burn is just on the Smolder, I mean, your 4v4s for, you know, the first 20 minutes or so are just going to be pretty non-existent, I think, for High Alert. So, you know, they're really going to have to do some finagling, I think. You know, you have the potential to catch people out, right, with the Zac engage, with Nico could potentially be really sneaky, and if you can get a fight where you have a numbers advantage for High Alert, then things definitely could work out. But TSI, famously, in the previous game, did not die at all.
Yes, that is correct.
That is going to have to change pretty dramatically if High Alert want to have a chance in this one.
Yeah. If High Alert manages to win a game without getting a kill, I will personally pay them each $100.
I'll match that.
Might be a conflict of interest, but I will do it. That would be beyond impressive. But you're right. Coming outside of Game 2, Team Solo Invade looked like they really connected, they really clicked, and it seemed like they were playing their game. So you wonder if they can carry it through here in this Game 3. And when you look at the team comp that they've drafted, to me it screams like yes. Like you're not going to have a lot of mid-priority early on, as is Asol into the Nico, but you should be able to scale and ramp up. Your Xin is going to act as that bridge. You have that early game aggression with that Xin Zhao where you can make a lot of plays. You have a good, strong 2v2 bot side, and your top should be able to do what they need to do here. Just farm and scale as much as you can. Eventually, you're going to lose that split, and that's okay as long as you're forcing your grouping with your team. I think TSI can do what they need to do, so if they're able to play around the Garen, and then play around their stronger, in my opinion, stronger 4v4, then I think they can make a lot of things happen on the other side of the map too. So TSI's team comp, I like. High Alert's team comp, to me, seems to have a little bit much to be desired, but there's still windows where they can make plays. I think it's just really going to be off the back of that Garen.
Yeah, and you know, we did see in game number 1, we'll show them all, really did kind of put the team on his back in that one, and you know, created those opportunities for the squad that allowed them to get that game 1 victory. So, you know, maybe he's going to be able to do it again on the Garen. You know, is definitely another champion that can have a lot of pressure in the side lane. You know, if he's keeping Cho'Gath out of the fight and then finding these amazing flank angles and like one-shotting either the Ezreal or the Aurelion Soul at the start of the fight, then, you know, maybe it can look really good. But I feel like for the side of Team Solo Invade, you know, that was something that was ended up being a bit of an issue for them in game number 1. The fact that their composition was so reliant on both the Xerath and whatever RJ was playing
Corky.
in that first the Corki, thank you, to actually do the damage. I don't really feel like that's as true this time around. You know, the Xinjiao and the Cho'Gath are both going to be able to offer something in terms of damage, and I feel like just getting that one pick with the Garen might not be enough this time around.
Yeah, I'm concerned with it for sure. I'm very concerned with it. I just looking at it outside of the game. Of course, when you play, everything changes. But making the speculations that we do, to me, it seems to make a lot of sense. There's just not a lot of cohesion on the side of High Alert. And as we mentioned before, like split wise, yeah, you're gonna have that threat. That's great, but your 4v4 to me just seems so damn weak, man. Like I don't see really any angles where you're gonna be able to make these plays happen. If you have vision control, you can make an argument where Zach he can. Right? Of course, you have that slingshot. You can come from like a lane and a half, a screen and a half away. So you have those timers, but like Nico doesn't have that much damage in and of herself. She's good into champions that have to come into her, which is only really Xin in this game. And the Smolder's going to take a lot of time to scale before you do much yourself. So it'll be interesting to see how it works out. I know that Smolder and Nami is actually a pretty strong duo, but I'm just not sure it's stronger than an Ezreal Karma. And that's what I'm concerned about right now. So the onus is on TSI to get ahead early. If they can do that with this Xin pick, I think they're going to have a lot of threats. So play around your bot side. If you can get them out of that lane, get that first brick quickly and get them rotated, then your ASOL should have enough time to scale, and the rest of the game should, in theory, be yours.
Yeah, seems like it could potentially be smooth sailing through the early game for the side of TSI once again, unless the side of High Alert can somehow manage to throw a wrench into the works. You know, maybe the thought process for them is like, in game number 1, we gave over Dragon Soul and like still won. So maybe that's fine. Like maybe we actually don't have to contest for objectives and we can just scale and like win one fight later on and just like take double Uber buffs and win the game again. Maybe that's the game plan, but you know that the side of Team Solo Invade, they're going to show up to every objective. They're going to get those dragons. They're going to get those grubs. And again, it feels pretty difficult to conceive of a scenario where High Alert are really going to be able to comfortably contest in those moments, especially early on. So I do think, Turk, we've probably made it pretty clear which draft we favor this time around, yes?
For sure. I think it's very evident, and I almost wonder if the players have that sense themselves too, because to me I can definitely see it here in this game 3. There's no doubt that TSI has the edge when it comes to this draft. It's just, can they execute it themselves? And to me it seems like, yeah, I think they most certainly can. If anything, their track record shows it. Game 1, you and I talked about, it just didn't look like it was necessarily there for them. 48-minute slugfest is a long time where one mistake really can cost you the game, but inevitably they still lost it. So game 2, completely different, night and day. 15-0, clean game. They closed it out in 28 minutes. So are they riding the wave? That's the question that I'm wondering. And to me, I mean, I think it's there. I think they got it with this game 3. And you don't want to take any bias as a caster, but looking at things, like, some things make sense. So.
Indeed, Turk, indeed. Looking pretty good, we think, for Team Solo Invade here in this game number 3, but there is still a chance. Still a possibility for High Alert. You know, they've shown they can scrap with the best of them. They're going to need to have another insane performance here in this game number 3 to try and hand TSI potentially their first loss of the season. We'll be on to the Rift for our last game of the match, guys, in just a moment. Don't you dare go anywhere. All right, everybody, welcome back to Summoner's Rift for the final time in this best of 3 between Team Solo Invade and High Alert. Some strong scaling elements on both sides, but we feel like for Team Solo Invade, it's just a little bit more cohesive, a little bit more that they have to work with, particularly in these early minutes.
The question is, are they able to get those leads? If not, High Alert has quite a bit of scaling on their own end too. It's not like they don't.
Yeah.
That Smolder's going to really ramp up and cause a lot of problems, but NBK on this ASOL is the one that I'm really looking out for when it comes to those later stages of the game, if we get there.
Yeah. It is NBK's first game on the Aurelion Sol here in the Premier League this season. We have seen ASO piloted by a couple of other mid laners. Sarah, notably, has had a good amount of success with the pick. I do feel like it's kind of between those two for best mid in the league at the moment, between NBK and Saren. So it'll be interesting to see how NBK does on the Star Dragon this time around. We did see RJ on the Ezreal last week in that decisive victory over the Spire. That was game number 1, I believe. RJ was 7-1-9 on the Ezreal.
Yeah, and actually in that game too, it was an Ezreal Karma bot lane pairing that came through, if I'm not mistaken. So
I believe you're right.
Hax and RJ have these comfort picks here ready to rock and roll, and we'll see how well they can pilot this dynamic duo that we've got.
Gonna be a topside start this game again for both of our junglers. Do have that nice Raptor ward did go down for the side of Team Solo Invade, so they're gonna see CH starting out on those Raptors. They have full information.
They've got all the information that they need right now at this point. They know exactly where this jungler is going to be, when he's going to be there. So TSI, they most certainly have the tempo here, and you can see them walking up here. Hax and RJ doing a good job at just establishing that prow early on, and this is something that is to be expected with this Ezreal Karma lane, and crucially something we didn't get a chance to talk about, but RJ has elected to go with that TP here, and to me that makes a lot of sense. I don't think there's much kill threat bot side at all.
Yeah, no, I think that does make a lot of sense. I think you're absolutely right. Also interesting to note that We'll Show Them All did not go for the TP. Does, in fact, have the Ignite on the Garen. Relatively common, but certainly worth pointing out, I think. I am a little bit surprised, Turk, in the fact that CH is actually pathing down towards this bottom side. I feel like maybe pathing towards the top side to try to get your Garen ahead might have been a little bit more appropriate, but what do you think about that decision from the Zach?
I honestly agree with you. I think it'd be a bit easier to play for that earlier on, especially if you do take that Ignite. Now, a lot of the times why you see the teleport nowadays, because the minions die so quickly, if you don't bring your TP back to the lane, and specifically to the minions, a lot of the times you'll miss like 4 or 5 of them. And that costs you a lot as the game progresses, so having that Ignite is good when it comes to those trades in those lanes, if you can find those angles to take them. And of course that all-in just makes it that much better when you have that summoner spell available. But if you're not proxying these waves, you can get punished really hard off this. So I'm a little surprised to see them pathing away from that as well. It becomes a little bit harder to gank an Ezreal too when you have that arcane shift and that flash.
Absolutely. They are playing this lane up pretty aggressively, though, so if they do overextend, there could possibly be an angle for a Zac gank. Of course, the fact that Jin Zhao is also in the area makes it a bit difficult, as Verja is probably going to have to flash here. The heal is going to be enough to get the little dragon back underneath the turret. The Aqua Prison going to land, but the shields from Hax and doing a good amount of work as Verja going down extremely low. There's the hit forward, and there's the first blood. The Mystic Shot connecting as well, and Rucha is going to have to go for a base. There's the power of the Ezreal Karma and the raw 2v2.
Yeah, and those two piloted both of those champions exceptionally. They're just consistently landing the damage that they needed to, and then it ended up finding the kill too. Crucially on the Smolder, and no summoners burned.
Yeah.
That's barrier and flash not being used, so I think that caught Verja off guard there. I think it's pretty safe to say, and yeah, that's not good because you miss quite a bit of those minions in this process too. You don't miss the whole wave, which is good, but missing 4 or 5, as we talked about with that teleport earlier on, it makes things tricky for you, and he most certainly missed those numbers, but we'll show them all.
A little bit of a play towards this top side for TSI. The Garen trying to do some proxying, but now he might just be dead. He's going to try to flash right, but the flash follow is there for Unleashed, and just like that, TSI are up 2-0.
That's a good cover there. Very good cover from Unleashed on the Zen, and that's exactly what you want to see. The proxy can come through, and it makes sense when you don't have that TP, but if you overextend in the process and go down, and your team's just not getting anything off it on the rest of the map, that's just a free kill, and that's exactly what it is there. So that Zen, it's nice for him to be able to pick that up. It's going to get him closer to his first item, eventually his second, probably Sundered Sky and Black Cleaver. Would not be surprised at all to see that. So Unleashed will be able to continue to scale up here, and while he doesn't scale forever, it's most certainly going to help in this mid game, and that's kind of what they need too, I feel like. TSI, if they can get this Xin ahead so Xin can get the rest of the members ahead, I think their team comp falls into place perfectly.
100%. You know, Unleashed, he just needs to have some threat in the early game, and then later on, he's just going to need to create that space, be that front line for Asol and Ezreal to clean up in these fights. So, looking really good so far for TSI, and Xin Zhao controlling the map quite nicely, able to punish that attempted proxy for We'll Show 'em. We do have our first Dragon alive right now. Grub spawning extremely soon as well, as we can see Unleashed on this bottom side of the map right now, considering possibly look towards this objective. Let's have that Prio in the bot lane.
Will be spotted on this ward here too, and gonna end up missing his W there, so gonna delay the Dragon a little bit, but CH crucially not going to be there to contest for this. It looks like instead they're just going to take this cross map here. SK.
Wow, I love that for SK. The Cho'Gath just wandered over to the Baron pit and you know, sneaked on a Void Grub. So yeah, that's great for the Cho'Gath as well, because that counts as an epic monster stack, I believe. So that's not even counting towards, you know, there's obviously a hard cap on the amount of stacks that you get from eating minions, but the Grub snack is not going to contribute towards that. And this Cho'Gath, you know, obviously has the potential of becoming very large in this game.
And that's nice to see too. That makes a lot of things happen here. Rucha inversion though. Nice bubble.
I think they're okay. Yeah, it was a really nice bubble, like you say.
That's a good disengage there. And yeah, SK able to pick up that one Grub. I mean, that adds up. That's a really good play, and it's free for them to be able to take, so they get the Dragon off the back of that. Unfortunately for them, not able to get another kill towards that bot side off the back of Ruch's bubble, and very nice to boot, but I mean, still the Summoners available on High Alert's bot side, even though they did end up going down for that first blood. It feels like they're not in too much of a threat, but RJ and Axe just consistently.
So aggressive.
What do I know?
Love that.
Look at the damage that's coming through there.
And look at Rucha's no mana. So no more of those pesky bubbles gonna be coming out. Well, maybe one more, but you get what I mean.
SK.
As SK maybe in trouble here. Does have the flash, really have the chance to use it. The Demacian Justice is gonna come down, and SK burns the flash and still gets dropped. So that is a big win for High Alert there on the board.
High Alert just managing to find that pocket of vision and catch SK off guard. He still burns his flash, as you mentioned, but Garen crucially lands that ultimate, gets the kill even with the gap. So that's crucial for them. No teleport on this Cho'Gath either, so We'll Show Them all can start to pressure, as can RJ and Hax in the spot side once again.
Yeah, they've already got their first turret plate. You know, Ezreal Karma, in addition to go for that with that first kill on the Ezreal. Doing great still in the 2v2. We're gonna have, you know, some grubs in a while. We've got a while to go still until our next objective. Just gonna be farming it up for now.
That was a good cover from Unleashed on that top side turret too, actually preventing one of those plates from going down. So still all 5 plates available for SK, so that's a pretty good save there. And Unleashed has done a good job of just being around the map when he needs to. Of course, getting that first pick on We'll Show Them all on the Garen when he was trying to proxy, and then of course once again there just to cover and prevent any plates from going down. So SK in a bit of a precarious spot here with his wave slow pushing away from him. Will need to get this crashed in unless We'll Show Them all does decide to push this in, but these moments are tricky, especially if you don't know where that Zac is. Now, over the next 10 to 15 seconds, TSI should spot him on that ward towards his blue buff, but SK has to play very safe until then.
Honestly, I kind of feel like SK needs to take this opportunity to aggressively push, because We'll Show Them still doesn't have Ignite or Ultimate. So yeah, he has to get this wave shoved in before Garen gets those cooldowns back. It doesn't really seem like he's going to be able to do it. And we can see as well, We'll Show Them is building up a huge CS lead in that top 1v1.
Yeah, this is so hard for you, isn't it? SK, you have to crash. It We'll Show Them. It looks like he's actually giving it to him there.
Oh, just barely, yeah. Yeah, I think Garen could have probably held that. I think you're right.
I think so too, yeah. Get out of jail free card. Definitely used right there, because that feels so difficult for you to be able to do anything. And sure, the Tiamat's there for We'll Show Them all, but like, you can keep that wave there for a long time, and surprised a little bit that he didn't, but that CS lead is definitely there right now. And look at this, just once again, this top side is so volatile for SK, and I'm not sure exactly how you go about handling this right now. You just need to build those waves up as big as you can and get them pushed, but you get zoned off the wave itself.
Yeah. Thinking about a slingshot there for CH, but not going to actually pull the trigger. Ezreal Karma is just too difficult to pin down, and you don't really have any follow-up CC. Tidal Wave, I guess? If you could land an Aqua Prison, you know, to follow up on the knockup from the Zac, then maybe you got something happening there, but yeah, it's just really tough against the Ezreal in particular.
Honestly, it's kind of tough for everybody, crewman. The more I look, there's not a lot of consistent CC for anybody. You've got the Xin knockup on the side of TSI, and then you've got like Zac knockup maybe, or Nico R,
Yeah.
but there's not a lot of CC or like go buttons really. It seems like you could be relying on a lot of misplays from the enemy, which is not exactly how you want to play League. Usually you want to play it to your own accord off your own timers, but it'll be interesting to see what happens here as the root does connect.
Yeah, RJ, another shift forward, going to be able to get out some good damage. Mom is going to get summoned up, but the sidestep comes through from Hax. Barrier utilized. The true shot barrage. Very, very close there, but Verja will survive that attempt. Meanwhile, his support, Rucha, has roamed towards the top side, looking to support the rest of the squad on this grub take.
This feels so bad right now for Verja. He's going to get someone off all of this, crewman.
Yeah, he is. He is. For the side of High Alert, they are going to get up to 5 grubs, so that it is a trade of sorts. But I don't know. I mean, we've talked about how important the Smolder is going to be for this composition, and this is a lot of golden XP that Verja just can't even get close to.
You really want to ask yourself if the play that you're making is worth the risk that you give up on the opposite side of the map, and in that instance, that's like 2.5, almost 3 waves that are just gone for Verja. You just can't do anything about it. Of course, that's also 3 plates now netted bot side, and things become really tricky now for you. You can see the gold, it's not quite there. It's so close for Ezreal. He has all the components for it. But as soon as that Triforce is done, Verja's going to be in a world of hurt. NBK.
Okay, and yeah, we'll show them in a pretty difficult position once again. You know, the Rupture is not going to land, but it might not matter. We'll show them goes for the Ignite onto the Ace, so he wants to try to get at least 1 kill back. He flashes over the wall. It looks like the Garen move speed is actually going to get him out to safety. So both sums down for We'll Show him, but he does survive.
What a little rat.
Oh, Garen.
Oh, you gotta love it. He's gonna burn the flash. Also buys a bit of time here too, where we see some equalization of these plates. Merely a plate and a half at this point, maybe 2. You do need to be careful on this rotation here from TSI as they do set up for this dragon. Once again, no contest it looks like here from High Alert. More than happy just to get these waves pushed in here. Of course, the bot side does need to be careful. Verja and Rucha could be in a bit of trouble. They recognize that though. They just get the wave in wisely. So back off, and this could be a timer for them to reset or just play nice and safe. But battle lines are being drawn right now, crew, and you can tell High Alert does not want to fight. Even though the gold is as even as what it is, you can tell their team comp has just not come online yet. They need more time.
They sure do. It's the same trade that we saw last game. It was High Alert opting for the grubs, and Team Solo Invade just kind of happily taking the dragons instead. And it's going to be another Ocean Soul this game as well, just like we had last game.
RJ and Hax continuously applying pressure in this bot side. And you can see CH is continuously hovering too to try to match, but consistently he's just down in tempo, waiting and waiting and waiting, while you see Unleashed and SK doing what they're doing here.
We'll show them is at the very least he's creating pressure, but he doesn't have summoners this time, and he's not going to be able to get away. So that is actually the 3rd kill for TSI as well. They're going to claim the Feat of Warfare, and they just need one more objective now, or the first turret, to actually get those upgraded shoes once again.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a dive's going to be much of an opportunity here for them, and I think wisely so they recognize this, but crucially I'm glad the Observer highlighted that Ethereal Ice just got so many plates mid here. He needs to be careful of Unleashed, but looks like his pathing is pretty smart here. Able to just walk out.
Yeah.
No issues there at all, and that's quite a bit of gold in Ethereal Ice's pocket. He's going to want to get his reset in here soon. Yeah, sitting on 1,400 gold. He's going to need to spend that to get his first item here, and at that point he's going to be looking pretty good, so far, so good for both teams.
There's a Pop Blossom as Ethereal Ice says, I don't need to spend gold, I want more of it first. Gets the flash out from NBK as well as the ultimate. Very close call there for the Ace. He does survive.
No TP available for NBK. Unleashed, though, doing a good job once again of just helping to cover his laners, making sure that they're able to farm. And without Unleashed being here, NBK most certainly does not get that wave. So good timing for him, too, to be able to take that reset on the cannon. It's going to take Ethereal Ice that much longer to be able to push. And instead, he's just going to opt to back himself and just get back out on the map as soon as he... Oh, no, he didn't. Was he just a minion in mid?
I guess it was a minion,
I think he's just a minion in mid. Oh, it threw me off.
I
couldn't see him.
Happens to the best of us, Turk.
Oh my god. Nico's such a weird champion to play against.
Seems like she bamboozled TSI as well. Is this going to be able to get that first turret now? There was nobody there to answer.
Yeah, got me. Unleashed definitely definitely didn't recognize that either. There's no way at all. As we do see a bit of a potential contest, CH maybe wisely so, choosing not to go for that slingshot.
No. Well,
Is
high
on
alert
vision
currently.
top.
Oh, Unleashed is. Yes, absolutely. That sneaky control ward in the brush, kind of just inside the blue side jungle there. Gonna spot him out.
Those
We'll
mystic
show them
shots.
aware that the Xin Zhao is on this side of the map, is not going to go for any proxies at the moment.
RJ and Hags, you just see each one of those mystic shots land, and it's just so
Yeah.
difficult to deal with. Like, you have to dodge them, you have to play in your wave, but you're getting pushed in, and that's what Karma does. Karma allows the Ezreal to have a ton of priority because she makes up for the wave clear that Ezreal doesn't have. So as long as you constantly push the enemy in, that's where you can land all these mystic shots, that's where you can threaten things, and they've done a fantastic job with that. Nearing 40 CS lead with all 4 plates down, very close to first brick here bot side. Should be able to get it, if not this wave, the next one.
Well, it's not first brick, right? Because Ethereal did get that first turret in the mid lane.
Yes, that's
so
right.
it's going to come down to the neutrals for, in terms of, you know, the feats. And it looks like that Herald just now getting secured by CH. So 2 neutral objectives apiece now. And it's all going to come down probably to this next dragon that's spawning in about a minute. Would be Ocean Soul point for TSI as well if they can get it. Potentially a huge turning point in this game coming up.
Yeah, good map movement there from CH. I like to see that, just hovering towards that top side, making sure that We'll Show Them All can get that. NBK, crucially, with that upgraded ultimate right now, this fight is exactly what TSI wants. So we'll see what High Alert decides to do. The first 2 dragons, of course, they chose not to contest. The third one, are they feeling up to the challenge? That is what I'm wondering themselves, but recognizing and seeing ASOL with that ultimate available, that icon being right there, should be a big red flag for you.
That is a problem for High Alert for sure. Another problem is the fact that Verja is still just sitting on 100 stacks. Hasn't even reached that second breakpoint. Yeah, that Smolder is very, very far behind where he would like to be at this point in the game. CH now going to get knocked up. The slingshot interrupted by the 3-talent strike of Unleash. The Let's Bounce is going to get forced out now. In comes the empowered ultimate of the Aurelion Soul. The Pop Blossom is pretty good for Materialize, but there's just no follow-up anywhere to be found. It's a free kill for Team Solo Invade, and it looks like they will go up to Soul Point off the back end.
The Dragon's going to be forced here. They're most certainly securing it. What happens on the opposite side of the map? The answer, a beautiful TP coming through here. Looks like SK is going to be covering this, and this was my only concern from TSI. What happens on the opposite side of the map? And the cross map there, We'll Show Them All, was completely negated from that TP there. That's a good heads-up play from them. So not only do they secure the Dragon, they prevent their tier 2 from going down, and while they won't be able to chase this Garen down, they most certainly control the tempo of this game 3.
They sure do. This is their modus operandi. They're just getting all the dragons. And the side of High Alert have not been able to stop them. Their own dragon is just... Okay, here comes the Zac as Hacked is going to have to flash over the wall of the Raptor Pit. And RJ with the Arcane Shift as well just easily sidesteps that engage.
Oh, We'll Show Them All, unfortunately, yeah. He's a good sport about it, throws up the emote. You gotta have some fun, but he burned his flash and didn't go over the wall. So unfortunate. I've been there too many times.
Yeah, we've all been there.
One of the failed flashes. Unfortunately, it was streamed, and trust me, I've seen plenty of those for myself on streams, so I feel your pain. I feel your pain. But maybe potentially could have been a kill. Maybe could have been a bit of an overextension too. It's tough to say, but I think that kind of just highlights some of the urgency that you can see from High Alert. I think they feel like they want to make these plays and they need to make these plays, but they just can't right now. As you mentioned a little bit ago, probably 110, 115 stacks by this point. Like, Verja is nowhere near coming online.
He's at 120. Yeah, still not quite at that next break point. Might get it off this wave, but we're already 20 minutes into the game. And the fact that he's just now getting to 125 is, oof. This is like my solo queue Smolders, man. It's painful.
Yeah. This is like me when I play Smolder. Oh, yeah. Well, if you could scale, you'll be okay. But that's kind of the issue that we're running into, exactly, right? Do you really have the time to scale when Dragon's up in 3 minutes? I'm not so sure you do, especially in this instance. Right now, it's Soul, right?
They're probably happy it's Ocean Soul for the side of High Alert. You know, it could be a lot worse. You know, they have the tools to possibly burst somebody down with the Nico and the Garen ultimate, right? So if the Ocean Soul does end up going over, maybe it's still playable, but it's feeling pretty difficult right now.
these are what ifs, crewman, and these what ifs don't always sound like the best of options, and unfortunately it seems like it's really the only option for them right now. I'd like to see this, so Ethereal Ice just playing this could get soloed.
You were saying third. He's gonna go for the Pop Blossom. He's gonna flash away. Does Asol have the glide? He doesn't seem like he wants to go for it. So Ethereal gonna get away with it. Trading flash for the secure on the turret. I don't know if that's entirely worth, but let's see what happens here as we'll show them all. He's gonna get knocked up by the Rupture and goes Unleashed as well. Finds the knock up with the Q. And I think this Garen is gonna be Cho'Gath food. There it is. SK picking up his second of the game. And just a quick throwback to the conversation we were having earlier. Cho'Gath's title is the Terror of the Void. Pretty terrifying right there.
The Terror of the Void. He looks terrifying in that skin.
Yeah, for sure.
I must say.
That's the toy Cho'Gath. I don't remember the exact name of the skin, but okay, that's an Otacon start. I don't think there's any vision, is there, for High Alert? Okay, they're gonna see Hacks moving into the Tribe Rush, and okay, they do know that the Otacon is being taken. CH is in the area on this Zac. Gonna be forced to peel off the red buff to try and maybe get in here for a steal attempt. Is he even gonna go for it though? The Herald is gonna get summoned up as they have vision of the Zac. He gets himself into the Otacon. Who's he gonna get in? And he gets the steal. Hero play from CH. He does trade his life. Well, he has the passive though, actually, but the rest of the team, they're not gonna be able to save the Bloblets. But it was a voracious Otacon, so it's not a real death. Although losing the passive does still hurt a bit for the Zac.
You can still see the fishing coming through here. High Alert isn't done with this sequence at all. The Rift Herald, unfortunately, is going to be used up in the process. No real play made from that objective, of course, but crucially now, 48 seconds comes the next Dragon. This is very important for both teams to fight for, and we'll see exactly how both teams set up for this right now. You can already see Wheel show them all, shoving this wave here, doing a good job of that, just forcing the enemy team to react, but all eyes are on this Dragon.
And 4 members of High Alert are going to have Otacon buff for this Dragon fight. Honestly, it might be a little bit of a trap for Team Solo Invade. I mean, if they lose this fight, they could end up losing a lot afterwards. So I honestly wouldn't mind seeing them just give this one up. I mean, fighting into Otacon buff is so risky, but doesn't look like that's going to be the call. They force their way into the river. They clear out the Banana Brush, but look at, we'll show them on the flank angle. We've seen him do this in game number 1 as well on the Volibear. Let's see if the Garen can have a similar effect. He is spotted out. So the side of Team Solo Invade, they have full information. They see the Garen coming this time around. Maintaining position, maintaining their battle lines in the river.
No real pressure being applied to this mid lane by either teams right now, and I'm glad you highlighted TSI. They don't necessarily need to take this, but if High Alert isn't going to contest.
High Alert, they're just not getting into the river. CH just can't even get into the pit. The Ocean Soul is just gone. No smite fight this time around, and now Ethereal Ice is going to look for the Pop Blossom, the double flash away. We'll show them does find an angle on the flank, but he's against Mountain Soul now. He drops the Demacia of Justice, but it's not enough. Hax is going to be able to survive. We'll show them is forced to flash away to stay alive, and now the team fight looks like it's going to be turned in favor of Team Solo Invade as RJ moving forward, looking for a little bit more, but not going to overcommit. It is just one withdraw plus the Ocean Soul for TSI.
I feel so surprised by how that fight ended up taking place. It just seemed like High Alert almost conceded the river to them.
Yeah.
We'd almost have to see like a replay to get 100% confirmation, but at the end of the day, like, High Alert had the priority on that river. Like, I feel like they should have been able to control it better, crewman. And the fact that they got pushed off of it there, it just basically sealed the deal for TSI. They just fight in the river where they can space out, find a fight in the choke, take it, make things happen, and TSI, it seems like they kind of got out scot-free with that one, because 3 or 4 members were just resetting. They were late to the Dragon. It seemed like it was a perfect timer for High Alert, and as you mentioned, they had that Otacon.
Yeah. To me, it felt like High Alert, the comms were something along the lines of, like, we're just not strong. We can't actually win the fight. Even with the Otacon, like, they're just going to force us to withdraw. Like, we're not actually going to be able to win out. Even with that Otacon buff, we can't go for the straight-up 5v5. And we could see as well, Team Solo Invade, they were grouped up just as a ball. All 5 members were grouped up that entire time. Like, nobody was separated that could potentially get caught out and burst down by We'll Show Them. So I guess that was the idea for High Alert. They were just like, we can't just go for the engage straight up. Our Smolder isn't strong enough. We don't do enough damage. But I kind of feel like they should have gone for it. Like, even with the Smolder not being online, even with Verja being so far behind, I feel like, you know, just losing the Otacon buff, it's not the end of the world, and it would have been worth the risk to try and steal away that dragon, but in the end, not what they decided to go for.
No, it most certainly wasn't. And yeah, TSI being able to net that dragon there for them, as you mentioned previous as well. It's Ocean Soul, it's not the end of the world by any means, but it's still nice to get. The real issue now is, of course, that not only is Baron up, but Elder's going to be up in 3.5 minutes, and if the same instance happens when it comes to Elder, you can almost certainly guarantee that you're going to be losing this game, because once Elder is taken, Baron then in theory should be taken as well. So that's where things become that much harder for you. And crucially too, once again, NBK, this is a good highlight by your observer, that Empowered R is available. So this next fight is very important for both teams, and once again, TSI has the upper edge.
100%. You know, at least for high alert, Verja is very close to that 225 breakpoint now. The Smolder is only about 20 or 25 stacks away. So he is going to be online for this next objective fight, most likely. But is a full item behind RJ's Ezreal, right? Is still not really that powerful this late into the game, not where he would like to be.
Nope, it's definitely not. Verja is close, as you mentioned, sitting on those 2 items right now, while RJ has those 3 items. We see 2 completed on NBK, 2 completed on Unleashed. SK is looking quite strong on that top side with that Heartsteel and that Sunfire secured too. So TSI has that front line that they need. You can see Nico fishing behind, posing as a
there for the 8 as well. Oh, Ethereal's just gonna get jumped on though. Has to try to flash away, but gets tagged by the W of the Xin Zhao. Now see, tries to go in there, but the Crescent Guard is really nice, and the Empowered Aurelion Soul Ultimate is going to obliterate the Nico. Zac is gonna get taken down once again as well. It's a double kill for NBK. They do allow the Zac to reconstitute himself just in time to get shut down by Unleashed Xin Zhao. It's a clean 3 for 0 to TSI in the river. They're gonna get the Baron.
Yeah, this game 3, the perfect word for it is like decisiveness. To secure this soul too, they just committed. They just said, we're going to send 5 members and take it. And for this play right here on that Nico, they recognize it, they see that she's there, and they just commit. Of course, we're going to see Ethereal Ice burn that flash to try to get away, but it just wasn't enough. He's going to end up going down in that process. So is the Baron. That's fantastic. So DSI right now in a great spot here, able to siege for this tier 1, most certainly going down. And again, too, keeping in mind, like at this point in the game, 28-30 minutes, it's all about the neutrals that are spawning, and Elder's up in 119.
Yeah. And we can see as well, NBK in that last fight is very much online. This Star Dragon, the blue side dragon, is absolutely dishing out the dips. So it feels like TSI have everything that they need at this point, you know, with the Baron now as well. Let's see what kind of formation they are going to opt for.
That's it. You see Ethereal Ice towards that top side right now. He's pushing without a teleport. NBK does. I can't quite tell if NBK actually has his TP up. It's close, so he does.
Yeah,
But already there's a TP disadvantage from High Alert, the way that they've set up these lanes here. So if you're on the side of Ethereal Ice, you're almost trying to force this. I'm just not so sure you can. I think you lose that 1v1, so there we go. We're going to see that reset coming in from Ethereal Ice. That's good because you need all members on deck if you're High Alert for this Elder.
They're not going to have any priority for it, though. Going to be complete vision control once again for Team Solo Invade as we get the zoomed out shot now of this blue side jungle. We'll show them potentially going to get jumped on. Has a lot of movement speed as the Garen. Oh, that's a little bit of potentially an over-aggressive slingshot forward for the Zac, and he just gets absolutely popped like a big old green balloon. Ethereal Ice now looking for something here on the side. Gets knocked up by the Rupture. No flash, no life. Immediately taken down. Rucha, level 11. Nami is going to be fish food. We'll show them. Tries to get in there on the flank, but it's just far too late. The entire team is already dead. It's a double kill for SK. That's going to be the clean ace. And that's going to be the 2-1 victory. Team Solo Invade. It looked a little bit dicey after game number 1, but games 2 and 3 were never in doubt. This is our #1 team in the Premier League for another week.
And this is what we expected to see, crewmen, and we got it here. Game 2, clean game, no deaths. Game 3, 1 death. 100% night and day from game 1, and no doubt they deserve this series. Good for them, as we are going to see Zach unfortunately going down one more time for the camera. Rucha doing his best, but inevitably this Nexus is going to go down, netting TSI the series.
SK, man, that's really why'd you have to die that one time, SK?
Yeah, that's right. What are you doing,
Reported.
man? What are you doing?
Unbelievable. Freaking top laners, am I right? No. It was a great game for Team Solo Invade. Particularly, I mean, those games 2 and 3 were so incredibly
Yeah,
one-sided. And the fact that, like, that was after game number 1 as well, that was so back and forth, that was so chaotic. The fact that they were able to be so clean and so decisive, like you said, I feel like that was a great word choice as well to describe, the way that TSI were able to play these last couple of games. Is just really, more credit to them.
no, there's no doubt about it. And yeah, they deserved it. Game 2 and Game 3, they really showed that they were the better team, and it was off the back of like really good vision setup, good decision making, and then decisive plays. That's really what it seemed like. And their team comps that they drafted too, a lot of the times they made a lot of sense. And while we saw High Alert draft some good champions at times, it seemed like they weren't always having the most coherent team comp to me. So that's something to keep in mind. Of course, those are all very easy fixes. So nevertheless, I wouldn't be too concerned about it. But I mean, TSI just showed why they were the most dominant team and continue to be the most dominant team right now here, putting themselves at 4-0, if I'm not mistaken here, crewman.
Yeah,
So that is a
that's right.
fantastic start to this split.
It absolutely is. There's only 7 weeks of the regular season right before
Yeah.
we complete the round robin, so that's already over half of their opponents. They've been able to dispatch pretty convincingly for the side of TSI, including a couple of the other top of the table teams in the Spire, and I believe they may have faced Elysium already as well. I'm not 100% sure, but definitely great looks for them. For the side of High Alert, I do think we have to give some props to We'll Show Them All.
For
As
sure.
mentioned at the top of
Yeah.
the day, not the starting top laner for this squad, so kind of having to do a little bit of roster shuffling in order to make it work tonight. And did have pretty solid performance there on the Garen and the Volibear in particular. I think did a pretty good job of putting on the pressure in the side lane. In the end, though, it just wasn't enough against the objective control and the team fighting power of TSI. Who's your POG for this last one, Turk?
Yeah, I'm thinking about that, man. I'm trying to really think, but honestly, I'd probably give it to Unleashed. Like
I
all the
like it.
members played really well. I think Unleashed had a lot of good impact. Part of 9 of the 14 kills. That's pretty damn good for all things considered. And he picked on Wheel Show Them All quite a bit early on. Of course, we talked about how when you don't have that TP, you want to proxy those waves because when you proxy them, you can take your reset and you don't miss any minions on top of
Yeah.
that. So he got exposed about 3 or 4 times there when it came to that early to mid game, and that's a little bit unfortunate for him. But of course, that's off the back of Unleashed, and I feel like he set a lot of things up for the team that he needed to do. So I would give it to him, but everybody played pretty damn well, Crewman.
Yeah, well, I like it a lot though. In particular, because of the way that this draft functioned for TSI right in this game, the fact that Unleashed was that early game bridge, right? Unleashed's responsibility
Yeah,
was to get the squad through that early game, make sure that the Zac can't find any angles. Something that Zac can be really successful with, right? Is trying to, particularly those solo lanes, trying to snowball those with the creative gank angles. But Unleashed felt like was always in the right place at the right time to make sure his team was going to have the time to scale and hit their power spikes. And hit those spikes, they absolutely did. Again, big credit to TSI, looking really good as they move into the second half of the round robin. Any other final thoughts, Turk, on this first series?
no, as my cam disappears, the final thoughts would be TSI undoubtedly showcased why they were the better team here, and I think moving forwards as the split continues, they are going to be 100% a top contender for the grand final showing. I would say at the very least here. That's what it seems like to me, and I don't really want to jump the gun too much, but it seems like when they play the way that they
Mhm.
can, it's so difficult for them to get matched. And I mean, game one, yeah, not ideal because you take that loss, but game two and game three, again, just to highlight one death in between both of those games, that's damn impressive, man. So when these guys show up, they're ready to rock, and they can show exactly what they're able to do. And before you know it, yeah, you think that you're close with them in terms of the game state, but then they blow it wide open, and they did it consistently, and good for them.
Absolutely. TSI have their style, the way they like to play, and nobody else is able to match them so far this season. when they play their style. We'll see moving forward. For now, we're going to go to a short break, and then our second best of 3 of the night is, of course, going to be Omega Gaming going up against the Literal
Literal
Monkeys. Stick around for
Monkeys.
that one, guys. We'll be right back.
Yeah, don't get too sick of us.
Alrighty, Otters, welcome back. We are going to be soon getting underway with our second best of three of the night. As previously mentioned, that is going to be the Literal Monkeys versus Omega Gaming, excuse me. Optimal Esports is in a different league that I cast. Omega on the Rift tonight. But yes, Turk, the Monkeys currently at the bottom of the barrel, unfortunately.
Yes.
They're going to be looking to climb their way out against a very difficult opponent in this one.
Yes, they are 0-3. Nothing too good to say about that one, of course. You still got some time. You said week 3, if I'm not mistaken, right now. This is week 4, excuse me, out of week
Yep.
7.
That's right. That is correct,
Okay.
sir.
So right here could be the perfect time for you to turn things around, because if you happen to lose this 0-4, best case 3-4 is not exactly ideal. So if you have that window right now to take it tonight, it's going to be crucial that you can. You're of course going against Omega Gaming, sitting at 2-1 right now. So they're in a pretty healthy spot. 3-1 looks a hell of a lot better than 2-2. So you can almost certainly guarantee they're hungry as well.
Absolutely. Yeah. For the Monkeys, just focusing on them for a second, we do have a lot of squads in the standings right now sitting at 1 and 2. So it's still very, very doable for the Monkeys. If they
Yes.
just manage to put together a couple of wins here, they could easily find themselves even making a push for the top half of the standings potentially. So certainly a lot to play for here still. And we'll just have to wait and see if they are going to be able to make it happen. Last week, unfortunately, did not go very well for the Monkeys. They were 0-2 against High Alert. High Alert that we just watched play to take the 2-0 over the Monkeys last week. The one win that the Monkeys have managed to get so far this season, Turk, was against Elysium back in week number 1. And the pick that I wanted to highlight from that game was Poppy Fox's Amumu. Did
Okay.
very well in that game, and I do think Amumu in general has just been performing extremely well here in the Premier League.
Amumu seems very strong right now. There's a couple champions that can really counter him. Silas being one that comes to mind, but of course the Amumu, the amount of CC and guaranteed easy to execute lockdown that he has, on top of the damage too. Like very deceptive how much damage that Amumu can do. So that one makes sense. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they're going to put that much of a priority on it. If I'm not mistaken, the Monkeys are going to be on blue side here. So just like we saw in the last series, of course, you wonder what those B1 picks are going to be, right? Do you want to go for that Varus? That could be an option. Do you want to go for that Jinx? That could be another option. Or, of course, do you want to go for that Amumu? Again, the Amumu leaves you open to being countered quite a bit. There are champions that do well into it, but the ease of access to lockdowns and kills and damage that it has, it might be worth the temptation.
Yeah, yeah. We should also mention that Caxi, the jungler for Omega here, also plays the Amumu. So, that is a contested pick between the two of them. Other picks to look out for, obviously, the Skarner is a pretty big one. And then also, I wanted to mention Madge, the AD carry for Omega, did pull out the Seraphine last week as well. We just saw Seraphine APC in the previous series. Didn't end up working out so well in that one. But we might see that making its way onto the Rift once again here, Turk.
Could very well, and honestly, with Omega Gaming, looking at the champions that they've picked, like they play something like a Yone, so a Seraphine can make a lot of sense to me, because Yone gets so buffed up and so much, like, so facilitated from that champion alone. So we do see some of these bans already coming through as they do finalize them. We see Diana and Yasuo both being taken away, and Vi on the side of Omega. Looks like we are going to see that B1 Ashe pick come in, and that's a very quick Amumu hover, so the priority on that champion is there. Of course, keep this in mind. This is the only time we're going to be seeing that Amumu, so it will be picked up right now, then and there. It seems like, at the very least, for the side of Omega.
Yeah, considering it at the very least. And I did want to correct myself. I misspoke just a moment ago. I said the Seraphine did not find success in the previous series. That was actually High Alert in game number 1. Seraphine did, of course, win that game. And it is going to get locked in here again as well alongside that Amumu. So already a couple of the picks that I was pointing out as maybe being, high prio options in this matchup and get scooped up by Omega on the 1-2.
That's right. So now how do you round out your R3? How do you round out your phase 1 with Omega? Do you go for something like that Yone, or do you prioritize your support pick? If you're picking something like support right now, you want like a Rel, you want a Nautilus, you want something that can evade, and it looks like the Rel is going to be denied right now. So of course you do have the option for something like an Alistar can come to mind.
Yeah.
Leona's not super bad into this. Brahms, no, you wouldn't really want Braum because you want Engage. Seraphine does really well with Engage, and you want champions that can roam away from the Seraphine because oftentimes she'll just take that teleport and she can wave clear. So taking that rel actually puts them in a bit of a precarious spot, Omega. So I'm curious to see how they're going to adapt into that as we do see the Jarvan pick come through as well. Wow.
Whoa. Okay.
I didn't expect that one, man. I'll be honest with
I
you.
didn't either. Yeah.
Okay.
Perspicacious with an audacious blind pick in
Oh,
the Alawi.
nice. Oh yeah, that was a good one. That's a pick you and I both did not expect, man. That's great. I love to see it. Now we're gonna see, of course, those top lane bans coming through here. What does Omega want to get rid of? First one, of course, going to be that Mordekaiser. Makes sense to me. Checks out. Not sure what else you're gonna ban when you go into that Alawi though. And of course, you do index. It's very interesting when you pick a champion like that. Traditionally with a Seraphine, you want more of a death ball style team comp. You want something that can group up and force fights, but of course with that Alawi, you want to do the exact opposite. You want to pressure those side lanes. So, does give them that side lane threat. Dude.
Wait, what happened? What did I miss? Oh, there's Seraphine Sona. It's back.
Sona.
It's back.
Oh,
okay.
I was just talking about how I didn't want to see it.
Yeah. Well, it's unfortunate, Turk. You are going to be subjected to that this time around. I did want to really quickly revisit the Alawi. I've figured out what's going on there.
Okay.
It is by far Perspicacious's most played champion. The last split had 79 games on the Alawi with a 58% win rate. So a lot of comfort there. And, we did actually get to talk to Saren a couple of times on Otter Talk. Again, unfortunately, didn't have an episode this week, but we had Saren on the first couple of weeks. And he was talking about how, himself and Caxi, the mid and jungle here for Omega, are kind of the more veteran voices on this team, and Perspicacious is really somebody who's a little bit newer to the competitive scene. So getting him one of his biggest comfort pick, I think makes sense in that context as well. But I did kind of just yap through the rest of this draft, Turk, if you want to catch us up.
Vladimir coming through, the Vladimir pick into the Allow, it does make some sense for me. It's going to take some time to be able to scale up on that Vlad, but you should have that time. And of course, crucially, you don't have to gap close into her either, so you can keep that range. That's great. The Yone pick was something that I was wondering about earlier on, if they were going to pair that with the Seraphine, so that could be a double whammy there. Of course, you take that for yourself, and you deny that from the enemy team, but Omega is going to answer, and this is actually like the Chovy classic, so I can respect this a lot. It's going to be set mid, so set mid absolutely rolls Yone. There's no question about it. Just like, can you make things happen? Because the issue with Set and what you might see end up happening with this Omega team comp is that they're going to lack a lot of damage. Because Set feels like feast or famine, and then it feels like at one point like you can't do anything on him. You need like beautiful like flanks to be able to land your ults to like insect people into your team. It feels like you have to do so much on that champion past like 25-30 minutes. So I'm curious to see how well Omega can play around that. So lots of questions I got right now, man.
Yeah, it's a really, really spicy draft from Omega. Obviously the main idea behind the set, like you were just talking about, is it's a great answer into the Yone. It hard wins that lane, right? But I 100% agree, right? Obviously for Omega, if they don't get a huge lead relatively early on, they are going to be sorely lacking in damage. They're going to get hard outscaled as we move later on into the game. Seraphine Sona obviously on paper scales well, but when you don't have any true carries that you're buffing up, then you can heal and shield as much as you want, but if you're not killing anybody on the enemy team, then it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, and honestly too, like, it's so easy to get ganked. I just don't see how you can test like anything early on at all. Like Sona Seraphine to me, I'm glad you said it, because you need something like that Olaf. You need something like that Yone. You need some sort of champion that can be that front end damage and that extended damage too. But Set, I just don't think is it. In isolation, it does well into Yone, but how well does it pair up with your team comp? Like Seraphine, Sona are sitting ducks for a Jarvan. So there's so much agency that Literal Monkeys have with their team comp, especially bot side, to impact the game. And it's probably going to take, like, honestly 25 minutes before you really see Omega Gaming's team comp come online. And I'm not sure what that's going to mean for them. They lack Siege. The only thing that they really have, as far as I'm concerned, is a good 4v4 with Set, Amumu, Seraphine, and Sona. And even then, it's going to take like 15 minutes. I'm trying to see how the team comp comes together, and to me right now, I'm not sure I do. I don't see much threat at all on the side of Omega Gaming.
Yeah, I hear you. And as well, you're talking about the team composition needing a little bit of time to come online, but if we're waiting for 20-25 minutes for Omega, at that point, then Vladimir's probably going to have 2 items. Yone's probably going to have 2 items. Like, I mean, that's the side of the literal monkeys scaling up really comfortably into this game as well at that point. So, yeah, it's I'm with you. I'm kind of struggling to see the windows here with this draft for Omega where they're really going to be stronger and going to be able to, make use of what on paper are some strong lanes, but when it comes together, yeah, I'm not really seeing the vision. I'm with you.
Yeah, it's just not there. That doesn't mean you can't win the game, but the casters, I don't know. I think our opinions are pretty spot on. I think we were pretty good last year's, if I'm not mistaken. I think we got it pretty much right. Every team comp that we said was better seemed to win those games. So call it what you want. We could just be lucky 3 times in a row. That's totally possible. Maybe we'll make it 4 here. But yeah, looking at this right now, I just don't see a lot of agency with that Omega Gaming team comp. And obviously on the opposite side, Literal Monkeys, I see a lot of threat. So that jungle, that Jarvan is very scary. So usually the way that I describe a Jarvan, I don't know if I talked about it last game, but he's a lot like a Zim with a bridge champion. So your first 2 clears are very important. That's 5.5, 6 minutes time. By the time that you finish your second clear, you have wanted to gank and gotten to kill at least 1 time.
For sure.
At least 1. If you're not ramping that up, you can be in a bit of trouble. Because that champion Jarvan is especially strong around his ultimate, but his level 3 ganks are extremely strong too. So getting early game leads on this Jarvan will be great for you, especially if you could do that bot side, because Sona Seraphine, once they're put behind, are going to be useless for a long time. Very, very long.
Yeah, 100%. Jarvan's an interesting champion, right? He's kind of like one of those champs that's a little bit a jack of all trades, where he does a lot of things pretty well, but he's not really exceptional at any one thing. You really do, I think, with this pick, want to be finding that early impact, like you're just talking about. That's kind of the one thing that Jarvan has is he has that really potent early ganking threat, but then he also has that baseline value in teamfights later on with the ultimate. So. But if you're only playing for the team fights later on, then there's other champions that you could pick that have more utility with their ultimate. They're going to be a little bit tankier, right? If you can't find an early impact, then it kind of feels just like why are you playing Jarvan? You could just be playing something tankier. So definitely going to be interesting to see if Poppy Fox is going to be able to find that early impact. But I think there's probably not much else to talk about with these drafts. Dirk, you have anything else you wanted to add? The Vladimir Alawi matchup, is that anything?
That's just going to take time, as far as I can tell. It's very similar to Orianna. Those 5 points in Q make Vladimir very strong, so he should be able to get to that point without really going down too much. Of course, Alawi does always have that threat with her E where she can chunk the Vlad, but Vladimir has sustain too, and as long as you can space properly, you should be able to scale just fine. You are the solo AP, so it is important that you're at least farming well, but to me, that top side, I think, is just going to be pretty much left alone. I think a lot of the impact is going to be mid and bot. Bot side is going to be focused on a lot by Literal Monkeys. Omega Gaming will be focusing very much on mid. So I think if they're able to get that set ahead and he can roam and impact the rest of the map, I think things could go really well for Omega Gaming. And equally so, you got to keep your eye on that Alawi. Like that Alawi pick was grabbed as R3 phase 1 with 2 bans topside. So there's a lot of priority being put on that. As you mentioned, it's a comfort pick is most played. So how well does that Alawi pick end up being for them? I don't know. I do like the response in Vlad though.
Absolutely. Literal Monkeys on the blue side in this one, definitely the underdogs on paper heading into this matchup, but we do quite like their draft. We'll see if they're going to be able to pilot it to a victory, potentially pick up their second game win of the season as we head on to the Rift right after the break. See you there.
Keep moving on. Keep moving on.
Okay, everybody, here we are, kicking off our second best of 3 of the night, our second best of 3 of week number 4 here in BOL Premier. Looking like a pretty casual level 1 for us once again here, Turk.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like anything too crazy is going to be happening here. And that's probably to be expected. Of course, we're going to see that Amumu just really want to do that full clear as much as possible. Poppy Fox is going to want to try to get those ganks early down as much as possible. So expect Poppy Fox on this Jarvan to be playing towards his bot side. Of course, Sona and Seraphine are sitting ducks when it comes to that champion. And when you have the pairing of the Ashe for the permaslows and the CC from the Rel to follow up, kill threat is most certainly there. So once again, anticipate Poppy Fox and Literal Monkeys to be putting as much pressure on that bot side as humanly possible, while Caxi on this Amumu is just looking to full clear as much as he can. 5 minutes and 30 seconds, 6 minutes. If he's level 6, then he's done exactly what he needs to do, and just maybe then Omega Gaming can actually pair their ultimates and sync things up. But if they don't find that first fight with their ultimates, I think they're going to have a while before they can really look for anything else, because this team comp's just going to take time to scale, and it's really going to be off the back of Saren. I think Saren's going to be very crucial here on this set pick.
Absolutely. Saren has been having a great season so far. You know, as I previously mentioned, one of the veterans on this team. We'll see if there's anybody on the squad who's going to be able to get it done. It's probably that guy. We do have... Yeah, as you'd expect with these characters, right? Oh, that's going to be an early flash burned by Nubali. Match potentially in trouble here as well as the level 2 gank from Poppy Fox. He started red. There's the EQ onto the flashless Sona. There's the first blood, and there's the second blood immediately following. It's a double kill for the monkey jungler, and Saren almost able to find something in mid there, but Yone able to snap back to the body.
That's a 2-camp gank from the Jarvan.
Yep,
That's take my red that's a take my red full gank there, and as soon as they burn Nubali's flash, you almost know it's gonna be full on death there for the Sona. The fact that you get the Seraphine on top of that too is massive. So Poppy Fox does exactly what he needs to do, and I think wisely so here. He also chooses just to take his reset and head towards his top side, just to cover his top side camps, making sure that Amumu is not taking that quadrant. And to me, that's a good heads up play from him.
It also means that he's going to be able to clear down and potentially revisit that bot lane as well, right? Once he clears out all of these camps, then he's going to be on the bottom side of the map once again. So could even look for another angle. It was at least teleport did come through there from Match to get back to lane and not miss too much. But yeah, I mean, it's just like you were saying, you know, the Seraphine Sona, they're such easy gank targets, especially early on before they really have, you know, any kind of mana regen to speak of, or any damage. They're just kind of sitting ducks, like you said. Sable Gumi going down extremely low in this top lane, has the empowered Q for a little bit of a heal. Perspicacious, not going to land the Test of Spirit this time around. Meanwhile, we've got a flash in mid as Cool Pro Ninja had to burn that one. It's a bandage toss, is going to connect, and that should be the kill. Caxi picking it up, that's going to be Omega on the board.
Definitely catching Cool Pro Ninja off guard there. Definitely not anticipating that bandage toss to come over from his own Raptors.
Another Q and W finds the solo kill. That's going to be the feat of warfare for the monkeys. Meanwhile, fight over the crab as Poppy Fox goes back in with the EQ, but the smite is there from Caxi to secure the scuttler. And now Saren moving over, looking to reinforce the jungler, but Evil Gumi is here. Vladimir only level 4, and Saren's going to flash for the facebreaker. Does pull back on the Vladimir, but he's going to have the pullback off cooldown pretty soon, and Cool Pro Ninja has teleported back in for the play. Evil Gumi just needing a little bit more. The auto attack is enough to take down the Amumu. And now Saren waiting for the cooldowns. Oh, is he going to be able to chase down Evil Gumi? I think the Vladimir is going to have pull back here. He does have it. Can he get off the empowered Q? The Haymaker is going to secure the kill for Saren, but now the set's going to get taken down as well. Almost able to take Poppy Fox with him. But in the end, it's going to be, I guess that was a 2-for-1 in the extended play. It's definitely the monkeys with the better end of it.
100% it is, and that is such a close fight through thick and thin, but Gumi crucially is going to get another kill off that. Unfortunately, he goes down, does have his empowered Q, but the Haymaker timing is just too good from Saren. He's going to be able to pick up that kill, and that's really good for him. crucially, he didn't actually spend his gold before that fight, so he was at his weakest state with those conditions that he had, about 25-30% HP. So Omega Gaming actually made a half-decent play, all things considered with the game state, but once again, still heavily favoring Little Monkeys.
Yeah, still, you know, Omega are starting to fall behind a bit already in terms of golds. Although, you know, Poppy Fox is quite far behind in terms of that jungle CS, so Caxi does at least have a bit of an XP advantage right now over the J4. But, you know, we saw that earlier tonight, the fact that the Nocturne had that huge lead in the jungle matchup, right? But then it didn't really end up mattering just based on the team compositions.
Good dodge on the Haymaker there.
Also a bit
Constantly
of a
fishing, eh? Just the lethal tempo when it's fully stacked is so threatening there on Cool Pro Ninja, even into this counter matchup. Saren, though, crucially has his 6 at this point now. He's very scary.
And the set also has a pretty big CS lead here. I'm just noticing in the mid lane. Finds the face breaker there as well. And the showstopper to bring the Yone underneath the turret. And oh my goodness, Saren just made him look so foolish. Absolutely dunked the ninja. And that's going to be a kill on the bottom side river, as well as Madge is going to take down Ferromancy. Poppy Fox forced to EQ out the back of the Dragon Pit. And this might be the early neutral going the way of Omega as well. They pull the Dragon out, and they are going to be able to secure this first neutral.
And this just seems so illegal to me, that the fact that Cool Pro Ninja actually ended up going down there, maybe that's a testament to how well Saren played that, but getting that ultimate back into his turret to secure that solo kill is big, but the fact that you burn those summoners bot side as well, force them off, and take this first dragon, to me is criminal. Omega Gaming should not be able to get away with that, and yet they do, and kudos to them. They played it extremely well, but with the team comp that they've drafted, they need time to scale, and I'm surprised they were able to get it already. Like, that prevents them from a lot of threat later on, as we see.
Ooh, Test of Spirit in the pop lane. Perspicacious
Wow.
is out of mana, and Evil Gumi is out of health bar. That was a lot of damage that the Vladimir was clearly not expecting, and I don't blame him because I was not expecting it either.
I didn't see it coming. There's no way I figured he was fine. And obviously, nope, he was not. So, Alawi, paying off, I suppose.
Yep, we can see why
Yeah.
Omega picked it early in the draft there. Probably would have gotten banned away if they had left it to the second phase. Fate Steal to the mid lane. Can they take down Saren? He's going to get a big old shield in a second here from the... Oh, maybe he didn't have the Haymaker. Actually, never got it off. And that's going to be Cool Pro Ninja picking up his second of the game. Meanwhile, Caxi rather, on the Void Grubs, trying to taxi his way out now as he bandage tosses onto Poppy Fox, but Vladimir is here, gets the slow from the E. The EQ is going to land as well. A really nice Curse of the Sad Mummy from Taxi, and they actually shut down the J4. Evil Gumi going into the pool, gets off another Q. Is he going to be able to chase down Caxi? It looks like the answer is yes. So number 3 for the Vladimir. Perspicacious now forced to flash to get back underneath the tier 1 turret. So it ended up being a trade of junglers there. Only one grub, I believe, has been claimed so far. That did go the way of the monkeys.
This is a beautiful roam from Ferromancy coming in there too, and this is something we didn't really get a chance to talk about either. When you draft something like the Sona Seraphine, you are locked into bot lane. You cannot move. Your whole objective is just to stay down there and soak up as much XP and gold as you can. And that, of course, allows Ferromancy on the rail to roam and make those impact plays, and he's done a fantastic job as he fishing.
There he goes
Topside
again.
once again.
Yeah, Ferromancy looking for it, but it's risky business they can allow. Even Perspicacious does not have the ultimate, doesn't have the leap of faith, and is just going to get taken down here. So Ferromancy again, right as you were singing in his praises, he shows it to us. The power of the rail roam.
Part of 4 of those kills now. He's done a fantastic job.
Caxi was maybe going to be in danger for a second there. The Moon was just going to be able to walk away. Had the mid pry out to retreat back towards his set. That was all 3 grubs secured by the monkeys.
Cool Pro Ninja and Saren once again just continuing to trade here. Poppy Fox has been able to impact the early game. Done a very good job with that, part of 5 of these 8 kills here. So Poppy Fox on this Jarvan's definitely showing up really big here. We saw that early gank down towards that bot side, netting that double kill, kind of showing how we expected this game to be. Omega Gaming has done a good job being able to claw back here. It seems like it's a lot off the back.
Oh, the showstopper!
So close.
Yeah, I just needed a couple more punches to finish off the ninja, but not going to find it just yet. For Ninja sticking around here, does have the teleport, but feeling pretty safe right now underneath the turret.
We do have multiple
There's a collapse coming in, yeah.
Saren, though, wisely.
Oh, gets hit by the arrow from long range. The Fate Steal over the top. Yone puts himself under turret range, but he doesn't go down, and it's a clean pick from the monkeys.
TDK. from downtown. Snipes him. A beautiful ult too. Saren did not expect it, had the flash available if he could have reacted, but of course that ult really did come out of nowhere. You and I both didn't expect it. Saren's gonna go down for that trouble there, and that's a beautiful
Oh, Taxi
kill.
finds the ban. Okay.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, back over to you, Turk.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, Purposcacious, the leap of faith. I guess it's still my turn, as that's going to be the Jarvan flashing away from the very scary Alawi, and now she's trapped in a cage. And that's not where she wanted to be. That's going to be a killing spree for Evil Gumi on this Vladimir, who's going to be very accelerated.
Most certainly is here. Maj and Nubly doing what they can in the spot side, putting as much pressure down as possible, and you can see the sustain at this point is starting to outweigh a lot of the all-in threat that TDK and Ferromancy have. Especially right now with your conditions, it becomes very difficult to full-on dive or try to actually all-in here, because more than likely the counter-engage will just kill you. So Omega's bot side most certainly has a tempo right here. You can see Caxi, he's hovering around this tri-bush, but the pings are coming down. I believe that Amumu is spotted out. Saren, though.
Oh, the Haymaker.
Oh,
Oh,
my.
the Yone. Oh, the flash for the auto. Oh, Saren just lays him out there in the mid lane. That's another solo kill, 2 now for the Omega mid in this game.
We needed to see that. That's that R5 pick coming in. You and I were both wondering how it was going to play out. We know it's strong early, but can you get those leads early? As we swing into the mid, into the later stages of the game, if it gets that far, how good can Saren pilot this champion? As we see,
Oh,
Alawi.
Pertinacious is going to be able to get back underneath the turret, it looks like. Yes, will survive. Meanwhile, got a quick look at bot lane there. That was Seraphine forced to burn the flash to get away from that Rel engage.
Maj does have the TP, is going to be able to burn that just to get back to the lane here. Does have Pocket and Mumu coming down towards that bot side as well, but this Dragon's most certainly gone for the troubles here, and Literal Monkeys being able to pick up this neutral. That's a good start for them. Of course, they're in a good position here as well, just to swing their bot lane towards this mid. Play for these next set of grubs if they so choose here. And Evil Gumi on this Vladimir is a scary, scary man right now. Being 5-2 at that level 9 power spike, 5 points in Q. He's absolutely accelerated. He probably has a lot of gold right now that he's sitting on. He's going to want to get his reset. Yeah, 1600 right now. Spends his gold once he gets back out on the map. He's going to be an absolute terror for Omega Gaming to deal with.
Oh, yeah. He is very, very strong already.
Cosmic Drive into
Yep,
twos.
that's
Oh,
yeah,
no.
yeah, that's he's pretty strong. And as well for the side of the Monkeys, they only need one more neutral objective now to secure the feat, so they're very close to that as well. And with their one item Vladimir, they should be pretty comfortable to fight for this next round of grubs. Saren gonna get knocked up by the crash down of the Rally EQ from Poppy Fox as well. The Haymaker coming out pretty early there, gets interrupted a bit by the Fade Seal, the Showstopper, just to get Saren back towards safety. The Enchant Crystal Arrow is not going to land, but I feel like with Saren already using all the cooldowns, oh, it's Caxi though, finds a huge ultimate on the Amumu, and Poppy Fox going down low is gonna be forced to get away. Evil Gumi goes into the pool, flashes away, tries to stay alive, but he flashes directly into Maj. The Seraphine gets the shutdown, and Perspicacious is going to live. Ferromancy not gonna be so lucky, and that's gonna be a 3-0 team fight. Omega Gaming went out in the topside river.
Nubly with that roam, matching Ferromancy in that instance is huge. Uh-oh, Saren, TDK.
Is found TDK. Yeah, the Ashe does have Flash, so
Should be
probably
okay.
never going to go down here, but would be in trouble if another face breaker landed. Not going to be the case.
Those fights, when they happen, if you can't secure the kill on a member, if you're Literal Monkeys, you can see the sustain from just, that was just Sona for the record too, that wasn't even Saren. You can see the sustain come through. It becomes very difficult to get those kills here. As Saren does not mind one bit playing for these plays. Throws up the emote too. You know he's feeling himself.
He sure is. Going for the Blade of the Ruined King first on the set. Again, that has to be for the 1v1 matchup against the Yone, right?
I would think so. I mean, you can proc the Blade quite quickly with your passive with those 2 autos and a Q resets, so that much I can understand, gives you sticking power. I think usually you see something like the Stride Breaker if I'm not mistaken, but the Blade here to me makes some sense, so I'm very curious to see how it ends up working out for him, but so far so good. Still ahead quite a bit in CS for this mid lane. Not that much CS overall in the rest of the map when you look at everybody else, but nevertheless has been absolutely able to shut down Cool Pro Ninja.
Yeah, I think the Blade of the Ruined King option makes sense as well in the context of, like, With this composition, you don't necessarily want to play for the team fights, right? You don't want the extended team fights at the very least. You're going to get out-damaged by the Vladimir and the Yone in extended fights, so just playing to do as much damage as possible, as quickly as possible, I think is what Saren is going to be looking for.
It gives him a little bit of extra sustain with that Sona and that Seraphine too, so
Yeah.
I really think it is about that sticking power. Once you get those 3 autos in, it's very difficult for Kubro, Ninja, or anybody else to get away from him, so we'll see how well that ends up working out for him, as we just constantly see towards his top side Kubro Ninja fishing for a little bit of damage, but the amount of threat that Evo Gumi has on this Vladimir is terrifying, as we do see it engage.
Getting ganked right now, yeah.
Beautiful
As
dodge.
the Hemo Plague onto 2, dodges away from that Thanatos with the pool, but now doesn't have it anymore, and that Thanatos is going to connect, and that is going to be the kill onto the Vladimir. Amumu picking that one up. That's the strongest point on the map for the Monkeys. Just going to get taken down. Meanwhile, their tier 1 in bot is going to fall. Cooper Ninja can't defend against the power of the Sona Seraphine.
No, and if you're roaming as Pharaohmancy on this rally, you want to be able to make those plays happen. And of course, if Evil Gumi is going to be going down, if you only have one member bot side, you're losing top, you're losing bot at the same time. And Maj and Nubly are able to just grab that tier 1 turret bot. Tier 1 mid's very low too. Perspicacious just fishing here for damage on Poppy Fox and getting quite a bit of it.
Yeah, the Jarvan can leave whenever you'd like to, but he's actually just going to go for the knockoff. And meanwhile, in the mid lane, Nubly, underneath the turret, taking up a bunch of shots there, is going to end up going down. But they do take down the turret in the end. Meanwhile, Poppy Fox probably should have ran away with that EQ instead of sticking around for the fight. Does end up paying for that one, and Pharaohmancy is going to get taken down as well. As Perspicacious now on a spree. And Turk, I feel like we're starting to see some of the issues that have been plaguing the Monkeys so far this season.
I tend to agree. I really do. It seems like some of these fights that we're taking, it just seems very scattered. It almost seems like in the comms there's multiple calls being made at the same time, and at that point it becomes very difficult to deal with, and whether or not that's true, the end result is definitely the same. We're going to lose 2 members topside for that play. Sure, we're going to get Saren in the process, we're going to get Sona, but to me that seems like a bit of an overextension on their end there, trying to play for that turret. Unfortunately, they still get it. They still get the mid-tier 1 at the end of the day, so the play works out for Omega Gaming, but it seems like, yeah, as you mentioned, Literal Monkeys, they're starting to struggle a little bit here. Now, TDK still very strong. Poppy Fox still very strong, almost at that 2-item spike. After this, he's going to fall off a cliff, but he's strong for now. Evil Gumi, very close here, working on his 2nd item too. In isolation, he should be able to be Perspicacious here. So, lots of things for Literal Monkeys to work with. Nubly, though.
Nubly getting engaged on. The Crashdown is going to get the CC, and that's going to be TDK picking up his 3rd of the game. So that is some control go in the way of the Monkeys. They're going to look to start up this Dragon, and it does all come down to this neutral in terms of the feat. So this Dragon going over does mean that the Monkeys are going to have the feat on their side. We'll see if that's going to be enough. Infernal stole this game. Very exciting.
Caxi needs to be a little careful here right now. He's invading without much priority.
Faith in the top lane. His Perspicacious looking for the 1v1 against Gumi. Another W there going to land. Evil Gumi going into the pool and just gets absolutely slammed. Bodied by this Alawi. The Vladimir may be ahead of the curve, but he still can't stand up to Persp in the 1v1.
No, once that gap close comes through from that Alawi, you can just see how much damage comes through. And yeah, Evil Gumi, we kept highlighting how strong he was, but at the end of the day, the all-in still goes for Perspicacious, and that's good for him. Nubly.
Oh, the EQ, that's going to be Nubly caught out once again. TDK on a rampage now. Monkeys are going to be able to secure the Herald as well, so despite the solo kill in top lane, it's still the Monkeys that managed to get the objective. Gotten the last couple now.
These are doing a good job here. Constant tradings happen. One team makes a play, the other team counters, and we see Cool Pro Ninja getting chunked here. Beautiful.
Oh, the showstopper to get away from the Rel engage, but now Saren still needs to try to find a way out of this one. Has already used the Haymaker, I believe the Magnet Storm. Oh, there's the Haymaker, actually. It's not quite enough to finish off the Ninja, who does end up getting the last hit. Meanwhile, the Herald charging into the mid-tier 1 at the same time. Caxi, oh, Bobby Fox, are we sure about this one? We're going back in. Oh, TDK has the damage. It's going to be Caxi who's forced to flash away, but the sustain from the Seraphine Soda is too much, and TDK is going to get punished for following up on the play of his jungler. 2 quick ones for Omega in the mid lane.
Literal monkeys are just making too many plays at once. They get the kill on
Yep.
bot side there, they take Saren down, but then they try to force mid for some reason there, and they get countered, and at the end of the day, when you lose that fight mid, you also lose top. As tier 1, you lose all of your camps towards this top side, and what little tempo you had from that play bot side is completely negated off an overextension at mid.
That's right. This game has been very back and forth, but if we take a look at the gold, it's actually a very substantial lead that Omega have opened up in that department. So despite the fact that the kills, you know, are still really close, 6,000 gold ahead is really significant for Omega. As Evil Gumi, I think, feeling a lot of that gold lead right now. Perspicacious though potentially in trouble, but the Alawi does have Leap of Faith, so this is in fact her comfort zone. How many is Purse going to be able to take with him as everybody's flashed away, trying to get away from this Alawi? Evil Gumi is just going to get bonked over the head. He's not running, he's standing and fighting, and I don't think that was the right call. Purse is unstoppable, is eventually going to get taken down. It took every single monkey to eventually finish off that Alawi. Meanwhile, mid lane.
All the while, mid lane, Saren pressuring tier 2, taking tier 3, being pressured here once again. Look at the damage on this turret too. It actually probably goes down here, especially with the support of this Sona and Seraphine. And that's two turrets mid. It's so, it's so
Poppy
rough.
Fox is trying to do Otacon right now.
Oh no.
And I don't think that's a very good idea. He's going to EQ away this time, which is fantastic, but TDK has been completely left out to dry. Dying for the jungler's sins, it seems, once again.
This game's rectified, honestly, by just not making too many plays on the map at one time. We've seen that consistently from literal monkeys, where they make one play and it works out good on bot side where they send 3 members, but then the next 2 members in mid lane try to force a fight when they don't have the numbers advantage. And right here we see split calls, Atacon being made, skirmishes and fights being taken elsewhere, and the end result is exactly this here. Any bit of tempo, any bit of advantage that you had on the map is slowly being dwindled away, and I'm glad you highlighted the gold lead, because yes, that's exactly what it seems like right now. Omega is starting to run away with this game here, and we'll see how well Little Monkeys can adapt, but if they're sending 4 members towards that top side trying to get the kill on Perspy, and they're not able to do it.
They're going to try to gank the Alawi again.
Again.
He has Leap of Faith again, guys. Cooper Ninja is just going to die here. Just completely deleted. Why are we ganking Alawi on cooldown? This champion loves being ganked probably more than any other champion in the game. And it's his main. Perspicacious is an Alawi main. Why are we ganking this guy on repeat? It's just, they're just bleeding out. Oh, and it's so painful as well, Turk, because they had such a great start to this game. We love their draft, right? And Poppy Fox had that great early gank towards the bottom lane. But just this entire several sequences in the mid game, things have just completely gone off the rails for the monkeys.
They most certainly have here, and I feel like they're easy fixes, but when there's this many little mistakes, it becomes pretty evident about how you end up losing the state of the game here. And we see
Evil Gumi is 2 levels down now. They're gonna try to kill Perspicacious again. He doesn't have ult this time. And so they are going to be able to take him down. Evil Gumi gets up to 6 kills. But, yeah, there's this happening.
Yeah, a little bit of an overextension there for Perspicacious. I mean, you're still going to secure the dragon at the end of the day, but you really don't want to be giving those kills down. I'm not sure how much gold he was worth, but that was most certainly a shutdown there. So picking that up is nice. Of course, that gives you an option now. I like this a lot from the Literal Monkeys. They're at least making a play off their own timers here. They're getting deep vision in the top side. They're playing for this tier 1 top as well. So hopefully they're able to secure this, net themselves another objective bounty. But yeah, over and over, we're just seeing all these little mistakes that are adding up for Literal Monkeys, and it's costing a lot of tempo.
Yeah, it's going to look for the Pro Ninja here. Doesn't get the stun with the Face Breaker. It's not going to matter. Saren's just beat him down. Just walked at him and just absolutely destroyed that ninja. Well, I say that, he's actually still alive. Okay, some style points on the end there for Saren. The flash for the EQ, they do get the knock up, and Saren doesn't have Haymaker, so they're going to be able to take down the set. They trade it back. It's a 1-for-1. But I think the mental damage was successfully inflicted there by the Omega mid laner.
And you constantly see Literal Monkeys overloading these side lanes, looking to make those plays and finding those picks on Saren crucially. That's nice, no doubt, but It seems like that's the only play that Literal Monkeys has right now. It's trying to overload a side lane, force a fight, and maybe that's the only thing that they can do right now, but it's bit them a couple times. Hopefully we don't see them move towards that Alawi once again, as we
Oh.
do see Evil Gumi getting slow chased.
Pretty early pool, the Sona ultimate. It's Poppy Fox over the wall, finds a 3-man EQ knockup,
huge.
and it doesn't matter at all. The Sona Seraphine, they just heal and shield, and then they kill the Jarvan as well as the Vladimir. So 2 more for Omega, and it's just in time for the Baron spawn.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be starting this up right now, and the Sonos Seraphine have absolutely come online, both of them sitting at 2 items. Also have that healing reduction in that Oblivion Orb too for Maj, and they're facilitating and supporting the rest of their team, and you can see right now Omega Gaming, as much as we criticize the Sonos Seraphine and how it has no presence early.
But you criticized the Sona
Yeah,
Seraphine.
true. Maybe it was just me. 25 minutes, you're online. Like, all the criticism is now completely null and void. Everything that would have been said
Yeah.
prior to 25 minutes is completely irrelevant if you get to a state like this. Ideally, with the Sonos Seraphine, you don't want to be down too much at 25 minutes, let alone ahead 7k right now, or 6k, whatever it is. So being in this position, it makes it so much easier to be able to close these games out, because you know, if the enemy team can't burst you down, you're going to out-sustain them.
Yeah, you know, I do have to wonder, Turk, if perhaps the side of the Monkeys had committed more resources earlier on in the game to try to keep Sona Seraphine down, right? If you really were just, like, trying to keep them underneath their turret, you know, prevent them from roaming around the map like this, you know, instead of ganking Alawi over and over again. Maybe there was something there. I don't know.
It's probably the right play, like, especially
Poppy
with the
Fox?
Earth. Uh-oh.
Well, he was looking for a gank angle. He is going to sidestep the Seraphine ultimate and then die. And Perspicacious is getting ganked again, ladies and gentlemen. He does have his ultimate. And yeah, he's gonna probably kill some more people here as Cool Pro Ninja uses the Q3 to create that little bit of extra distance, is gonna be able to get away. And so the side of Literal Monkeys are going to survive that gank attempt onto Perspicacious this time around.
That's where you send an email to Riot customer service and ask them just to remove that champion, I think, from the game. Because I don't know how you deal with it at this point. It's so... you're playing into its win con, I get it, for sure.
Yes,
there's no question about it. Perspicacious is super ahead too, but you can see how infuriating and how frustrating it is to play against something like the Salawi once you have a lead and once the rest of your team can play around you. And it just seems like there's nothing that Literal Monkeys can do on the side lane.
That's absolutely correct, Turk. There is, really, it does feel like nothing they can do at this point, unfortunately. At least they did get a couple of dragons earlier, so they're not staring down Infernal Soul right now, yet. I have a feeling that this game is probably not going to get to Infernal Soul. I
think you're probably right, mister.
Yeah.
I don't imagine that we're going to see Literal Monkeys survive the next 5.5 to 6 minutes, let alone 11. So, by the time that we actually see the Elder Drag come up, I think, yeah, there's no question the game's done. And yeah, probably before the Soul, too. You see, the Omega Gaming is because they do such a good job around things like this. They have some good deep vision on the bot side. They're playing it denying camps, and then they're sticking as a unit. Cool Pro Ninja needs to be very careful.
Beautiful gank setup there. The hide on bush strat just working out exquisitely for Omega. And they're just going to be able to instantly obliterate 3 members of the Monkeys. Another Bandage Toss is going to land. TDK tried to flash away. It didn't end up working out. There's just too much engage, too much follow through for Omega. They pick up the 4-for-0 easy secure, and Ferromancy is going to say, well, if we had gotten a team fight, I could have gotten a really cool engage, but unfortunately, everybody's already dead. And just gonna be game number 2 that the Monkeys are gonna have to look towards.
Yep, throw the headsets off, boys, grab a drink, grab a snack, get back here, and get ready for game number 2. In game 1, there were some good moments. Like when we saw it.
They had a good early game.
Yeah, they had a great early game, right? We talked about Poppy Fox with that impact, that level 2 gank. You just need your red, and then you run straight down bot. Definitely caught the bot side off guard. That Sona Seraphine both going down in the process. That's a great start, right? You're like, okay, awesome. Things are looking good. Then we get Evil Gumi ahead on the Vladimir. Things are looking great. Now we're starting to scale. Things are going well. Enchanted Crystal Arrow hits mid, hits Saren. We get that kill too. Things are going really well for us. And then we make split call after split call after split call.
That's right. Yes. It just at some point, it felt like the shot calling and the macro decisions just completely fell apart, completely went out the window there, unfortunately, for the Monkeys. TDK and Ferromancy, they had that great lane. They got that early advantage that was gifted to them by Poppy Fox with that early attention from the jungle, right? They were doing a great job of pressuring Seraphine and Sona in the 2v2. Ferromancy had those great roams as well. He was getting towards top lane. He was helping get the Vladimir further ahead. And it was all working really beautifully. And their composition outscales as well. It was looking so good. And then it just felt like they just yeah, I think we've said enough probably about that one for the side of the Monkeys. Just really need to see that mid game tightened up hopefully for game number 2 to give us a little bit of a series here in this second one. But for the side of Omega, props to them because while the Monkeys had a great early game, for the side of Omega, it looked a little bit rough in the early game. Saren obviously was holding it down in mid, which you did call out as being something that was very important. That actually did need to happen for Omega with this composition to function at all. And then they felt like they were able to capitalize on some mistakes from their opponents. They just kept their heads in the game. They made the right decisions and were able to take a pretty convincing victory in the end here. Sub 30-minute win here in this first game. Who's your POG?
POG. They all played quite well, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I as much as you can make an argument for, I don't think you can give it to any of the members of the bot lane. They did what they needed to do. I think they did a good job, Maj and Nubili. They facilitated the rest of the team. So I'd probably have to say Perspicacious. It's either Perspicacious or Saren. Because they're getting facilitated, sure, by the Sona and the Seraphine, but they're making so many plays happen. And honestly, maybe you can make the argument that, yeah, literal monkeys shouldn't be playing into an Alawi, but if you are and you're 1v4ing consistently, and then you're 1v3ing and you're 1v2ing and you're getting kills, and yeah, maybe you deserve the MVP. So I probably give it to him. And they picked it very early on, too, right? They wanted to make sure that the Alawi was secured. Grab it R3, double band top, so lots of priority on it. So good for them. Perspicacious, for me, gets it.
I like it. Yes. The fact that there were those draft resources committed right from the side of Omega to get their top laner and on his comfort pick for this first game, that does make it more important, right? Then that player who gets those draft resources is able to perform with them. So I think Perspicacious was absolutely able to do so. Like you said, maybe the side of the Monkeys shouldn't have been ganking him so many times, but when they did, the Alawi played it extremely well to make the pick work out. It did what it said on the tin, and it did it quite well. It was very, very effective in this game, no doubt about it. So we're gonna go to a short break, guys, and we'll come back with game number 2, see if the Monkeys can bounce back. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to BOL Premier Week 4, day at number 1. We are about to get underway with our second champion select phase of this matchup between the Monkeys and Omega Gaming. Hoping to see, some. Well, obviously, we will be seeing some different looks here in the draft due to our lovely Fearless format. And with the Fearless format, drafting obviously can be a little bit difficult sometimes, but hopefully our teams are using the amazing ProComps to assist them with the drafting process. ProComps, of course, a sponsor of us here at Blue Water, so we need to give them a quick shout out. It's a game changer app for the League of Legends community, and it's not just like the other tools, guys. It's a personal draft coach. It's perfect for both teams, like we have here, and solo players as well. You can pair it with any other app that you use. With ProComps, you'll receive real-time drafting advice with tailored champion picks and ban recommendations. It stands out with features such as the ability to generate champion pools in seconds that you can share with your friends. There's a post-draft guide to attack the game. You can generate comps based on your preferences, like if you prefer to play Sona Seraphine, for example. You can draft comp around that. I know Turk would be a big fan. Coaches and analysis can create personalized tier lists as well. Think of it as having a virtual coach and a strategy toolkit all in one. It has over 280,000 downloads. It's totally free. Give it a try, guys. Very easy, no brainer. Extra strategy never hurt anybody. Download it from procomps.gg, from Overwolf, or click the link in our bio. Big thank you to ProComps. And now, Turk, let's check in and see where we're at with this Game 2 draft.
He's good. That was a good one. Good plug. I'll give it to you. You caught me off guard. You caught me off guard, so well done. Kudos to you. So, B1 Varus, not too surprising one bit. The Kai'Sa to me is a bit surprising. So we'll see what comes out of that. But pretty much anytime you're drafting that Kai'Sa, if you really want to facilitate that champion, make sure you get ahead. You want to make sure that you have dive. So R3, don't be surprised to see some sort of an engaged support come through to really make sure that Kai'Sa can do what she needs to do. And Varus, of course, is pretty much a sitting duck when it comes to that. So Varus, lots of flexibility. We talked about it last series. You can go that lethality build, of course, or you can go lethal tempo. So we'll see what he decides to do with that, as we do see the Volibear locked in. So more early game presence.
Do you think we're going to see the Volibear top again? It feels like that's almost more popular now than the jungle Volibear.
It's a good question. We don't quite know. I think that's the truth to it. We don't quite know. Of course, we know where the Skarner's going. Volibear can be indexed into that for sure. You can manage to do just fine into that, especially if you're willing to take something like the Conqueror or the Lethal Tempo. That will give you that scaling like what we saw in the last series as well. Pretty evident about that there. So the Skarner coming through still seems to be a very high priority pick, even after the countless nerfs that it has received. We are going to see a Renekton coming through here.
We are indeed. Yeah, so this is going to be a pretty beefy top side once again for Omega. Obviously last game, they did have the full beef top side plus the double enchanter bot lane, and that ended up working out for them. This time around, they do actually have an AD carry, which is pretty exciting. So now it's even more value they could potentially get out of that front line. Last pick of the first round for the Monkeys is going to be the Cassante.
Okay.
Going up into that Renekton.
Okay, so I like that a lot. Of course, we know with that Cassante pick coming through, that Volibear will be heading to the jungle. So R4 and R5 are going to be very important. More than likely, we're going to be picking up that support, and that R4 role would be my guess. Again, you can really pick and choose any engaged support that you want to pair with this Kai'Sa. Any one of those should be able to work in a vacuum. So R4 support, I anticipate. We'll see what bans come through here, though. The Talia's one. I'm not sure if I would have anticipated that, but the Talia to me does make some sense. If you do get that priority, of course, you can roam and impact the rest of the map, so tends to do quite well into that. Something like a Talia ban makes me wonder if it's going to be something like a Rakan coming through. I'm very curious to know about that, or a very high mobile esque style mid lane too. So we'll see. I think that Talia ban is targeted for a very specific reason, though.
Yeah, the Talia does also pair very well, of course, with things like the Renekton and the Varus.
Yes, it does. Yep.
With the point and click there. You can follow very easily with the shove. But things like the Poppy are still available as well. If Omega do want to index into sort of the anti-dash tech.
Wow. We're going to get a Renata. Interesting. Yeah. We are going to get the Renata. So the phase 1 minus the Varus, of course, you do have to gap close. You have to get in range. I'm not a huge fan of the Renata in this instance with the Kaisa, but I don't think it's bad by
Right.
any means. Usually you just want to see, like I mentioned probably 100 times already, you want that engaged support. I think it makes things a lot easier for the Kaisa to be able to play because you create that space, she can get her stacks up with her autos, and it looks like we are going to see a response in that Varus, in that Thresh, so that Thresh and Varus bot lane is actually going to be quite strong. Now, they shouldn't have a lot of the push when it comes to this early game with that Kaisa and Renata duo, but that Thresh is going to allow that Varus to play that much more aggressive. So I do like that pick, one you don't see very often now.
Yeah, yeah. The Kaisa does feel like it's potentially going to have a bit of a difficult time into that lane against the Varus Thresh. We'll have to see. Anivia locked in there on the B5 for Saren. That's, of course, blind into the mid lane. And Bard is not the pick, unless we're playing Kaisa mid, but Bard is still not the pick. Now, those are some mid lane options. Those are champions that can be played in the mid lane. We'll see. It's going to be the Veigar. We
Okay.
saw Veigar already earlier on tonight. We're going to see him again, this time against the Anivia.
Yeah, we're going to see it. The Veigar pick can go really, really hard here. Of course, you have those two frontliners in that Skarner and Renekton who need to be able to get that gap closed, but crucially, you have the Varus, you have the Thresh, and you have the Anivia, all three of which are very immobile. So no dashes in their kits at all, merely flashes or cleanse. Of course, you have that Lantern, I suppose. Maybe you get it a jail free card, but not really. So the Veigar pick going in here, to me, makes a lot of sense. You should have a pretty easy early game as well into this Anivia. When it comes to 6 and when Anivia does start to get those blue buffs, it could be a little bit more difficult to get that priority on her, but that Veigar to me makes a lot of sense with the champions that have come through, and minus the Renata, which even the Renata isn't a bad pick. I quite like the comp that Literal Monkeys have drafted, and Omega Gaming has drafted a good comp themselves as well. Very single target focused to me.
Definitely. There's some synergy for Omega as well. You know, when we think about Anivia putting up walls and Skarner being able to slam people into them, you know, that can work out really well.
Yeah, that's
The
big.
Impale also, you can just like hold people in the Glacial Storm for that entire channel, so that can be really devastating. They're able to combo those champions together at all. But the Veigar does work also in the sense that, you know, you were talking about how the Thresh Lantern could potentially be used to get somebody out of danger, but I'm pretty sure if somebody is inside the event horizon and they try to click a Lantern, they are still going to get stunned. They don't actually get out with the Lantern, so
That is
definitely,
correct. Yeah, for sure. It needs to be a preemptive Thresh Lantern, because otherwise you're absolutely right. You throw that Lantern in and the cage is already up, you're screwed, bucko. Like, you're not going to be able to get away from that. So that's a very good point that you brought up there for sure. And both of these team comps to me seem to make quite a bit of sense. When I look at Omega Gaming's team comp, to me it seems like they can force fights a bit easier. I mean, they have quite a bit of single target CC that they can follow up with. Each one of these members in and of themselves also offers forms of CC, so you can force fights on your own accord. If you control objectives, if you control river, you can prevent the enemy from being able to rotate and actually contest you. Anytime that you'll see Literal Monkeys funnel into a choke or anything like that, the AoE from the Anivia can absolutely shred them. So we'll keep a lookout for that. Equally so, you don't want to be funneling into the chokes if you're going into the Literal Monkeys team comp. So neutral objectives,
true.
very, very important here for both sides. We'll see how well these teams can play around it. So
yeah,
game 1 was a good game to see from Omega Gaming. I think for game 2, they've set themselves up with a good team comp to be able to do the same thing. It just becomes whether or not they can execute. Literal Monkeys, the onus is on you guys, of course. There really is nothing to lose at this point. You might as well just all in, give it everything that you've got, and see what comes out. But I think you've drafted a decent enough team comp to be able to deal with the threats that you see on the side of Omega.
Yeah, I agree. I think the Monkeys do have some good answers to the Omega threats. But I am noticing that the Monkeys, I feel like, are sorely lacking in terms of engage. They don't really have any. All they have is Volibear running at you, or maybe like a handshake. Not a lot in terms of the engage department. Meanwhile, I feel like you were calling out some great stuff for Omega already. You know, the fact that Varus has the Chain of Corruption, very non-committal engage. You can just fish with that. Thresh hooks, obviously. Even Anivia can just fish for things with the Q, right? With the Flash Frost. You can... It's not easy to catch people out with that, but you know, it's certainly a non-committal. You can fish with it, and, you know, block people off with the wall, that sort of thing. So I do feel like it's definitely an easier draft to play for Omega. You know, they obviously have the Skarner as well, which is an incredibly high priority pick for a reason. I'm a little bit surprised. I mean, if you think about it, the Monkeys could have even gone for the Skarner. They could have taken Kaisa Skarner, right, with 1-2. And I feel like if the junglers were swapped, I would like the monkeys draft a lot better, if that was the case. But going for the Volibear, I mean, maybe that's a comfort pick, not really sure. In the end, Turk, I think the main thing that we need to see from the monkeys is just cleaner decision making, right?
Yep.
As the drafts didn't really feel like they ended up mattering at all. To be honest, in that previous game, it was just the macro decisions for the monkeys really left us scratching our head a little bit.
Yeah, definitely did. Definitely did. A lot of indecisive decision making and split calls just costed them the game one there. And game two, we'll see if they're able to clean things up. And if they can, then of course we're going to be moving on to get that game three here. And we'll have to see. But yeah, Omega Gaming and Literal Monkeys here, sitting on match point for Omega Gaming. I'm sure they've got to be feeling good about the comps that they've drafted. I'm sure Literal Monkeys is feeling the same as well. They do have some early game agency with that Volibear. But yeah, you are right. They lack a consistent go button. So it might have been better. We've talked about it to see more of an engaged style support. The Renata can definitely work out, but do you get pinched off? There's a lot of things that can kind of mess with you as that Renata pick, being as immobile as what you are, and Nivea is one of them that really comes to mind. So we'll see how well both of these teams can adapt and play around these team comps that they have drafted.
Yeah, absolutely. Perspicacious on another very standard top laner, has played a few games for Renekton this season, so that's looking pretty good. We do have Evil Gumi, had the ability to counterpick again here. Did have the option of going the Vladimir into the Alawi in the previous game. That looked okay for a while, but didn't end up working out. So we'll see. You feel good about that Cassante pick into the Renekton? You feel like the Cassante pick is really more for team comp? Where do you land on that matchup?
Cassante, I think the Cassante end of the Renekton's fine. Renekton, in theory, does have some advantage when it comes to that. You do have the shield break and whatnot, too. So Renekton early on should be able to out-pressure the Cassante, but Cassante, nevertheless, is going to be an extremely strong champion. He's picked in pro consistently for a bunch of reasons, but the main one that comes to mind for myself is that it's very difficult to cross-map into him. So trying to dive a Cassante is damn near impossible.
Yeah.
Very, very, very difficult. So if you can set up dives on the opposite side of the map from your Cassante, you know pretty much for sure that your Cassante is going to be safe up top. So to me, I like it quite a bit. I think it's going to deal with the threat that Renekton is going to present. So in this isolated matchup, I think it's actually quite good for Cassante in this position. And of course, you're going to be able to continue to scale and really ramp things up. And Cassante is always that threat. If you're a good Cassante player, then I feel like there really isn't a bad matchup for you.
Fair enough. Yeah, it is a 200 years champion, no doubt about it. We'll see if Evil Gumi can hold it down on the weak side this time around. They do have the Volibear to go for those potential turret dives as well. Could be an angle for the monkeys. So that's going to do it for our draft discussion, I think, guys. We're going to go into another short break, and then we'll be on to the Rift for possibly our last game of the night.
See you soon.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Game number 2 between Omega Gaming and the Literal Monkeys. Omega Gaming able to pick up the win in game number 1 and looked pretty good doing it. Monkeys needing to show us something a little bit more here in game number 2. That's what we're hoping for anyway.
Yeah, much to be desired there from the mid game of the Literal Monkeys, but the early game themselves, it looked fantastic. So if they can clean up a lot of those split decision makings and just be a bit more decisive with things, I think it can go really well. Unfortunately, though.
Oh dear. Well, you know, Vagar, he's a pretty long range character. He doesn't really need flash anyways, right?
I mean, doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. I mean, don't be surprised if Caxi on the Skarner really starts to focus on that, because Cool Probe Ninja not having that flash available, and it looks like he might even miss a CS or two off of this, so I'm going to be a little bit late, and he chooses not to burn the TP. I think that's smart, but we'll have to see. I mean, burning that flash early definitely sucks, and yeah, Caxi on the Skarner is going to be keeping an eye on this mid lane for sure.
Yeah, I don't think that the Pro Ninja even got a mana flow band stack, unfortunately.
Looks like he's good, though. He's not going to miss any of the XP. That's the most crucial part.
That is good. Early hook landing for Nubili. That's always important on Thresh, right? The first hook you throw out kind of sets the tone.
It's a mental game.
Exactly. We have both junglers starting on the top side once again here, Turk, which I think makes a lot of sense this time around. I don't think either one of them is going to be really too excited to gank Renekton Cassante. Seems like maybe not somewhere that a jungler would want to be.
I agree. I think both those champions can actually turn it around. So I think avoiding this top lane is probably the best bet for both of these members here. And as time progresses, there might be more opportunities to find those windows to gank, but in isolation, in theory, these two should both be pretty safe when it comes to just their overall conditions there. So yeah, a lot of this bot side focus is probably the right play to be making. Again, the one caveat to that is, of course, that Cool Pro Ninja still does not have his flash. Won't be up for another 3.5 minutes at this point here. So there are plenty of timers mid too, and fortunately for him, he is getting pushed into his turret, so he doesn't have to worry too much about that right now, but there may be timers that are left exposed there for them. So multiple options here for Omega Gaming for sure. I anticipate,
there we go. That's another hook landing, and Nubili is going to go in on that one, gets the play. That's going to force the exhaust out from Pharaohmancy. We did also see a moment ago, Madge and Nubili were able to get the prio in the 2v2. They got that deep ward down on the enemy blue buff, but Poppy Fox has circumvented it and looking for the play now towards this bottom lane. Volibear can just flash in here to guarantee the stun. That's a really nice play from Nubili. The handshake does come through from Pharaohmancy, and oh man, if they just committed a little bit more, they do get the first blood anyways. It's Pharaohmancy that makes it happen, and honestly, well deserved for the Renata to pick up the gold.
And off to a great start there too. Caxi, he elects just to do his full clear while Poppy Fox skips a couple camps. That gives him the tempo edge to be able to find that play, and he makes it happen, and that's a great first blood going over Poppy Fox. And Caxi though.
Caxi is leveled down, and Skarner just wants to grab the Volibear is gonna get it. We're dying for Scuttle Crab, and now Madge is also dying for Scuttle Crab. And that's the Monkeys up 3-0 and a crab.
Yeah, and we're just trying to make that play when we don't have any tempo in any lane, and Caxi's conditions are just poor, to be honest. Yeah, they're just poor. I mean, you're sitting at 15%, 20% HP by the time that Poppy Fox ends up chunking you, and that's a nice hook there. Stalling that timer on that reset's actually pretty big too. You don't have a lot to work with on the back end. Sarah.
We're fine. We don't have ultimates yet, so.
Yeah, you're fine. Also have that egg, I suppose.
Also true.
Not a lot of real kill threat in that mid lane, is there, Krubin? Not for now, anyways.
Not yet, but I think once we do have access to those ultimates, there's going to be a little bit more of that. So we'll have to wait and see. Although it is a little bit awkward for the Vagar side of it, right? Because you don't have kill threat until you actually get out the egg. Because if you commit your ultimate as the Vagar before you get out the Anivia passive, then you're not going to have enough damage to actually kill the egg before the Anivia can respawn and then probably turn it around on you. So
the kill threat really only becomes when the jungler is involved.
Yeah. But Poppy Fox been having a Pretty good game so far, as that's another hook actually for Nubly and Poppy Fox, speaking of which, in the bot lane at the moment, another amazing handshake from Ferromancy is going to pick up the last hit once again. The bailout on, they're not going to be able to get it, but the shutdown does go over to Nubly. It's going to be Saren flashing for the Q. Cool Pro Ninja with the flash away. Get back underneath the turret, will stay alive.
That's a good flash there from Cool Pro Ninja. Obviously, if that stun hits right then and there, that's most certainly a kill going down, and he still has his TP, so he'll be able to just get his reset. Grabs his lost chapter off that, so that's a great timer too to be able to back. And Caxi, I think wisely so, choosing just to invade here this top side, take the second set of Raptors that are now.
Perspicacious underneath the turret, has to flash away, but this Cassante is all out, and I feel like Evil Gumi a little bit apprehensive about fully committing to the fight with the Dominist Ronak in. Fair enough, I suppose.
As soon as he missed his second Q, I think that's when he chose to back off. If that second Q hit, he would have had his third for that knockup, and I think that could have spelled the doom for Perspicacious. But crucially for that Croc, he's able to dodge it. That makes sure that he doesn't go down in a very precarious position. Like, surprised that even ended up to be the case there, where you're under the turret there with no minions. So
a precarious position for Perspicacious.
Yes.
That is a tricky one.
No, that's like one of those tongue twisters.
It is.
Yeah,
We'll see
like
if he
that.
finds himself in any more precarious positions as the game progresses. But for now, it's just a great play from Evil Gumi, right? To just have that flash advantage now. Is gonna have the teleport advantage as well, not for a while. Casante's teleport is also currently on cooldown, but it's gonna come up a little bit earlier. One grub secured there for the side of the Monkeys, but then the mid prio comes into play as Saren is able to move over, and it will be 2 grubs going the way of Omega.
You are able to take one as literal Monkeys. That feels pretty good. But at the end of the day, yes, at least you're able to net that one. You get yourself out. Of course, that gives you that extra XP on Poppy Fox, that first grub really adding up. So that's nice for him to be able to secure. As we do just see more of a clear down towards that bot side. Expect some more bot side focus here, especially around this dragon timer being up now. And Evil Gumi and Perspicacious once again just going to continue to look for these trades here. And pretty even overall when you look at these lanes. No real major CS discrepancy. Good stuff from Saren, but no mana to follow up. Oh,
yeah. Ooh, it does get clipped by the event horizon there as well. Poppy Fox is going to flash in, and they are going to get the Anivia passive, but oh, Cool Pro Ninja taking a turret shot there as well. That was a lot committed for Anivia passive. Are we calling worth on that, or?
It's worth it if you can capitalize on it later on. But right now right now with those cooldowns being burned, the flash and the ultimate on that Viger, of course, that means that it's much harder for you to contest this dragon now. So that is something you need to keep in mind.
Yeah. Well, Saren obviously able to pick up most of that wave after he does emerge from the egg. And nobody making a move towards that dragon just yet.
Nope. The lines have not really been drawn in the sand yet, have they, Kerlin? You just see members constantly looking to play for their own power spikes, get their own conditions reset there. Of course, we see Saren on that Anivia now just back, sitting on a whole whack of a pretty much full build. Nothing but components, though.
Yeah, it's
we'll
garage
take
sale
some
for
time.
Saren right now.
Yeah, we'll take some time, but he is full build. Oh.
Okay, so the dragon looks like, oh, that's Skarner in the pit. He steals it away, and he has a
No way.
lantern. Absolute highway robbery there for Caxi.
Very clean there from them. Netting that dragon too, so that's now 2 white grubs that you secure on top of the dragon too. So you're doing very well right now if you're Omega.
The Skarner had smite advantage. Caxi had the 900 smite, and Poppy Fox was still just sitting on 600, lagging behind in that jungle CS department. That was the difference.
That's a good eye too. I'm glad you caught that. That is the difference maker right then and there, recognizing those spikes. And Saren and Cool Pro Ninja again. Oh, a little bit of odd pathing there from the Viger. Funny things happen with that wall and around terrain, so not too surprised to see something like that. But we do see Poppy Fox behind. Yep, I think he is spotted there. He
is. And was he able to secure the Raptors just now? I'm not sure if the camp was up a moment ago or not. Okay, we're gonna flash Vagar E. I mean, they don't have engage, right? They gotta try to set up these plays somehow. As Caxi is setting up a play in the bottom lane, Ferromancy's gonna be forced to flash away. The Impale comes out though. Beautiful setup from Caxi. And that is why Skarner is so high prio, guys, because he can do that.
Skarner able to get that kill on top of burning Pharaoh misses flash there. So really good heads up play there from Omega Gaming, recognizing that timer. As you can see, Evil Gumi, he's trying to force something on the opposite side of the map. Makes sense too. Poppy Fox is once again playing towards the top, taking the blue buff, probably pathing into that Gromp, but he needs to be very careful right now. A couple pings came down, so I think they recognize that that Volley Bear is more than likely up there. But of course that blue is going to be going down for the side of Poppy Fox, so denying that does feel pretty good. Of course Caxi is going to recognize
down,
that
though.
now.
In terms of CS, that's a hook landing onto TDK. Madge, though, might be a little bit of trouble as the hostile takeover comes out, and the Kaisa passive getting a lot of work done. TDK goes in with the killer instinct and does secure the kill onto Madge. And now Thresh, I don't think he's going to have the damage to turn this one around. Taking a look at the top side, Perspicacious and a 1v2 has already popped the Dominus, flashed away from the Q3 of the Cassante, and in comes Caxi on the side, saving the top lane. Perspicacious dashed away, the flash forward for the Cassante's. Evil Gumi finishes off the Renekton. Caxi trying to give it one back, but Poppy Fox has the healing, and that's going to be the flash forced out from the Skarner as well. Big win for the Monkeys up there towards the top side.
Really nice response. Poppy Fox just being there 10 to 15 seconds ahead of the curve there, forces that play, makes things happen, gets a kill on the Renekton in the process, burns Caxi's flash, and here are your rewards. You're going to be able to net these 3 grubs here, putting you on 4 in total. That's a pretty dang good spot to be in. Evil Gumi also pressuring topside, grabbing himself a plate or 2.
Yeah, that is a big moment for the Monkeys. They've got themselves an early lead now. We just need to see them stay calm, stay cool, you know, just make the right decisions. They could be in a good place moving into this mid game. You know, there is a dragon that we're going to have to consider in a couple minutes' time. Not the end of the world if they end up wanting to give that one up, but... Oh, that's going to be a hook on a TDK. They set up the dive. The Chain of Corruption is not going to land, but the Impale absolutely will. And that is going to be the shutdown over the Varus, who barely survives that second turret shot.
That's a really well executed dive there coming in. Nubly especially landing that hook. I think it caught TDK off guard because TDK still has both of his sums there, has the cleanse and the flash available, and does not choose to burn them. So I'm thinking that hook probably caught him off guard, but you'd almost wonder if you could have put up more of a fight, if you could have got a kill, or if you could have survived yourself. It's tough to say, but Omega Gaming definitely make a good play off of that.
Yeah, kind of a tough call, I guess. You know, I feel like for TDK to try and outplay that, you would have immediately you have to cleanse the hook, right, and then flash to get away from the Ishtal impact of the Skarner.
That's right. Yep.
But then Caxi is still going to have Impale, so you still might be dead. And you obviously have, like, less than a second to actually make that decision, so fair enough, I guess, in that one, holding the Summoners.
It just feels so bad if you die in that instance off that stacked wave, because not only, of course, do you die, but you miss all of the gold and all the experience from those minions too. So taking that death, it doesn't feel good. Burning the sums, it doesn't feel good. You're almost checkmated at that point. Okay, more trading there from topside, eh, crewman? Not too surprising one bit.
Oh, yeah.
Even Gumi and Perspicacious have just done this, it seems like, throughout game 1 and game 2 here. So there's no slowing down on this at all. And even though this is a volatile top lane, I don't anticipate too much more attention being applied towards this top side, because we do see Evil Gumi just taking this 1v1.
You say that. Evil Gumi is going to go for the all-out. Perspicacious, of course, popping the Dominus in response. And the knockup is going to come through, but Perspicacious has the cooldowns back. He's going to have the stun. He's going to have another Q. Evil Gumi's in trouble. He is Cassante, though. Never mind. I take it back.
Hey, this could be worth just diving right now if you're the Renekton. Looks like we're going to choose just to back off. I almost wonder if you can get that kill, you deny all of that experience too. But maybe Wisely slowly chooses to back off.
Another hook for it, Nubly. But now the Thresh is in pretty deep, and the hostile takeover is going to prevent the follow-up from coming through. So Nubly, I think, clearly not aware that there were so many monkeys in the area. Ends up giving one over. And this is going to be the dragon. So no dragon stacking for Omega. And the monkeys looking pretty good so far.
And Nubly landing these hooks, but unfortunately taking that one right there is most certainly going to result in your death here. And you can see a lot of his priorities actually going over in the favor of Evil Gumi here. Perspicacious sitting very close to that level 11, but he's going to need to get his reset in here. Evil Gumi recognizes that too. Get this wave in, get your reset TP back out so you can continue to contest, and more trading happening towards that top side. Saren though, right? You see Saren in that TP.
And Perspicacious is going for the flank TP here to try to cut off the escape path for Gumi, but the Cassante just able to dash underneath the turret. Oh, but Saren is here. Go for the blind Q out of fog, gets the stun! And there's the shutdown. Some extra gold going over to Perspicacious.
That is a very nice roam there from Saren. How much do you miss on the back end? Not a ton if Caxie's able to cover for that wave 2 there, so that's just another good decision there from Omega, and it's really playing off the fog of war there. Of course, Evil Gumi, you just don't recognize, you don't see that stun's coming until it's too late. Poppy Fox doing his damnedest to just make sure this wave's cleared too. No more plates to be played for at this time, 15.5 minutes in, but of course we are looking now for this next first brick. So who's able to get this one here? We do see Caxie hovering towards this top side, so that could be a good inclination that we are going to see some more pressure being applied to try to take this tier 1 top.
Yeah, could be. Yeah, that first brick bounty still on the table, like you just highlighted for us. Caxie's also in position, both junglers. It's actually Caxie leveled down right now to Poppy Fox's Bully Bear. He's going to go for the Impale, but there's no follow-up that's going to come through right now. A little bit of a wasted Skarner ultimate. But Poppy Fox is getting chunked down pretty low, and in comes Perspicacious. There is the Stormbringer, but it does not immune the stun. Clearly what Poppy Fox was going for, but the Primordial Burst finishes off the Skarner, and they're going to be able to pivot the top laner. Perspicacious flashing over the wall, and he can't get the kill. Poppy Fox, one more maul of a frenzied variety. Takes down the Crocodile, and now the bird is not going to be able to fly away from this one. Tries to use the flash, does have the passive. Does Saren get the respawn? Oh, the knockback comes through from the Cassante. And that is going to be a few more kills, 3-0 in that fight. Monkeys on top.
Numbers advantage turns into a Rift Herald on top of more than likely the first brick themselves there. So they're going to net that turret in the process, and they completely counteract any sort of TP play, any sort of tempo play that Omega Gaming tried to establish for themselves. And you can see Omega wanted that tier 1 for themselves topside, but the end result is of course Literal Monkeys netting that up and the Rift Herald.
Yeah, absolutely right. And, you know, Poppy Fox was lagging behind a bit earlier on. The Skarner was outpacing him a bit, but, you know, has now secured the lead, has that XP advantage, and that was really big in that last fight.
Yeah, XP advantage and item advantage now. 2 items, right? At this point, like, you're so strong. And of course, we do have that Rift Herald too, so that can be used at any point in time here. Tier 1 mids looking pretty juicy. Tier 1 bot, maybe not as much, but this Rift Herald is going to be a nice tool here in the tool belt for Literal Monkeys when it comes to this next dragon.
That's right. Let's see if they're going to be able to utilize that effectively. 90 seconds out on the aforementioned dragon. About a 3,000 gold lead right now for the Monkeys.
Good vision here. Poppy Fox and Pharaoh
is going to find Madge. Oh, actually going for the play on Anubli instead. As the Varus does get exhausted. It's a really nice hook into the Impale. That's going to be a dead Kaiser. Oh, she gets the killer instinct, but the turret shot's going to follow. The bailout, is it going to come through? Not quite. So close to taking down Nubli there. But CDK not able to get out that last auto attack. And that is a much-needed counterpunch for Omega. They find one in the bot lane, but Saren died somehow and totally missed that. Not sure what happened to the Anivia. Looks like a solo kill for the Pro Ninja.
Oh, that's nice too. If you're able to get that Literal Monkeys, you at least need that solo kill there. You might even be able to get the turret on the back of that solo kill, but that's a really good response from Coxie there, or from Caxie there. Goodness me.
Oh,
on that Skarner there. Oh,
that
yeah, no doubt. Demonetized. Whoops, my bad. Didn't take long.
Whoopsie. Meanwhile, a little bit of a whoopsie for Evil Gumi up here. Is that, yeah, that Crocodile gets his revenge.
That's no good. He's just
Perspicacious putting Evil Gumi in a little bit of the more precarious situation that time.
Definitely is. You can see the power that Black Cleaver has by rushing that. It really showcases just how powerful it is. In on Cassante too, you scale so well with just flat resist. So being able to pick up that Black Cleaver makes the biggest of differences. You get that kill in that instance, and that's great now, right? You're sitting at that level 13, so you have that experience lead. You're gonna be able to net that tier 1 turret in that top side. You still have that TP as a Renekton to be able to collapse here. Lots of options.
Teleport as well. Currently mid-prio for the side of Omega, and now it seems like the Monkeys just kind of realizing that, not wanting to give over their mid-tier 1. They're going to push Omega out of the mid lane. Here comes the Lantern for Perspicacious. He's going to arrive right in the middle of all these members. It does barely manage to click the Lantern, but now that's a really nice target selection for Evil Gumi. Goes out, but the Cassante is going to get traded, and Ferromancer is going to get taken down there as well, so they both got impaled by Caxie. And now it's Omega who have the 4v3. It's kind of a nice cage from Cool Pro Ninja, but Caxie's going to be able to charge forward. Doesn't quite get the stun there. Poppy Fox now moving forward, trying to peel for the mid laner. Nubly is trying to run interference and keeping Kaisa out of the fight, but the Thresh is just going to end up getting taken down. Volibear, meanwhile, is going to be able to use the ultimate to get away back underneath the turret. It ends up being a 2-for-2 overall. But the health bars, a little bit favoring Omega.
Cool Pro Ninja constantly fishing and dancing at this point. Level 13, you got a couple points into that.
Oh,
E
the
for
stun
sure.
lands?
Oh, the stun though.
Ooh, but the wall is not quite going to trap the Veigar.
In another universe, that wall works out great there. It's probably a kill with Cool Pro Ninja not having that flash, but crucially he's able to survive that. Of course, the dragon still is on the table here, so both teams, of course, want to be able to take this, but really only one is in position. Literal Monkey's starting to take this right now, and with the damage on that Kaisa, there's no way that they can secure this here for themselves, and that's great. Now the question is, what
Otacon is up as well.
I hope
It
not.
feels
Please don't.
risky.
Yeah,
Yeah.
please don't.
Okay, they're not. It's all right.
Wisely so. I mean, at this point, it's just not your timer anymore. Of course, the enemy team's reset. They spent all their gold, and even though you beat them in that fight, you still haven't bought. So you want to make sure that you can get your resets in, cover the bases that you need to here. Of course, protecting this tier 1 bot is of utmost importance, and that's why you can see Pharaoh doing a really good job here, just controlling where this wave is, making sure it doesn't crash into that turret so they can't secure it. Of course, it can leave you in a bit of a precarious position here, as we do see the stun coming through, but Pharaohmancy saving the day, for sure.
Well, Kupro Ninja is about 350 gold away from death cap. So that is going to be a really big 2-item spike for the Veigar. We're posturing around the Otacon at the moment.
It feels like
A
such
lot
a
of
bait
members.
though, crewman, doesn't it? Does Otacon not feel like a bait to you most times?
This early in the game, definitely, yeah.
Like-
It's such a risky objective to go for. You really have to be completely sure, it feels like, that you're not going to be contested to actually comfortably look for it.
Yeah, I agree. And I like this play here from them. They just dropped that Rift Herald, they use a bot, but equally so Omega with this timing here is fantastic. As they push in towards this mid, they get that tier 1, of course. They can now swing in through that top side if need be, but of course they spot Poppy Fox and Pharaoh on that ward. So good wards, good decision making, allow them to net up that tier 1 mid turret there, and that's a good response for the tier 1 bot. That was weird.
Yeah, Shelly learned a new move there. I didn't know she could teleport.
Me
Pretty
neither.
cool trick.
Yeah, I like that one.
Yeah,
I have to use
pretty
that.
impressive.
Might have to use that sometime. You ever watch the Anivia? Now they're getting rid of, from what I can tell with the PBE, you're getting rid of the lane swaps. But have
Yeah,
you seen?
I heard
have
about
you seen?
that.
Have you seen the LC? It might have been the LPL, so forgive me for that. But they were picking Anivia top, and they were actually using the wall of level 1 to slow down their minions. Did you see this or not? The minions would end up being
Oh.
closer to their side of the lane. So it just cheeky little things that I
That's
always think about with
crazy.
with a Nivea wall. So makes you that much safer in that level 1. You can get all the experience. You don't get zoned off. Just funny things like that.
That is really funny. That's something that you can do in Dota, right? Where you, like, kill your own minions or something like that to, like, manipulate the wave states.
I'm
I've
not
never really
smart
played
enough.
Dota, so
I'm not
sure.
smart enough. Dota looks like I used to look at League and be like, what the hell am I looking at? But like Dota, I don't think I could ever understand that.
Yeah. I feel like the visual fidelity is one of the main things that League has over Dota. But we're getting
For
a little bit
sure.
sidetracked here. There is an Otacon being taken by the Monkeys, and it will not be contested. Side of Omega are just exchanging this Otacon for a mid-tier 2, it looks like. What are your thoughts on that trade turn?
Well, in the short term, it's not too bad for Omega Gaming. The question becomes, what can Literal Monkeys do with this Atacon? Of course, with that buff, it's going to make things a lot easier for you to do what we're doing right here, sieging down towards your strong side. So overall, I don't mind that too much from Omega Gaming. They at least get something. They're just not in a position to be able to contest. And I think I like to see this too from the Renekton. You just pop your Dominus, make sure that they can't get this tier 2 bot side, and you cover any sort of counterplay from your play mid. So I wouldn't say it's ideal to concede an Atacon for free, but in this instance with that tier 2 mid, it opens up a lot of the map. It allows you to get your wards deeper into that mid lane. To me, it's not too bad, honestly. It's just really becomes, what is Literal Monkeys able to do with this buff?
Yeah, there's always the question, right, with the Otacon in particular. Doesn't really, I mean, there is also the permanent buff with the Voracious. I think it gives you extra gold on takedowns. Yeah, like you get a little bit of extra gold for takedowns. But really the main thing is that GA, right? So if you don't really find, you know, a good value play to go for while you have the buff, it does feel like you don't get a whole lot from that particular objective.
Now, of course, you will have the GAs up for the Dragon, which is in 50 seconds. You can see Omega hovering towards his top side, so to me, that tells me already that they're not really that interested in contesting for this Dragon, especially when you set your vision up towards that top side. So you can threaten a Baron. You don't have a ton of crazy damage, but since it's not lethality Varus, you should actually be able to do a good chunk into that Baron. So I think if you're able to threaten that as Omega, it can really stall any sort of Dragon fight or contest. Because at that point, Literal Monkeys, if they want it, they can have it, but they're going to concede the Baron. That's definitely worth it for Omega. So I like what they're doing on the map right now as you see them moving in and controlling this topside quadrant.
Yeah.
They're already saying this Dragon, we don't need it, and I think this is a very smart decision here. That blue is going to spot the Renekton, but that was already known. The next blue into that bush right there we see from Omega's just looking to see where everybody is. That blue right there from Literal Monkeys. To tell them everything that they need to know right now. The decision needs to be
Can they get
made.
here in time?
Exactly. Can we contest this? That's the question. You see Evil Gumi moving over, but look at the damage on this Baron. I was way off.
That
They
on-hit
shred it.
Varus. Yeah, it has all
It's
of the
gone.
damage they need. Anivia as well does a great job on those neutrals. Hostile takeover comes out. It's the side of the Monkeys hoping to get a team fight afterwards. The Chain of Corruption comes out there, as well as the hook from Nubly. The Thresh may be in trouble, but he puts down the cage.
They're
He
out.
prevents the chase from coming through. Yeah, I think they are all out. They're going to be... Oh,
No.
well, Sarah, the greedy teleport. Oh, he flashes away, stays alive, puts down the wall as well. Theramancy looking for the hook. The Stormbringer in for Poppy Fox. He disables the turret, but Caxi is there, defends the team. And so close there for the Monkeys to actually being able to pick off a couple of members, but not quite able to do so.
Omega being very smart. Initially, they trade that Atacon for that tier 2 mid. You and I both wonder if that's the right play. To me, it absolutely is, because as the game progressed, the next sequence, they prioritized mid-prio, pushed towards that Baron, and they just traded objectives. They didn't need to contest for that soul point. It's okay. Let it go. You can contest for the next one. And they definitely come out ahead in that trade for sure. So Omega done a fantastic job once again in this mid to later stage of this game. And we'll have to see how well they can continue to pilot this. Of course, they now have the Baron, so they're the ones on the power play. What are they able to get done off of this as we see what looks to be 4 members mid and 1 member top here. So lots of attention being put on this mid lane right now for Omega.
Yeah, it's really a parallel to the conversation we were having just a moment ago for the side of the Monkeys, right? Finding value with the Otacon buff. Now it's the side of Omega that need to find value with their Baron buff. You know, it's only an Ocean Soul, but still, being up against Soul Point now, you don't want to be just giving that over. You need to establish map control now.
Beautiful
as they're
wall.
sieging onto the mid-tier 3. Really nice wall, as you say. They're not quite able to get that inhibitor turret down just yet, though. Potentially a collapse towards this top side, but side of the Monkeys are going to be ready for it.
Yeah, the Monkeys, they don't have a ton of wave clear, but they have a good amount of zone.
Oh.
Especially with that cage. Perspicacious, though.
Dashes away. Evil Gloomy gonna be able to find the knockback here, and the Renekton exhausted gets pulled underneath the turret. Perspicacious flashes away to stay alive. So a couple of big tools down now for the Renekton, but it looks like the side of Omega are gonna be able to secure this top tier 2. Oh, is Saren in
wait.
trouble? I don't know if the Anivia has the egg. Perspicacious goes in to try to defend the mid lane, but the hostile comes out,
No
and he
way.
connects onto both of them. They take down the Renekton. Evil Gloomy on a sliver of health. Oh, do they have enough damage to finish off Saren? The Anivia comes back, the Lantern
No
goes
way.
down, but Evil Gloomy is too tanky. The Cassante will live, the Anivia will not. They take down Poppy Fox, though, and another hook is going to land. As Ferromancy in trouble, the bailout's not going to save the Renata. So it ends up being a 2 for 2. It's the fight, very close margins there.
2 for 2 in the top side jungle. You are going to secure yourself a mid tier 3 and a top tier 2 for your troubles with the Baron buff, but of course now your timer is gone. You take your resets, you get back on the map, and of course the next objective is going to be for this dragon here. So 2-minute timer, we can already see Omega getting out on the map. Nubly doing a really good job in this game, landing those death sentences, getting that vision prepped. You can already see a bit of those shallow wards in the bot side quadrant there of Literal Monkeys, giving enough information, one of them being a pink that's not going anywhere anytime soon. So being able to get out on this map early ahead in tempo here is fantastic. It allows you really get your vision and everything else prepped for yourself here. And they've done a really good job around these neutral objectives here. 130 sitting at this point before this next dragon is of course going to be up. So both teams want to play for this. I feel like both teams do not want to give this at all. I anticipate this is probably where the game is going to be blown wide open.
Could be the case. Yeah, we're all still quite even in this one, all things considered. Only a couple thousand gold just separates these two teams. Pretty negligible this late in the game. We don't have 3 items done quite yet for many people. Besides the 80 carries, do have those 3 item spikes. 3 items for the Cassante as well.
All this vision control now going to the side of Omega. Of course, literal monkeys are going to spot that pink finally as they move to try to control some of this vision, just clearing wards when they can. But of course, you see Nubily here fishing the TP coming in through mid. Saren's going to be contesting it.
On the flank angle as well. He's going to feign the Veigar in the back side, but now the Renekton is the one out of position. Purification tries to slice and dice out of this one. There's the Lantern that goes down as well. The Renekton is going to be able to click on it, but might still end up going down. Does get away from the Volibear Reaver on the other side of the fight. Saren going down low, gets knocked back by the Cassante, and Ferromancy going to find that kill on the enemy. The Impale does come out from the Skarner, but it's too late. Both carries for the side of Omega have been taken down, and Caxi will follow. That is going to be the 3-for-0 team fight, and the Ocean Soul for the literal monkeys.
Ocean Soul secured for the monkeys. They're going to net that up right now. Of course, Elder Dragon in the next 4.5-5 minutes. Expect that to be the real next fight here, but so much tempo now being garnered for the side of literal monkeys. They're able to net this up. Baron in 50 seconds. So much pressure, so much tempo on the map. I like to see this too. They're splitting members up. They don't need too many towards that dragon. They know that they've secured that, so they can also net themselves as tier 2 and mid in the process here. And that is a fantastic sequence from them. And that's really off the back of what seemed like a bit of a split call from Omega. We saw a couple members one way, a couple members the other, trying to take a fight in the enemy top side. They get Renata Ard, the follow-up from Evil Gumi and TDK on that backline. Too much damage to be able to handle, and Omega Gaming, it just seemed like they got picked off bit by bit, just like Literal Monkeys did in Game 1.
That's absolutely right, Turk. I understand what Perspicacious was trying to go for there with the flank angle on the Renekton. But ultimately, I don't think that's what the team needed in that moment. I mean, Saren and Madge were both so strong. You know, I was just saying that the on-hit Varus has 3 items. Like, you could just play that out front to back. As the Renekton at this point in the game, your only job is to just stand in front of your carries and press R and soak up as much damage as you can. Give them as much time to hit as you possibly can. And the way that played out, it was like Perspicacious and Nubily were both separated off on the side, and there was nobody to protect Saren and Madge and give them that time that they needed.
Yeah, once those 2 members are exposed, of course, you have the egg on the Anivia on occasion, but...
They may have caught out the Pro Ninja. There's an Ocean Soul on that Veigar, but it's not going to save them. They just burst down the enemy mid. Hostile takeover, not finding very much joy there either. It's 5v4 on the map now for Omega. Ocean Soul be damned. Got a man advantage with Baron alive.
Cool. Pro Ninja had the flash, chose not to burn it. Right now we can see so much tempo in the process. You can see Literal Monkeys forced back, and of course you know the Baron's going to be started up right now. The amount of damage they did to the first one is going to be negligible compared to this right now here. We see it being started up on Vision. It now goes dark, and Literal Monkeys needs to do something.
Has ult and flash and smite. Perspicacious is buying the time. Nubily here alongside the Renekton. They're just trying to keep the jungler out of the pit, but he ults in. They can't stop him. They can't stop him. He goes into the pit. He takes the Baron right from underneath the nose of Omega Gaming. He does have to give his life for it. I think Asante is going to go down as well, but a hero play from the Monkey Jungler.
And Omega Gaming, it's the right call, but you gotta make sure that Poppy Fox can't get into that pit, and all he has to do is burn his ult to be able to get there. The flip becomes, well, unfortunately a reality, and they don't get it. Poppy Fox crucially saving the day with that steal there, and he nets that up. Nubly fishing for a hook.
The Death Sentence lands. The Chain of Corruption, though, I don't think was quite there. Now Nubily is gonna go down. Oh, that was crazy! The Lantern and the flash away for Nubily keeps himself and Caxi alive. Really close call there, but looks like they're gonna get out. TDK does not have the killer instinct at the moment.
Here's a slow chase now. Literal Monkeys just trying to make sure they cannot get their resets in. Of course, they have Evil Gumi back up in here in 6 seconds. Has that teleport if he wants to get back onto the map. Poppy Fox just came up himself. And this Baron, after everything is all said and done, going on the side of Literal Monkeys is a very, very big deal. This slows any sort of tempo, any pace. that Omega Gaming had, and crucially now it opens up this Elder Dragon that much more for the side of Literal Monkeys. You can see them moving towards this top side, still have plenty of time before this Elder is up, so looks like they are going to start to begin unsieging that. Evil Gumi, crucially in this bot side right now, is going to be pressuring, is going to be spotted, so Literal Monkeys do need to be careful right now. They don't want to do anything too crazy. Little scared. Okay. I'm a little scared, but I understand. I like to see what they're doing here. We do have that cannon minion. Literal Monkeys are sieging here on this tier 2 right now, and the cage coming through. Treads though.
Perspicacious, yeah, absolutely. Merc Treads helping out there. And they're defending the tier 2 for now. 1 minute left on this Baron buff.
Evil Gumi finally now being able to get down towards that tier 2 in that bot side. You can expect that tier 2 to be going down. Crucially, Literal Monkeys do not want to get engaged on right now. There's no reason for any sort of fight to happen. They just need to play back, buff up these minions, and play around the timers that these minions give you.
That's right. Doing a good job so far. That hook narrowly missing for Nubly. Saren chunked down pretty low.
Match very low too. They're gonna have a difficult time being able to protect this at this point right now. I feel like this tier 2 is almost certainly gone.
The Baron buff is going to expire. There's one more wave. That wave coming in right now is the Monkeys are still going to have to work with. So I think they will get that top lane tier 2, as you say. A little bit of a scuffle down here towards the bottom side. First Cage is going to pop the Dominus. The Evil Gumi still holding on to the All Out for now. As the Unstoppable there. Gets the distance. Perspicacious does catch up for the stun, but that's an Ocean Soul Cassante. He's just not going to die. He just refused. Well, I say that. He is starting to go down a little bit low, but now he has a Renata here. Perspicacious desperately trying to kill this Cassante. He's so close. The bailout comes through. It doesn't come through in time. Perspicacious actually makes it happen. I thought the Cassante was immortal. I was clearly wrong. And now Ferromancy has no way out either. It's 2 quick ones. Oh, that's the Veigar ultimate onto an Anivia who had egg. And now Cooper Ninja is going to be forced to burn the flash as well to get away. An Elder, it's spawning in 20 seconds. Turk, what's happening?
That's the worst time to take that down. Evil Gumi does have TP.
Oh, the jungler. Oh, Poppy Fox is in trouble. He goes for the ultimate. He tries to get away, but Perspicacious is there for the stun. Is Poppy Fox going to be able to escape? He has flash. The Volibear will escape, but now he doesn't have ultimate. I don't think they can contest the Elder. Oh my goodness, Turk. I thought for sure we were going to go to a game 3, but...
You and I both, crewman. Like, Perspicacious, and I agree with you originally there too. It just didn't seem like he'd have the damage to be able to kill the Cassante, let alone 1v2. And he does. He's going to be able to net that up on top of the Elder Dragon for his team right now. So basically just put the team on his back. That's a level 18 Renekton, not something you anticipate at that point. Normally Renekton's known for his early to mid game, not so much as late. So he's done a fantastic job with that to be able to net that kill. And the Elder Dragon for his team. Now, of course, with this Elder, we're going to have to see what Omega is able to do. Of course, when it comes to neutrals, we do see that this Baron's up here in the next minute and a half timer. So that seems to me to be a pretty obvious spot of where you want to focus on this map. You can see them moving up in unison, which is something that you and I really like to see. They look very cohesive right now as a team. They're moving in together, getting the vision control when they can. They are on one ward though. They do need to be a little bit careful of some of this stuff, but I like to see what they're doing right now. Just pressuring and forcing the enemy team off, and Literal Monkeys, you just cannot contest this Elder Dragon.
Yeah, the side of Omega don't have Baron buff at the moment, obviously, so it looks like they just want to try to play for this mid lane inhibitor. As now Perspicacious joining up with the rest of the team. I wonder if they could just march in together as 5 here and just force down that inhib with the Elder buff.
Definitely looks like that's what they're going to try to do. The cage, though. Oh my god, look at that damage.
Yeah,
that's
Veigar has 1100 AP at this point in the game, which is kind of a lot. In that last fight, we just saw that Ninja unfortunately committed the ultimate onto the Anivia, who had passive. So the AP didn't really end up coming into play, but if we find a target that doesn't have a revive, then yeah, that Veigar damage is absolutely going to be felt, to say the least. As yeah, Perspicacious getting chunked down to about half.
very important we're watching that Vigar right now. And that timing those cages, they're up every 8 seconds or so at this point. It's very difficult to try to siege, and I'm surprised Omega Gaming was able to get that inhibitor, but they do. So as we see them moving towards this Baron right now, they need to be a little bit careful, even with the Elder, that they don't get caught out.
They don't have it for much longer. They're gonna force the fight. That's the Volibear, uses the ultimate to get away. There's that Vagar damage, gets Saren chunked down low. Remember, the Anivia doesn't have passive backup quite yet. It'll be a little while. Doesn't have teleport either, so it'll be a bit awkward to go for a reset right now, but are they going to force the Baron? There's a ward on this for the Monkeys, so they're going to know as soon as it gets started up, they can move in as 5. I think the Elder buff is about to wear off as well. Saren puts down the wall.
Nice
there is a hook. It's only onto the jungler. The Chain of Corruption does come out, but the hostile takeover is amazing from Ferromancy, and Nubly is going to get cut down by Evil Gumi. It's the Vagar who picks up the last hit. It's just an absolute wipe in the team fight. The hostile takeover engaged, working out beautifully there as Omega was just lined up in front of the Baron. Can Caxi find a hero steal that his opposite number was able to find earlier on in this very game? The Skarner can always get into the pit with the E, with the Ishtal impact, but it's a good job of zoning. And Caxi can't get in. That's going to be the Baron secured for the Monkeys.
Is this 48 minutes or what?
41 right now.
Does this beat 48 minutes? What do you think, Ruben?
Are we getting to 48 minutes? I don't know. I don't know if we're going to get to 48 minutes. I mean, there's going to be another Elder in 2.5. I feel like if it doesn't end with this Baron, surely it ends at that Elder. We'll see.
We have said this before.
Yeah, we have. That's true. You got me there. The mid inhibitor is going to go down. Both mid inhibs are down now.
And of course, now the attention once again becomes, at this stage of the game, when it's so late, you flip-flop. You want to prioritize top, you want to play for the Baron, you secure the Baron, that's great, then you flip-flop and you play towards bot. And of course, this is what both teams are going to be looking to do here, especially with the second Elder Dragon. That buff is just that much more enhanced at this point too. So, crucially, both teams need this Elder Dragon, and I can tell you right now, that is not an objective that you ever want to flip. Ever. So we need to see the proper setup from both of these teams. Both junglers have done a fantastic job of being able to contest and steal neutrals away. So I wouldn't want to be giving that chance at all if I was on either of these teams.
Yeah.
You want to cross your T's, dot your I's, get your mid-prow, push that out, control the chokes, make sure the enemy can't walk in. Otherwise, you could have one hell of a time on your hands.
Absolutely, Turk. Control, poise. That's what we want to see from these teams. It should be a very favored towards the Monkeys right now. Their Baron buff will persist until right when the Elder Dragon comes up. So they should be able to get control in each of these lanes, particularly mid and bot. Get those fully pushed out. Get your wards down. You can have Evil Gumi running interference. The Cassante can live for just a ridiculously long time. And with the all-out as well, you can guarantee that the Skarner cannot get into the Dragon Pit. As long as the Cassante saves the ultimate to keep Perspicacious away, they should be able to guarantee this Elder. Sieging onto the bot tier 3 at the moment.
Yeah, you can see that Elder's still in the back of the mind of every one of these players, and of course you don't want to be the one who overextends and gets caught out in this game state. Most important right now is, of course, to make sure that you are ready and poised for this Elder. Of course, we saw that reset coming in there from TDK and the rest of the members there too. We had the Vigar and the Volibear all take their backs, all spend their gold. Evil Gumi is also doing the same thing, has a TP if need be, but you can already see Literal Monkeys has the inside track on this dragon. Of course, they don't have that mid priority yet. I don't see too many members there, but look at how dark it is to the side of Omega.
Very true. Super minions colliding here in the mid lane.
Yeah,
Both
Sarah
waves
was
getting
hot
thinned out.
too.
True, yeah, the Anivia not here right now, so it's going to be Omega forced to cede a little bit of prio. They wait for their mid laner to join up. And Elder is going to be started immediately.
This is very decisive.
And this is perfect from the Cassante as well. This is exactly what I wanted to see. Evil Gumi just stand here, make sure that Caxi can't get in towards this pit. That's his only job right now. They're actually looking for the turn. The hostile takeover is amazing once again. In goes the Volibear as the Elder Dragon gets slain by the Kaisa. It should be the cleanup in the team fight for the side of the Monkeys, but Poppy Fox does go down. TDK maybe over chase a little bit too far. The Kaisa gets shut down as she kill her instinct into her own demise, but the Vagar is still alive. The Elder buff Cassante as well doing so much work in that fight. And there's Kupro Ninja flashing forward. Can't quite find that baleful strike, but it's only 2 members still alive for Omega. They're going to try to go for some recalls, but 3 members still alive for the Monkeys with the Elder buff. Can they end here?
They have a bit of a wave. I was wondering if Mancy was going to try to stop the backs. I'm not sure. I'm not sure why Caxi just stopped his back. He's going to be delayed that much more now. He needs to get his reset in there, and he's channeling it right now. Saren might have enough wave clear. He should on this Anivia here to be able to stall this out. But this is very, very interesting here position. Evil
15 seconds on the bot lane.
Trying to force us off. The cage comes down.
Ooh, Caxi. Yes, Saren. They're not focusing the Anivia. Saren's just able to uncontested clear out that minion wave. And the game goes on.
That's a timer right there that I thought for sure you'd have, but if you're not able to zone, at the very least, zone Saren off that, you can see exactly what he's doing right now. You can't stop it. He can just clear that wave. It doesn't matter if you have supers or not. You don't have Baron buff in that instance. Elder's great, but you don't have Baron. So, the game is not done. Not yet at all. Moving into 45.5 minutes, going on 46. Now this is definitely on a knife's edge right now. And of course, this is going to be our 3rd Baron, if I'm not mistaken, crewman.
Yeah.
That's going to be on the table here. It's sitting at a minute now. All the priority was bot side. That, of course, is now going to swing towards top. Once again, I like to see this from Omega. They just group up, they death ball, they head towards this mid lane, they prioritize that push right there. We'll have to see what Literal Monkeys is able to do. We see Poppy Fox on a bit of the flank right now, but he is zoned away, so the members of Literal Monkeys are not grouped up right now, and one misstep with a 60-second, 70-second death timer could spell death for you and the rest of your team.
Yeah. The Monkeys have played a pretty good game up to this point, but they still need to take down the Nexus if they want to get to that game number 3. And I should mention as well, you know, Omega, we know they're no strangers to keeping themselves in games. You know, they're 1 loss so far this season for Omega. They're 1 match loss in week number 1 against Dorado. They were playing in a 4v5, and they stayed in that game for so incredibly long. They were almost able to turn it around in large part thanks to heroics from Saren. Is the mid laner for Omega going to be able to make it happen again here? They don't have control over the river. It looks like a Baron start imminent for the Monkeys.
Choosing to back off right now. So tense.
Taxi looking. Is he going to commit the Impale? The Volibear is very tanky. I don't think you want to commit the Impale on to a target that's not a carry. Evil Gumi is going to go forward, and the Impale misses from the Garner. Evil Gumi on the front line, though, is getting burned down. The bailout comes through, but they can't get the res on the Castante. It's a man advantage early on in the fight, and the hook lands a Mac Rage hook from Nubili, and that's going to force out the Volibear ultimates. Yeah, Thresh staying alive, but now he finds another hook. Nubili's just chaining him right now, and now they have the mid control as well. It's 5 men strong for Omega. They're pushing down mid. Again, they have that man advantage. Evil Gumi is so long on the death timer. Fairmancy looks for the play. He flashes for the handshake. Caxi running into first. TDK goes in alone into the back line. Then Kaisa trying to look for the hero play, but it's not going to work out. That's one of the carries down on the side of the Monkeys, and that's going to be the end of Poppy Fox as well. Oh my goodness, Turk, the Monkeys, they were so close. They were so close to getting the win in this game number 2, but it's not gonna happen. It's Omega Gaming. Pick up the 2-0.
Holy, okay. Okay, man. I did not expect that one. That game ended so oddly, didn't it? Did that not seem like the most random way to end the game there? We saw Cassante, we saw Evil Gumi go in there and look for that fight, and it looked okay at the start, but he ulted pretty early, and he was squishy. He ends up getting blown up, and then there's fights on 2 fronts, and at that point, it's so difficult for the Monkeys to be able to capitalize in. What I really liked to see from that was how well Omega Gaming played around that mid-wave. They caught it as high as they could. They made sure that the enemy couldn't catch their own mid-wave, so it's going to push into the base, and now all of a sudden you're out of sorts. You're all jumbled up. You don't have any chance to actually get grouped up. And we saw Kaisa. TDK went for the big play. Sort of, kind of close. You wonder if it could have been there, but at the end of the day, it wasn't. And at that point, right then and there, Omega Gaming, off decisive calls, made the play. They made it happen when it mattered most. And that pretty much was a 48-minute slugfest once again.
That was a crazy game. Definitely props to Omega for staying in it. It was their turn to win against the Dragon Soul this time around. We saw that multiple times today, which is so insane to me. Really, really crazy. And yeah, I think the difference down the stretch, I think you highlighted it perfectly for us once again, Turk. It was the side of Omega. They were just a little bit more together. The fact that they were consistently moving as five in those late game situations, consistently prioritizing mid control. It was the fundamentals that won them this game.
No question about it. No question, especially when it comes to like a 40-minute plus game. At that point, you're much better just to group up and only catch the side lanes if you absolutely have to. If side lanes are neutral, it doesn't matter. Leave them alone because they're
Side lanes aren't
completely
real.
they're not. They're completely irrelevant. Everything
Yeah.
is based around mid priority. Group up as five, force that mid lane down. As soon as you do that, opens up the rest of the map for you. That's why it's so important to take tier ones and tier twos. Once you take those turrets, you get those waves pushed, and if you catch them high like Omega Gaming did with that last wave, you can see exactly what happens. And you're actually being mind controlled at that point if you're literal monkeys. You have no
Yeah.
choice but to react to it because you need to defend your base. And in that instance right there, like we said, you can't set up a proper formation for your team fight. You look to try to make some sort of a play to save it, but you can't. And Literal Monkeys, they had a really good showing in that game too. Like that to me seemed like
Oh,
night and day. It seemed like night and day, didn't it? Like there was
yeah, yeah, for sure.
a couple mistakes here and there, man, but like that game too looked very good for them. I'd be happy. I'd be very, very happy with that game if I was them. And in a couple little mistakes here and there, and really that last fight was the biggest one, right? Just group up as five. That's it. Call it a day. Like you had yourself a good game too. So lots of good things to take away from both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that is maybe even the biggest highlight for me in the second game was just the fact that the monkeys looked so much better compared to game number one. They really
Yep.
did look like they were much more together. They had a much more cohesive plan in how they wanted to play things out. And they were so close. Again, they were so close to actually getting the win in this game. They were sieging the Nexus turrets at a couple of different points, right? But just the wave clear of the Anivia was a bit too much for them to overcome. Saren did it again, held on by like his pinky finger. He held on to the game, and it ended up working out for him and the rest of Omega. So definitely props there. POG vote for this one's a bit of a doozy, isn't it?
Yeah, I was thinking that myself. I don't know who to give it to be honest with you, Kerman.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think it's it's between Saren and Nubili for me.
You think
I
so?
think I think
Newbly played really
Saren,
well.
the Thresh played really well, hit
Yeah.
a lot of amazing hooks. But Saren definitely felt like kind of the voice. I feel like he was probably the voice in those later game situations, and in a couple of those moments, the fact that the Anivia was able to survive was critical, and being able to keep them in this game. But I think I'm leaning a little bit towards the Thresh, me personally.
Yeah, it's a good one. I like it. You say doozy, and you're right. I mean, just to play a little devil's advocate, I'd almost give it to
Mhm.
Maj too. You mean look at the
Sure.
DPS that he does there,
Yeah.
53k, and Perspicacious does the same thing around that 50-51k mark. But like everybody
Yeah.
played pretty well in that game, and the funny thing is, it's almost kind of a better thing if nobody really stands out, because then you know that everybody played quite well. So
Yeah.
I don't know. It's kind of a weird philosophy. Probably not really true, to be honest with you. But I mean, you can kind of take your pick of whoever you want to give it to. I'd probably say Maj, you'd say Saren, and I'd say we're both right.
Yeah.
Oh, you said
Definitely
Nubly.
a
Sorry,
team effort.
Nubly. My bad.
Well, it was all of
Saren
them.
too.
It
Saren too.
required all five members to play well in that game for Omega to actually get
100%.
them the win. So in the end, that's really what mattered. But I like your call out for Perspicacious as well. Like Renekton, we do not think of as a late game champion, right? But the fact that he was really able to take it to the Cassante in that side lane was really important in a couple of moments as well. But yeah, I mean, just all around, congrats to Omega. Commiserations to the monkeys. They are 0-4 now, unfortunately, which means they're not even going to be able to get up to 500. They can be 3-4 at the end of the season at best if they win the
Hmm.
rest of their matches. But I'm pretty sure they've still got a couple of tough opponents coming up as well. So unfortunately, not looking great for them. But definitely congratulations to Omega. They are still hot on the heels of Team Solo Invade up there towards the top of the table. Any final thoughts, Turk? Anything else you wanted to share with the stream tonight?
Oh, it's just a pleasure to be able to cast. I got this at like a later notice, and the fact that I got to be able to do it with you again is great. So we have a long history. That's always fun
Oh
to
yeah.
be able to work together again. And I hope everybody else enjoyed it. All the viewers, I mean, we appreciate the Observer too. Wookie, he did a fantastic job. Highlighted so much stuff that was important for everybody to see, vision toggles and whatnot too. So that's enjoyable. I always like to be able to cast, especially with teams like the fact that we got to do a back-to-back cast tonight was something that I've never done. So that's
That's
two
long
best of
streams,
threes,
yeah.
and yeah, two
Yeah.
best of threes, two like 48-minute games. Like that's a long time to cast, and I don't know. I enjoyed it, so it's a pleasure to be able to be here. It's a pleasure to be able to cast with you. Thank you everybody for watching. Of course, thank you Wookie too, and yeah, it's great. The league that's ran here is very well done, and it's a pleasure to be a part of it.
Absolutely. Well, the pleasure was all ours for having you here with us tonight, Turk. Very, very glad that you're able to join us. And hopefully we'll be seeing you some more as well for the rest of the season. I think that would be absolutely fantastic. But that is going to do it from us tonight, guys. We do, of course, have day number 2 of week 4. That's going to be tomorrow night, 4 Eastern start time, right here at twitch.tv/Blue Water Leagues. Make sure you tune in for that one. From us here, from myself, Turk, from Wookie, from the entire team at Blue Water. Thank you, everybody, very much for watching. Have a great night.
See you later.